Alright, so once again, if you're watching this, this is Civ4 AI Survivor Season 3. This is our wildcard game. It should be quite an entertaining match. It's actually Friday the 13th as we record this, which is perfect for the wildcard game. Unlike most of our normal games, which have either 6 or 7 AI civs, we have 11 AI civs in this match. That's going to make it a little bit crazy. This is, one of the stream viewers suggested this is Redemption Island for the Survivor, which it kind of is. This is the last chance for all 11 of these. The top 2 will make it into the playoffs. Everyone else will be done. Doesn't matter if they get eliminated or not. They are finished after this one. So, wildcard round, Redemption Island, whatever you want to call it. Let's just go through quickly which AIs we have. So here we have Pakal of the Mayans. Up here in the north, we have Kublai Khan of the Mongols. Over here, we have J-Man, or as I was just linked right before this video started, a pronunciation for this guy's name. So apparently it is João, or João, something like that. I struggle to do the Portuguese pronunciation. Over here, we have Suleiman of the Ottoman Empire in the yellow colors. We have down here Suryavarman of the Khmer. We've said he is the Khmer Rouge for this game because he is in red. Down here we have Brennus of the Celts. Off in the east we have one of our 2 American leaders. We have Washington of America in the orange borders. Down here we have Napoleon of France in the extreme southeast corner. Heading back over to the west again, we have Montezuma, the Aztec leader. Should be fun. People are just suggesting I call him John or J-Man. So maybe we'll go with that, J-Man or John. And just to wrap things up, we have Lincoln, the other American leader, who confusingly has Washington as his capital city over here. And we have Victoria of England in the south, in the far west corner of this map. All right, so let's hit next turn. The map just did this because we revealed the world map. So now we have a round globe, which is fun stuff. Yay, there we go. So that's fun to see. First things first, we will want to check out where the AI is moving its settlers. So if I go into the zoomed out map, wherever you see the archer, that's where they're moving their settler. We're playing on deity. On deity, the AI starts with 2 settlers. They will found their first city right on the starting tile, and then they will move their second one somewhere out on the map. So we're watching where they're going. All right, so early stuff, Pakal heading northeast, Victoria heading northeast, Lincoln heading northwest, Monty heading east, J-Man, John is heading northwest. We see Kublai moving south as well. And Napoleon looks like he might be headed for the tundra. There's always an AI who does this. Heads out into the tundra. Looks like that's where he's going. And Lincoln is heading, or Washington, excuse me, is heading east. So no one's found it yet. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. So Victoria is the first one to get another city out on the map here. She is, yeah, so she is the first one to get that. And York looks like a pretty good city. Basically, the fact that it has this grassland pigs makes it a solid city before anything else happens. Lincoln not heading towards the ice. Good start. All right, so the other thing we watch is who's going for the first religions. So Pakal looks like he's going to land meditation. And he's the only one going for an early religion, so wherever he founds his second city, that's where that religion will pop up. It looks like he's going for the northern coast. Somewhat surprisingly, I thought he would head for over here. I thought he would head for this first resource, but that's not where he's going. So Pakal to get the first religion. Okay, so let's see. We've got a couple other cities that have been planted. We'll take a quick look at where they went. So here's Monty. He went southeast, grabbed this hill pigs resource. And Suryavarman looks like he's going for religion as well, because he's on mysticism. That's correct. J-Man has picked up this spot, which is going to be great long term, but is not very good in the short run because it's pretty heavily jungled. He has 2 resources here. Both of them are under jungle. I guess he can farm the spices tile. Not too great otherwise. And Napoleon has indeed gone for a spot in the tundra. It's not as bad as you might think, though. He does grab a sheep resource, so that's a solid city. Also, note that he can work the iron there. But I wouldn't say that's the best spot. He probably should have gone up here for the horses and pigs spot. Anyway, welcome everybody who's still just getting here. We're just underway right now. We've got a couple more cities. The silly man has gone straight south. This is a Again, long term, it's a good spot, but in the short run, it's pretty awful because everything's buried in jungle. Let's see, who also planted? So Pakal has gone for the north coast. I don't really like this city very much. I guess it has food, but definitely feels like he would have gone better to claim land. No, so this is a good point. So normally, you would not be able to see horses. However, on deity difficulty, every AI starts with the wheel, and the wheel reveals horses. Or wait, no, never mind, I'm wrong. Animal husbandry reveals horses. Why did I think the wheel reveals that? Okay, so you're right. They can't see the horses right now. Good point. Can't see the horses. Note that Kublai is making a pretty aggressive play with this city. Look how far south he's gone. Seriously, he's going to have his second city like right here. And that's going to allow him a lot of backline territory to fill in. So that's pretty significant. Also, note that Washington over here grabbed the disputed area between him and Napoleon, right? Like this is a very nice city. It's going to have pigs for food. It grabs the stone, 3 floodplains, really nice stuff. Wheel reveals horses in Civ4. That's right. I don't know why I was thinking that. Anyway, over here, Lincoln went east. I don't know why he grabbed this city. It has 0 resources. That's a really puzzling spot. Like, literally, there are no resources here at all, except aluminum, which he can't see yet. So I don't know what he's doing with that particular spot. Whatever. Interesting. Okay, and I think that... And then Brennus, his second city. This is a good spot. Double floodplains for food, bananas later. Not a lot of production, no hills, but it's a pretty solid spot. Okay, I think everybody's got their second city now. So if we zoom out on the map, already some unusual stuff that we're seeing this early in the game, right? Down here, this is not helping Napoleon. I do not like how this early game is played out for him. And I do like how it's played out for Washington. That said, I think Washington is doomed in this game. He has two neighbors who are going to hate him for peace weight reasons. Maybe, though, maybe he can get a religion or something. Oh, and then Kublai. We still have Kublai. He was moving south very aggressively with his city. So Beshbalik on the Plains Hill, which is always nice. Pretty good city. Wet corn after expands borders. He's creative, so the borders will pop. Plains cow. Yeah, this is a nice city here. Very nice. And like, look how aggressive this is, right? He went way south with this. He's already intruding on J-Man down here. So these guys went at it last season. They had a long-running feud between each other, and it looks like that's going to be renewed in this game again. All right. But the next thing that's going to happen is we're going to see a holy city pop up here. So Pakal founds Judaism. Now, one thing that's going to be a result of this is it's going to pop. He's going to pop the borders quickly. He's going to get level 3 borders quickly. That's going to pull the horses into Pakal's culture pretty fast. He'll have this by like turn 29, turn 30. He'll have the horses in his borders, and that could be significant. All right, so for the time being, and it looks like Suryavarman is going to get the other religion in this game, because he's going for polytheism, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to beat him there. Lots and lots of AIs on animal husbandry right now. Yeah, the battle for Old Sarai. So here's the thing. I know a lot of you took sides in that. I know a lot of people like J-Man. His diplomatic situation is really bad in this game. He has a peace weight of 6. Monty has a peace weight of 0. Kubla has a peace weight of 1, I think. Pakal has a peace weight of 2. Suryavarman has a peace weight, I think, of 2. So, like, all of his neighbors are predisposed to dislike him. He is surrounded with leaders who will not like him in this game. So, yeah, that's... His diplomatic situation long-term is not very good. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, these next couple turns, there's not that much going on, so we can just advance pretty quickly. We'll see who's building... Usually we try to watch to see who's building a settler. I think J-Man will be one of the first ones to get a settler out. He is imperialistic. Victoria is also imperialistic. So yeah, she's also building a settler in her. And over here, Lincoln is going for an early settler as well. Oh, the other thing we have to mention is, so unlike our normal games, we do have Raging Barbarians on for this game. And you can tell that because there's barbarians everywhere already on the map. Now, we would not normally do Raging Barbs. I don't plan to make that a consistent feature in the future, but for the Wildcard game, I kind of like it just because it makes things a little bit more wacky. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of barbarians on the map, and the Great Wall would be quite useful in this game. So we'll see if anyone goes for an early Great Wall to get protection from the barbarians. Yeah, Washington's building a settler in... Yeah, this could be trouble for Washington. This city is not going to build a settler very fast at all. It's going to be a very slow settler build. Not a smart idea to stick his city that's size 1 on that settler build. Kind of a mistake. And meanwhile, Napoleon's working on this. He's went for animal husbandry, now he's connecting his sheep. He'll finish the settler a lot faster once the sheep finish. Right now, Brennus is just building stuff. We've got a workboat under construction right now for Suleiman, which makes sense because he's got a fish. Alright, so Buddhism is finished. There we go. So Suryavarman gets Buddhism in his second city. Between being creative and having a holy city, this is going to just pump out culture everywhere, which is nice because then he'll get that marble in range fairly early on. Alright. What's Monty doing? Building units. Why am I not surprised that Monty's building units? That might not even be the worst decision on this map with Raging Barbs. Might, like I said, might actually help him here. So, first 2 religions founded. Over here, Vicky is... She might be the first one to get a settler out. Her or J-Man. Yeah, note the Barbs just roaming around everywhere. Oh, man. What... So, this is what happens when you have Raging Barbs on. J-Man's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to lose all his tile improvements, I think. He could really use the Great Wall. See, this is also why we don't turn on Raging Barbs for every game. He's actually in some serious trouble here. Yeah, he looks like he lost his worker. I agree. It looks like his worker's been captured by the Barbs. This could be troublesome. Like, I don't think he's going to lose his capital. Oh, no, never mind. He didn't lose his worker. He retreated it back into his capital. But he is suffering some pillaging, and yeah. So in this game, with the Raging Barbs on, there's a major priority to get resources connected quickly so that you can build either axes or you can build... yeah, and look, Kubla's... He's got enough archers that I think he's okay. But like, there's a major emphasis on getting out chariots or getting out axes so you can deal with the Barb swarm. No, the Barbs aren't going to get a kill. The AI gets too many bonuses. But like, look, down here, Lincoln's struggling as well. He's not having a fun time either. Yeah, he just had it. So look, Lincoln just had his farm pillaged. So that's going to set him back. Victoria, yeah, this is going to be interesting watching these AIs deal with the Barbs. The AIs that are in somewhat sheltered positions might be in better shape here. Yeah, like Suryavarman's struggling as well. Look at this. His capital got attacked. His archers took damage. You know, if J-Man got some bad dice rolls here, he could die to the Barbs if he got bad dice rolls. Now, I don't anticipate that happening. But, yeah, he is struggling. He's got a settler, but I don't know if he can guard it. No, he's got 3... Okay, he's got 3 archers now. He's not going to die to barbarians. But it might be dicey getting some new cities out for some of these guys. This is one game where having like the aggressive trait might actually be a good thing. Or being near the corners of the map where you're somewhat more protected. Because like some of these AIs are suffering some pretty serious pillaging. Alright, so we do have some settlers out. Like J-Man does have a settler finished. I don't know if he can spare the units to actually move it out on the map, but he does have a settler done. And Vicky, I think, has a settler done as well, yeah. So we'll keep an eye on where she's moving it. She just had her pigs pillaged at the capital, though. What's Bakal up to? He has barb troubles of his own over here. And he's not currently building a settler. I thought he was building a settler. I don't know if he lost it or something like that. Washington, a good... Yeah, it's true. Seafood can't be pillaged. Well, not until Barb galleys show up. Vicky's capital is undefended. Oh, yeah, you're right. But there's no Barbs right here. So she's okay for the time being. Yeah, I thought that Pakal was working on a settler. Maybe he finished it. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. What's going on? Wow, J-Man is still has a lot of barbarians swarming around here. He's got an archer promoted to City Garrison 2 right now because of all the barbarians. Oh, hello. Here's an unguarded settler running around. I don't know about this decision. It looks like J-Man's going to get away with this. Oh, never mind. Turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Don't want to be reminded. Yeah. So we did a deity game with Raging Barbs a long time ago. Yes, I was defeated by the Barbarians in that game. It has happened to me before. So Kublai has a settler finished. Napoleon has a settler finished too. Man, the AIs are really struggling to get cities out right now. Vicky did get one, so that's going to help her a lot. Yeah, please no Raging Barbs in the wildcard in the playoff games. No, there will not be Raging Barbs in the playoff games. I think this has served as a pretty good confirmation for why we don't turn on Raging Barbs normally. It's fun to do as like a one-off thing for a silly game like this, but we wouldn't want to do it long term because it just causes too much chaos. Look at this. Brennus is struggling with the Barbs as well. Man, whoever gets the Great Wall is going to have a huge benefit in this game. And over here, Washington is still very slowly building his settler. Napoleon has an unguarded settler. What the heck is he doing here? Look at this. This settler is totally unguarded, and there's barbarian warriors running around. Alright, so he moved it back over here. Does Raging Barbs change what spawns? No, it means the Barb cities are more likely to spawn, but it doesn't change what spawns in the Barb cities. Yeah, so Pakal, it looks like his first settler was killed, I think. Because I think a lot of the AIs have had their first settler either killed or is hiding out in a city. Like here's one from Surya Varman. They really seem to be struggling with the Barbarians right now. Vicky is the only one with 3 cities. She managed to get one out. She seems to be the only one. They'll push back the Barbs eventually, but it's going to take some time. We might not see any early wars because they're all fighting the Barbarians in the early game. Suleiman, yeah, does he have a settler out? I don't know. Doesn't look like it right now. He's struggling, not surprising given his start. Oh, and Napoleon continues to put this settler in danger. There it goes. Okay. So I'm curious as to whether he can actually get this unit out. How did I come up with my username? Just an interest in Roman history for the most part. All right, so look. Napoleon was going to move his settler up there, and then he turned around and ran back to safety. Look at this. He's got a... Look at this this archer right here. He's got a city garrison 3 archer. That unit's done a lot of fighting. And drill 2 for being protective. Anyway, so Surya Varman's going to found another religion. He's going to have a double holy city here. He seems to be very interested in religion. And J-Man did finally get his city out. Look, he got his settler out over here. So he did manage to claim some territory right on the border with Surya Varman, who had his horses connected, then lost them. And again, note that the horses are now in range for Pakal. I hope he didn't lose another settler, because he was building one. I don't see it on the map. Nope, Pakal. So either Pakal lost his settler or he stopped building it, because it's gone. He seems to be struggling up there. And it looks like Napoleon is finally going to head up there. Oh, okay, so note that this city is now the double holy city. That's weird. Double holy city. But yeah, Pakal has not exactly covered himself in glory so far. He seems to be struggling to get... Yeah, so now he's on another settler. He needs to connect those horses, get some chariots out. Surya Varman's main flavor is culture, true, so that's guiding his actions somewhat. And the silly man is just struggling to get anything going up here. He's in last place in score. Washington, alright, Washington's also getting pillaged pretty fierce. Everything except his seafood resources. This guy was building a settler as well. I don't know if it got killed or disappeared or what the heck happened. But so many AIs are struggling. It's like, at this point, it's like who hasn't had settlers captured by the barbarians? Is there any way you can look up who you voted for? I can just check real quick. I don't know if I have an entry in here for you. I don't see an antisocial entry. For better, yeah, I don't see an entry for you, unfortunately. Kublai got a third city. Yes, thanks for catching that, you guys. All right, so he managed to get a third city over here. This is a pretty good spot. He's got the grassland cow for food. He's got the plains hill for production. Yeah, this is going to help him. He's off to a good start for sure. Oh, under ASM. Okay, well, if it's under ASM. Oh, it's just under ASM. You voted for Pakal, FYI. Voted for Pakal. Okay, sorry, I was looking for antisocial, not ASM. That explains it. Alright, and Vicky's on double settler over here. I know a couple people liked her odds. Monty still seems to be getting torn apart by Barbarian, so he doesn't seem likely to do anything in the near future. He's got 2 workers and a settler camping out in his capital for lack of ability to move them out on the map. And Surrey is out to 3 cities. He planted on the horses, which normally would be silly, but honestly for this game it's not the worst decision. That way his horses can't be disconnected. So that's looking pretty good for him. And Napoleon founded a city as well, right here on the border. So again, these guys are practically guaranteed to go to war. And he claimed the horses, which is critical for him, so he can start building units there. He's also researching ironworking, and he has an iron at the capital, so that's also quite helpful for him. The other thing is, let's see if anyone has metals connected right now. I'm trying to see if anyone has like copper at their cities. I don't think so. I know a number of them have iron, but I don't think anyone has a metal resource connected just yet. So Pakal did finally finish the settler, so he will presumably start pushing back the barbarians at least a little bit. And he did connect his horses. He needs to get down to this area and start settling it. He moved his settler back into his capital, though, for some reason. Vicky has iron, and she's 1 turn away from ironworking. Okay, so maybe she'll be the first one to connect her iron, because she just finished it. Yeah, she's off to a good start, especially because she just finished... She's going to be the first of 4 cities, I think. She just finished a settler, and she's got another one in production. Now she just finished 2 settlers. Of course, yeah, they're both in her capital. She's still got to plant them on the map, but I like this opening for her. And I like Surya Varman's opening, too. I mean, he's leading in score, but he just seems to be holding out. Although this city is slightly pressured. Oh, Pakal's Hulkins don't require metal. Good point. Alright, so that archer defended and promoted, so that city's not really in danger now. And this city's got a city garrison 3 archer, so it's not in danger either. You're getting some very promoted units here. Alright, Napoleon for some reason wants to build a settler in this city, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And look at this, Washington got out a 3rd city, which has copper in it, so that's key. If he can get that copper connected, it will help him a lot. Since everyone is struggling so much to get resources connected. And look at this, Kublai's getting ready to expand as well. He just finished a settler in that city, I think. Along with there's some very promoted units popping up on the map. And Pakal did finally get a city out on the map, which already has his religion, which is kind of interesting. Now he has to win. He does have to win this battle, though. Like, I think he will, but there's a chance that this could go against him. He should win this, but if he gets a really bad dice roll, yeah, okay. Because it was one archer against 1 archer, it was possible for him to get a terrible dice roll and then lose the city. Also, Lincoln adopts slavery. That's always one of the funniest messages to see. Lincoln is still stuck on 2 cities right now. Does he even have a settler done? I don't think I even see a settler finished for him. No, he has no settlers. He has 2 workers that are roading out here. Man, he is struggling badly. Oh, game description on Twitch. Yes, I forgot to do that. Thank you. Thank you. Let me do that real quick. Usually I'm pretty good about that nowadays, but I do still forget sometimes. Okay. Usually I'm pretty good about that nowadays, but I do still forget sometimes. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. Alright, that should fix it. Thank you very much. There we go. Alright, that should fix it. Thank you very much. Okay. So Washington is a worker making a road on the... Yeah, I don't know what this was for. He just randomly built a road on that tile. Yeah, Washington is orange because when there's two leaders from the same civ, whichever one is listed first, which is Lincoln, gets the default colors, and then the next one gets orange colors. That's the way it typically works. Also Napoleon, what are you doing here? Why are you having so much trouble with barbarians? Your whole corps just got pillaged again. You even got horses. Build some chariots and stop them. Look at the barbs. They're tearing up all his roads. Poor Napoleon. Anyway, Brennus did finally get a third city out, so that's good news for him. J-Man got a fourth city out. Like, he's facing a lot of heat from the barbs, but he is getting his cities out. So I think he's the first to 4, either him or Victoria. One of them was the first to 4 cities. So yeah, he has been getting hit by barbs pretty heavily, but he did manage to get that. Also, the silly man throws this city out here. It's going to be a doozy getting a road over there, but he did connect that, so that's a plus for him. Yeah, so an odd game to be sure with all the barbarian problems. It definitely looks like we're going to have a later finish for this game because everyone's been struggling so much with barbarians. Alright, so Pakal... he should probably build some chariots with his horses. He does have... Alright, so Pakal has both key early resources. He has both bronze, he has both copper and horses. Once he connects them, I think he'll be in pretty good shape. How about Kublai? He's got a lot of territory. I don't see any... Oh, he has iron, so he just needs to finish iron working, which he's researching, and get that connected. Right now, he's taking a lot of pillaging from the barbs. Like, he doesn't have his corn at the capital is not connected. He did found this city, though, so he is up to 4. And every city that goes down does push back the frontier in which barbarians can spawn. Monty got a third city, so he's, yeah, got this spot over here. Vicky is out to 5 cities, first one to 5, and she seems to be off to a great start. She's doing a lot better than I expected in this game, largely because she has been somewhat insulated from barbarians. Lincoln, though, is... it's been a disaster so far. He's still on 2 cities. I don't know, man. Struggling pretty badly. Napoleon just had his whole corps pillage. He's going to have to reconnect everything. Like, seriously, he's had every single one of his tiles pillaged down here. I don't know how he let that happen. And then Washington founded this city here. So Washington is, like, expanding around him. Washington is certainly getting the better of this part of the map right now. Largely because Napoleon is being incompetent at stopping the barbs. Yeah, the AIs move, then the barbs move. That's correct, for the curious. Brennus is doing okay, I guess. Suryavarman's been at 3 cities for a while. He is on double settler at the moment. But he's been pillaged pretty badly as well. And J-Man, yeah, he's still struggling to get his cities connected. Like, he's got another settler out on the map. Yeah, we can look at that. We'll look at all the graphs on turn 50. Alright, so another city from Kublai. He's up to 5 as well. Good stuff for him. He's starting to get into territory that looked like it might have gone to Pakal instead. Pakal is still struggling up here. Although he is roading to his copper, and that will help him. And he just used his Hulken to get that kill. And just whip that settler. It's important for Pakal that he gets some of this territory over here and not cede this over to Kublai. So yeah, Victoria doing well. Kublai doing well. Washington doing fairly well, all things considered, in this game too. No, the civs have not all met at this point. The ones in the far corners of the continent have not contacted each other. The silly man is still struggling badly. I don't know what he's doing, and Lincoln is also in terrible shape. Those two are not looking good right now. Lincoln at least finally did get out to 3 cities, but man, struggling to say the least. And he does have copper at his third city, so if he can get that connected. I think one of the things that hurt Lincoln was he founded this city that had no resources at it for his second city. Like, yeah, no wonder you're going to struggle if your second city has 0 resources. Anyway, welcome, Sir System Error. Yeah, the Mongols are doing a pretty good job with their isolated start. They do have this Barb city to contend with, but that shouldn't be should be dealt with eventually. Oh, and here comes Pakal with an unescorted settler. All right, it's turn 50, but there we go. Turn 51. Vicky is most powerful. Interesting. Washington's second most powerful. All right, so in this game, I forgot to settle on turn 0, so everything's like 1 turn off. All right, you wanted diplomacy? So here we go. Look, as you can see, most of these AIs have not met each other yet. They're still struggling with the Barbarians. I should have thought about that in terms of space race. I should have realized we're going to have a later finish because the Barbs are going to mess things up. So yeah, not too many contacts thus far. Look at the bar graphs. All right, GNP, Pakal, and Victoria are tops in this, and then everybody else is trailing. Production, Vicky seems to be doing the best. After that, it's hard to say. Food, Vicky seems to be doing the best, followed by Washington, and Kublai and Suryavarman. Power, Vicky's tops. After that, it's pretty close. Yeah, Victoria is kind of the clear leader at this point, and Suryavarman's leading in culture. That's not surprising. Okay. I still think Pakal's going to be okay. I think he's going to get a pretty good share of the land, just due to the fact that he doesn't have anyone too close to him. And once he hacks all this jungle down, he's going to have financial something everywhere. Okay, so Kublai converts to Judaism. Could be significant. So he's picked up Pakal's religion. That's not so they will have good relations. That was expected. They have very similar peace weight scores too. And what else is going on right now? Yeah, it's true. Pakal's GMP is inflated somewhat from Holy City culture, but like he's going to go for Stonehenge. By the way, Pakal has marble connected already, and he's going to have stone soon too when his borders pop. So expect him to go for a lot of wonders. What's Vicky going for? Is anyone going for other wonders? Because I see the Stonehenge there. I'm just looking to try and see if anyone else is going for a wonder yet. No, the Great Wall would be a smart wonder to go for. J-Man's out to 5 cities as well. Just trying to look here at the overview map out of curiosity. Okay, and Brennus is up to 4 as well. So over here, the East is starting to run out of space already. The East is a little bit cramped. Has Napoleon finally managed to reconnect his resources? He should have a settler done because he just whipped his capital. Yeah, here he goes. So he does have a settler out. J-Man has a Great Wall going. Okay. Yeah, all right, thanks. I totally missed that, and then you guys put in the chat. Yes, so Great Wall would really be helpful for him. I don't know about building it in a size 2 city, but it would probably help him more than just about anyone else in the game right now, since he's got so many barbs. He does have another settler out already, though, so he's done a very good job of claiming land, even if he doesn't have a lot of stuff connected. And then this city from Pakal, this is a trash city right now, but again, give him 100 turns to cut down the jungle, and this will be a very nice spot, because it also claims another luxury for him. And he's got another settler here. He's probably going to claim these dies with that settler. So again, Pakal, he's going to struggle in the early game because he has so much jungle, but long term, I do think his position's pretty good. And Surrey also has another city out over here. Close-up of the Hulkin, okay. Here's one. Yeah, that's a unit we don't get to see that often. Their unique spear replacement. There we go, hanging out in the jungle. Looks pretty cool. So there you go. Yes, so this is the one game we've turned Raging Barbs on. Also, note that, so Vicky's got, is that her 6th city? Or her 5th? So 5th, okay. There's a Barb city over here. So how many Barb cities do we have? We have one there. I know we have one up near Kublai. Any others? There's one down here south of Surrey. Also, Monty up to 5 cities. Still looking to make trouble, I'm sure. Any other Barb cities? No. So we've got 3 Barb cities so far, scattered in different parts of the map. And man, Lincoln really, this guy really sucks in this game. He's even below the silly man in score right now, and you know that's trouble when he's below the silly man. Silly Man just had an awful starting position in this game. Really, really lousy one. Vicky's on construction, early construction there. And Washington is on... Washington also going for the Great Wall. Looks like he's going to get it, even though he doesn't really need it. But looks like he'll be the one to get it. He's on 5 cities as well. And Napoleon did grab a 4th city over here. Okay. So I'm curious, now I'm wondering where this settler is going to go. He might settle right on that tile. Oh, here comes Vicky. Look at this. The race between these two. They might just both settle on their current tile. Nope. So Pakal moves first in turn order, so he planted this city, which is truly awful until the jungle can be cut down. And then Vicky decided to turn around and move in a different direction. She has 2 settlers here. There's one under this sword, there's another one right here. So she now has settlers on both of these 2 tiles. She's going for construction. She's in good shape here. Although for some reason she's not planning either of these. Seriously, girl, just make up your mind and settle somewhere. And that early construction is intriguing as well. I wonder if she would go to war with Monty. Or Pakal, I guess. But Monty seems like the more likely target. Alright, so it looks like Stonehenge is going to go to Pakal. Looks like Great Wall is going to go over to America. This is do we need to make a building the wall joke here? America building the Great Wall. I'll just leave you in chat to do what you will with that one. So anyway, one of the leaders who has the least need for barbarian defense gets the Great Wall, and Pakal gets Stonehenge, so he will now get free culture, in addition to being creative, expansive, and financial. So yeah, Pakal is kind of like playing the long game. I will say this though, this is a pretty important city that Kublai has gone. If you look at where Kublai's expanded, he's expanded heavily to the south, where not because like he could have pushed north with his early cities. Instead, he's gone south, and that is crowding both J-Man and Pakal to a certain extent. Because like this city here could have been claimed by Pakal, it wasn't. I mean, like, look, this is really closer to Pakal's capital than it is to Kublai's capital, so this is a pretty key location here. Like I would have expected Pakal to get this river valley first, but denying this territory along the river to Pakal is a pretty big thing. Silly Man has another city. Wow, this one, that is a truly awful spot. It can't grow at size 1. That needs worker attention in the worst possible way. And remember, Suleiman is imperialistic, so like the fact that he is struggling this much with expansion is not a good sign. Lincoln grabs a city down here in the tundra. This is pretty awful as well, but the furs will be helpful, get him a little bit more happiness. And Monty is still in expansion mode for the time being. Surrey, looking pretty solid here, but he still is only on 4 cities, and he's gotten a little bit cramped. He probably needs to claim some more territory. 5 cities from Monty. What the? I was like, what the? Why does Los Angeles, a Barb city? Oh, hello. I was like, why does Los Angeles, a Barb city, have American culture? And then it's like, wait. Wait a minute. Okay, so he had one of his cities captured by the Barbarians. Yeah, this is not going well for Lincoln at all. Oh, man. What the heck? So he's back down to 4 cities again. Lost Los Angeles to the Barbs. Vicky out to 6 cities, as you guys pointed out. She is out of room to expand, though, so she will need to take a Barb city. Barbarian Hollywood. So that's the one thing for Vicky. She's out of territory to expand right now. So we'll see what she does. And over here, Napoleon is out to 5 cities. He got a pretty key location here. Number 1, this is just very useful territory. Number 2, it looks like it's going to deny the Celts. Well, no. I was going to say deny the Celts horses, but they grabbed horses up there. So a nice city spot for him. It looks like he's finally clearing the Barbarians. Oh, we have our first open borders request, first of many. We'll be happy to sign that. Although maybe I should have said no just so Pakal would get angry at me and we get to see his angry face. Also, look at this spot over here. J-Man, John, pushing way to the east with this city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's up to 7 now. I would not have expected him to get this. You would think that Suryavarman would have claimed this, but nope. Did not manage to get that spot. He does have a settler out over here somewhere, or in his capital. So anyway, Suryavarman looks like he's going to get another city over here. Okay, Washington converts to Islam. He is the only one in the game following that religion. So he had the minority religion of Suryavarman spread to him. And so that's just going to make people dislike him more. Yeah, see, look at this. Worst enemy of Brennus, worst enemy of Napoleon, worst enemy of Suryavarman. This is why I have him picked first to die. His diplomacy is not going to be good. That said, the fact that he grabbed this copper resource so early means that his power is in pretty good shape. Like, if we look at power on here, yeah, he's one of the leaders in power. Vicky is actually tops in that ranking. So he's in pretty good shape as far as that goes. I was checking to see if... Oh, I wanted to check to see if anyone over here had a settler out. So Napoleon has one done. How about Washington? No, those are just workers. So Washington, not currently expanding. Napoleon is, and Brennus does not look like he has a settler out. Looks like he looks like Brennus just recently founded this city down here. Muslim Orange America, I know, right? That's an unusual combination to say the least. Surrey has an unescorted settler out there. He has an escorted settler down here, which I expect is going to grab this iron resource, probably. Kublai is still doing his thing and expanding up there. So Vicky has gone to Pakal's religion as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities for the Mongols. Oh, and Pakal looks like he's going to build the Oracle as well. So Vicky, that will promote good or better relations between Vicky and Pakal. Both of them can declare war at please, though. And she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's at 7 cities as well. Okay, the Americans did finally take LA back. A pretty severe setback, though. Monty, Monty's been really quiet so far in this game. It's like we've barely even heard from him. He's just been struggling with barbarians. He does have Jags out now. Does he have horses, just out of curiosity? I don't think he does. No, so he has copper but no horses. And no real prospects for getting horses anytime soon either. Okay, and I was curious about... Oh, is this another Vicky settler? Yeah, look at this. She's pushing way to the east right now. Look, her capital's here. She's trying to get a city down here. Interesting. She's being very aggressive with her settling. Alright, so Pakal completes the Oracle. We'll have to check to see what tech he picked. Let's see. Probably metal casting would be my guess. Yep, he went for metal casting. No surprise. Always a good tech for the AIs to pick up. He doesn't have a gold or silver resource to double the happiness benefit, but still useful for him nonetheless. And I believe he had a settler out on the map somewhere. Yeah, he's got one here. But it looks like Vicky's going to beat him to the southern jungle down here with a city. Yeah, so grabs Newcastle. This city also is pretty vulnerable to being captured. Okay. And there we go. Washington declares, so our first war. Did not see that coming. I'm surprised that it's Washington declaring war. I would have expected Napoleon to be the one to declare war, but that is our first one. So we can stop looking at settling stuff and focus over here. So this city only has 2 units in it. So the way that this works is if Napoleon reinforces this city with these 2 units, I think he'll be okay. If not, I think he might be in trouble. That said, yeah, because Napoleon needs to get this axe into Lyon. Let's see what happens. Okay, so Washington didn't even attack at all. He just turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Let's see who has more power in this relationship right now. They're just about even, so that means there's likely not much going to happen between them. Probably not going to see much. Also, what the heck? What is this? Napoleon grabs a city here, like 1 turn before Brennus can claim it? That's kind of odd. Napoleon's like, screw you guys, I'm going over here to the west. Very, very odd, to say the least. So yeah, this war will likely be a stalemate, although Napoleon does have to deal with these barbarians coming in from the south. He needs, frankly, to settle cities down here to stop the barbarian spawns from coming in. Now, the real question is how much longer until Brennus joins this war? Oh, reveal map. Yes, great suggestion. One of the Celtic cities is in resistance. Is that true? Oh, yeah, huh. He might have lost it. Looks like he lost this to the Barbs and then recaptured it. So I guess it's not just Lincoln. This, yeah, so like in the short run, Washington's okay. Long run, I expect Brennus to join this war as well, and then that'll be his potential downfall. But so far, Victoria looking good. She's the early leader so far. Boy, this would be interesting to see who captured this. Like, if Pakal gets a good dice roll here, he could capture that city, and that would be interesting. He did not get a good enough dice roll, though. Like I said, the odds weren't likely, but could have happened. So J-Man has just picked up the majority religion of Surya Varman. Could be helpful. We are seeing a little bit of a religious divide between East and West, though. And over here, okay, so Pakal has a settler running around over here, just out of curiosity, just to keep an eye on that. All right, so Washington's going to attack at Lyon. He's not going to succeed. He's going to get cleaned up in detail when he attacked. Nope, he turned around and decided not to attack again. Well, if he ever does attack, he's going to get owned, because that city has walls, and it's not falling, whereas Chicago does not have walls at all. So, yeah, that's not looking too good there. Just to check in on Silly Man, he is up to 6 cities, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, but they are struggling mightily. They are like buried in jungle. Now he's even lower than Lincoln in score, and you know that's bad when he's below Lincoln in score, because Lincoln is having a terrible game right now. Pakal still has this settler heading east. Look at this. There's an unescorted settler from Kublai up here. Kublai's doing really well in this match. He's got a lot of territory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities. Looks like he's about to claim another one down here. He and Pakal look like they're dividing this up. And Vicky, of course, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cities. She's also the favorite to capture this Barb city. Or you would think she would be the favorite to capture that city. Meanwhile, Washington's back again. Let's see if he actually orders the attack this turn. If he does, it's not going to go very well. It looks like he attacked with some units. Now over here, this city looks like it's going to get walls up just in time because there's a Napoleon stacking coming. I think that they'll be completed before Napoleon attacks. I think. Not 100% sure. Let's see. No, he actually... Okay, so Napoleon actually got the attack off first, then walls were completed, but it still wasn't enough. Washington still was able to hold the city. And... yeah, so that just happened. Napoleon just lost his city to a Barbs. He's having some trouble here with these barbarians. Right now, there's only one war, Washington against Napoleon, that's it. And because that's a city on a hill, he actually might have some trouble getting this back. That's why I said I don't think Napoleon will have much success here in this war, because he's basically fighting the Barbs, and he's also fighting Washington. But I still think Washington is in deep trouble, because I expect Brennus will join this war at some point. Over here, Kublai founded that city. Let's see if Pakal now crams a spot right next to it. Nope, he's going further east. Looks like he wants this spot here. Okay. So that was just auto-raised. I think this is why we should have revealed the map sooner. Would have gotten these messages popping up. Because like I wouldn't have even seen that otherwise. So Pakal got a city here, and it looks like he's going to plant another city down here. I think on that tile where he's standing right now, yeah. Another city that's useless until the jungle gets cut down, but will be pretty good eventually. Over here is kind of a mess, right? Look at all this confusion. Kublai has done well for himself. J-Man has done pretty well for himself. Suryavarman has belatedly expanded, but is now in pretty good position. Why is Tabriz a Mongol city name? Good question. Good question. I don't know enough about that part of the world to say. And so Washington did get a 6th city up here in Miami. Let's see, it looks like Washington's going to attack here and then lose because he's attacking into city walls. Nope, Washington keeps pulling back and not attacking. Keeps delaying that. Brennus is going to get the pyramids, though, so that's kind of nice for him. Close-up of elephants. We see elephants in most games. Who has elephants? Is that Vicky who has them? So you guys must have spotted elephants somewhere, because I did not see them. Resources. Okay, must be Vicky, because there's ivory over here, and I don't know if there's any other ivory on this map. Or no, maybe Silly Man has them? No, he wouldn't have construction yet. Vicky has elephants by her capital. Okay, I'm not currently seeing any on the map, but I'll keep an eye out for them. There's obviously some where you guys wouldn't have mentioned it. Alright, well, we'll keep our eyes peeled for them. We'll see elephants at some point. Yeah, Vicky's doing quite well. She's almost certainly going to get this Barb City, too, Phrygian. Sooner or later, you'd think she'd get it. Oh, the resource? Oh, you're just talking about the resource? Okay. I mean, it's like it's a little elephant walking around. Brennus picked up Buddhism, so he picked up Suryavarman's religion, and he is going to build the pyramids. Look at this. This city's unhappy because it's been whipped. I don't know what Napoleon's doing up here. He's certainly not going to capture this city. He should focus on getting Marseille back before doing anything else. Alright, there's our second open borders request. And alright, so Brennus does complete the pyramids. He actually whipped it to completion. And another person picks up Suryavarman's religion. Oh wow, even more people picking up Suryavarman's religion. So a lot of Buddhism. Napoleon did get a great general on defense, I think. So yeah, Washington, the fact that he is not only has such a huge peace weight difference with these other leaders, but the fact that he also is practicing another religion from like everyone else, yeah, he's not in a good position diplomatically. We still have a very, like Napoleon has barely met anyone in the game right now. Kind of funny. Oh yeah, he hates Washington. We need someone to die so we can get to a state where we don't have to scroll the Diplo screen. Yeah, this is the most boring Monty ever. What the heck, Monty? Why aren't you like going crazy and declaring war on someone? I guess it's because he's still settling the map. I assume that's part of it. And this city is still up for grabs too. 2 barbarian archers. So Brennus goes to representation. That should help him. He's basically out of room to expand though, so I expect him to start thinking about war soon. And Marseille will be recaptured by Napoleon here. Did actually manage to take it back eventually. There we go. That belated message coming in. And Pakal also crammed in another city here. So just because so many of us picked Pakal to win, including me, been trying to focus on him a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cities. That's pretty good. I would say that there's kind of 2 issues long term for Pakal. One is that Victoria is very strong, stronger than I was expecting, and Victoria will likely be an enemy. I mean, they share the same religion right now, but long term that could be an issue. And number 2, the other issue I think for Pakal, by the way, he has not researched ironworking yet. 80 turns to get ironworking, even though he has jungle everywhere. Not the best prioritization for the AI. The other thing that could be an issue long term is there's a Buddhist block a little bit over to the east. So like Buddhism, all the civs in like the center of the map are practicing Buddhism, whereas Pakal is practicing Judaism. The fact that Kublai is also Jewish, though, is going to help him a lot, because that will give each of them a safe neighbor, and they'll be able to play off of each other. So that will help them, definitely will help them. I am surprised that Monty hasn't gone ballistic and attacked someone yet. Lincoln is by far the most likely target for him, right on his border, extreme peace weight difference, etc. But so far has not done so. And here comes, okay, worst enemy of Monty, worst enemy of Suleiman. That's random. So down here we see the same thing, Washington coming forward. Oh, and Lincoln has now converted to Pakal's religion as well. So the West is becoming a big, happy Buddhist love triangle. Vicky's actually pretty far ahead right now. He's got a significant score lead. But still, only just the one war. Only just that one battle. So Napoleon reinforced that city, and once again, Washington turns around and runs away. He's been very hesitant to actually attack that city. which is smart because he's not going to succeed, but showing more patience than we normally see from the AI. Brennus still doesn't seem to be in war mode yet. Suryavarman is just kind of lurking right now. Just kind of hanging out. J-Man, similarly, just kind of hanging out. Oh, look at this. He's got a lot of border tension there. Watch Vicky pull an Elizabeth. Yeah, we could see that happen. Vicky is being helped by the fact that Lincoln has a very similar peace weight. So those two will be good friends. If Lincoln were to be conquered, though, Victoria will be in a lot of trouble. Like, she has to hope that Lincoln can hang in there. His weakness is a very bad sign for her. Like, if Monty takes out Lincoln, then Vicky would be surrounded by Pakal, who doesn't like her, and Monty, who doesn't like her, and Kublai, who doesn't like her very much. Let's just see who's worst enemies. So Lincoln's the worst enemy of Suryavarman, that's random. Monty's the worst enemy of Victoria. Napoleon's the worst enemy of Washington. Surya's the worst enemy of Lincoln. Vicky's the worst enemy of Monty and Suleiman, and then Washington's the worst enemy of Brennus and Napoleon. So again, Washington, like I said, long term, I do not like his situation. Okay, so once again, Washington turned around and retreated without attacking. That's been a big nothing burger over there. I keep waiting for Brennus to start building units in all his cities. Let's see if anyone's power spiking. Kublai's is going up. It's kind of hard to tell. Hard to see anyone's like really spiking right now. Very early calendar by J-Man. Yeah, well, I think he has a fair number of calendar resources. He's got spices, bananas. It makes sense given the resources that he has, so I can definitely see that. And then Suleiman got this city like randomly over here. Monty looks like he might be stirring something up. It's kind of shocking he's gone this long without stirring something up. Looks like he's thinking about it. So that Barb city is still holding, even though it's got enemy units on like every side of it. And Pakal can now start the long, slow process of cutting down all his jungle, which is something he needs to do. At least he can connect Ivory, though. That will give him elephants. Yeah, we'll do a big overview at turn 100, definitely. Yeah, okay, so Monty looks like he's getting something ready over here. So that's pretty key. Kublai picked up that city that was... Barb city was on his borders, and he's going to settle another city up here. So that will get him to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That'll get him to 10 cities, maybe 11 if he crams 2 up here. And that's more than most of the leaders in this game have. Most of them are around roughly 6 cities, something like that. So that'll put him in pretty good shape. Does everyone have ironworking? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Let's hold off a little bit longer. Over here, it looks like Washington did finally attack Lyon, but I don't think he had too much success there. In the meantime, though, I want to see if Monty's getting ready to declare war. Nope, he turned around. Still grouping his stack together, I think. Lincoln, by the way, Lincoln looks like he's going to attack someone, because these units all have the AI attack mission, and they're wandering around up there. Yeah, I think Washington, he attacked at Lyon and failed. And Brennus still seems content for the moment to hang out and not attack. I'm surprised Napoleon hasn't tried to buy him into this war yet. Yeah, Monty and Lincoln look like they're going to war with each other. That, or I don't know where that Lincoln unit's headed. Or maybe he's going for the Barb city. But Monty is about to attack someone. So Pakal gets a great profit. He'll use that for his shrine. And Vicky founds her own religion. Now that could be highly significant if she found if she converts to Christianity. I believe that's the Code of Laws religion that she was picking up there. Wait, Pakal's score is lower than I was expecting. I think he is struggling because he's got all this jungle. And his cities are just smaller in size because of it. Connecting this ivory is actually going to help him a lot. Just to check back in on this war here. Doesn't look like any cities are in danger of falling right now. Is Napoleon still fighting Barbs in the south? Yeah, he kind of is. Yeah, he's still dealing with barbarians. But in the meantime, let's see if Monty starts something here. Well, he hasn't yet, but he sure looks like he's thinking about it. That city of St. Louis is pretty vulnerable. Just going to keep the focus here for another turn. Yes. So the answer is yes. Monty was starting something. There it is. All right, so not looking too good for Lincoln here. All right. Let's put that on, and Pakal finishes his shrine as expected. That will help him, his economy. All right, so as to no one's surprise, Monty decides to stir up trouble and declares war on Lincoln. Let's see how far he can get. Lincoln is in a very weak position, but he does have metal, so he's not completely helpless. He has this copper resource over here. Monty for playoffs. I mean, if he conquers far enough. So he is ahead of Lincoln in power by a pretty noticeable amount. Vicky's tops in power, though. I wonder if Lincoln could get Vicky to join the war on his side. And over here, we've got like a several-way struggle to see if anyone can take this Barb City. What Vicky will do is a pretty open question right now, too. Because she's quite strong. The France versus America war continues to be largely with no change, although Washington did found a city here, Buffalo, on this hill. This city's getting a little vulnerable here. I don't think it's due to fall, but it is slightly vulnerable. Oh, one sec, I'll be right back. I'm glad you had your phone. Yeah. Okay. So, just to let you know what happened, the door to our office got stuck, and we had to like shoulder it open. The stuff that happens in apartments sometimes. Okay. Where were we? Yeah. So this city doesn't have that many defenders in it. That said, with city walls, it's unlikely to fall. Unlikely to fall. So with the whole map more or less being settled at this point, I do think we're going to see more wars popping up pretty assiduously now. All right. So yes, we'll sign borders. By the way, I've mentioned this before. I do think that the leader artwork for Washington looks really good in this game. I don't know why. I just think it came out looking very true to life. Some of the leader artwork I don't like very much, but that one I think turned out pretty good. Okay, so yeah, wow, what a confusing game we have right now. Pakal's building yet another wonder. Vicky is also building the Temple of Artemis. She seems to be mostly doing econ stuff and doing it well. Monty at war. Suryavarman, I wonder if he's thinking... wow, a lot of people building the Temple of Artemis. I'm wondering if Suryavarman's thinking about a war, because he is building a lot of military in his cities. Sillyman is buried in jungle and still trying to cut his way out. Brennus looks like he might finally be starting to build up some military, and then these two are still fighting over here, as we've seen before. Yeah, they're just wandering around over there. Which leader arc do I hate? I'm not a big fan. Here, let me go into the... no, wrong button. Let me go into the Civilopedia real quick. I don't want this to be too big of a diversion, but I'm not a big fan of the artwork for Hatshepsut. This was one of the first ones that, just little insight from someone who worked on the development team. This was one of the first ones done, and I think it looks kind of cheesy. I just don't think it looks all that good, and I don't like the Julius Caesar one either. I just don't think it looks very accurate. I don't know, just like that whole toga just looks really cheap and not... like, that does not look like the way fabric would actually be draped, so I don't like those two very much. Those were also some of the first ones to be done. Yeah, and Gandhi was one of the other first ones done, too. Okay, where were we? So let's see what... oh, wow. Oh, geez, Monty's about to capture another city here. He's just going to run right over Boston. All right, so much for that. Yeah, this is not going well. Lincoln desperately needs Vicky to come in. Oh, and the Mongols took a Barb City. So the Mongols took this Barb City that everyone was competing over. Interesting. It's going to be surrounded by other cultures on all sides. So, yeah, Brennus, you need to get off your rear end and attack Washington, or else Lincoln's going to be first to die, and not Washington the way I was expecting. So yeah, and Victoria really should think about intervening in this, because long term this is not good for her if Lincoln gets taken out of the game so easily. But we'll see. Monty does not have catapults, and there are walls in the city of Washington, but he is already doing a lot of damage, as you would expect from Montezuma. This war between France and the other America is completely stalemated, or at least I think so. Brennus is the same religion as Washington now. Oh yeah, because Washington converted to Buddhism. Good point. Let's see, how does he feel about, where's Brennus? Washington. Oh, it's the one that's down there. Well, no, he's still annoyed. He's still annoyed with Washington, so still very willing to declare war. There was a big attack here against Lyon, and it failed. Oh, what the? Oh, so Monty had one of his recent American conquests recaptured, and then he took it back again. So the Americans took it, and then the Aztecs took it back again. And we only saw the announcement once, because after it was captured, we lost it on the reveal map after it was taken for the first time. But the borders are awfully confusing over here. What's Kublai thinking about? He's got to be planning to declare war on someone, right? And Brennus is very aggressive. I can't imagine that he's going to be content to just build Buddhist missionaries forever. A lot of people don't like Lincoln very much. Sorry, bud. You got to deal with this war on your own. Alright, so the Khmer took one of the Barb cities. Maybe that's what the Khmer were focusing on. This is a pretty good Barb city. Look at that. It's got a dry corn and what is this, a tundra deer? Okay, well the tundra deer is a pretty lousy tile, but anytime you get a 5-food tile, you automatically have a solid city. And meanwhile, yeah, this war over here just grinds on endlessly. Not a fan of Lincoln's leaderhead. I actually don't mind Lincoln's leaderhead. I think it's pretty decent. So Pakal finished Temple of Artemis. Washington finished his Great Lighthouse. So that'll be nice for whoever attacks and kills Washington after they defeat him. It'll be nice that they take that. Napoleon needs construction if he's going to make any advances, which he does not have. Similar thing for Washington. And it does look like the Barbarians have finally been pushed back. Like if you look down here, if I look on the enemy military, this shows the Barbs. The Barbs have largely been reduced to just the southern tundra at this point. So the age of the Barbarian is drawing to a close, basically. We've finally mostly seen the last of them. And look at this, now Pakal's right onto another wonder. He seems content just to build wonders for the time being. Vicky, though, I really wonder if she would attack one of her neighbors, because she is very strong, and her intervention in one of these wars would be pretty decisive. All right, we will sign open borders with you. So I think the game's kind of in like a holding pattern for the moment until we see another war declaration. I don't know if Monty's going to be able to make any more progress. He might be able to take Houston if he gets a big stack down there. Let's see if he's moving out. He would not be able to take Washington. Suryavarman's actually #1 in territory. I guess that makes sense. Oh, and it's turn 101, so that makes for a convenient overview point. Let's see what we got here. All right, so Vicky's leading in GMP, Pakal's second, Suryavarman's third. Down here, Lincoln and Napoleon are struggling pretty badly as far as tech goes. Production, Kublai is first. Monty is actually second. That's pretty surprising. Food, Vicky, Kublai, Brennus, Surrey, Monty, Pakal, and Washington and Lincoln are struggling right now. Power, Kublai and Vicky are tops, and then it's a big group, and then Lincoln is last. And culture, it's about what you'd expect. Pakal and Varman. Okay. Let's just check real quickly everybody's research rate, because some of you requested. Brennis, 38, only 40% research though. J-Man, 39, only 30% research. Kublai, 59, only 40%. So a lot of these guys have room to grow as they cut their costs. Lincoln, 24, that's pretty bad. Monty, 53, wow, Monty. Where's this coming from? Napoleon, 18, okay, that's terrible. Pakal, 61. Suleiman, 27, that's terrible as well. Suryavarman, 91, okay. So Suryavarman and Pakal are doing quite well. And then Vicky, Vicky at 132 is the clear tech leader right now. All right, and as you guys requested, we'll give ourselves ironworking. Everyone should have it by now, which will put us in the classical era. If I can find it. Should be on the bottom tech tree. There we go. All right, so now we're in the classical era. Monty is the worst enemy of Victoria, so if she were to go to war, we know who she'd go after. Look at this poor Barb City. And the Jags are on the march at the moment. Look at all those Jaguar warriors spaced out like that. If they go for Washington, they won't succeed. If they go for Houston, they will take it over. That would be the smart move. So Napoleon has now also converted to Buddhism. Everybody in the East is Buddhist now. Everybody in the West is Jewish. Those seem to be the only two religions of any note in this game. Islam ultimately didn't have any effect. Yes, Suleiman is in this game, believe it or not. Come on, Kublai, you gotta be thinking about doing something. And you, Victoria. Are you guys just gonna sit there forever? Vicky could throw this game into a tailspin if she were to attack Pakal or something like that. Okay, yes, we'll sign open borders with you. Looks like Monty pulled back slightly to regroup his stack. Doesn't have that many units in this, maybe a dozen. And meanwhile, it looks like France is on the offensive for the moment. Again, without catapults, it's basically impossible for either side to do something until they get catapults, and neither side is very close because both of them have terrible teching rates. Lincoln's on math. How about Napoleon? He doesn't even have math yet, so neither of them are very close to catapults at all. Oh, and J-Man, yeah, he's just kind of hanging out in the middle of the map. Still wondering when he's going to do something. Monty calls himself peace-loving, yeah. Well, hey, it's always how you see yourself, right? So Victoria has her own self-founded religion, which there's a decent chance she'll swap to it if she can spread Christianity around. So Pakal does get another key wonder. The Colossus is always super nice for financial civs. They get the 4 commerce water tiles, yeah. Like this Clam's tile is now 5 food, 4 commerce, so that'll help. Granted, he doesn't have a ton of cities on the coast. He has 1, 2, 3, 4. And 4 is not nothing, though. Probably working about 10 water tiles, something like that, and he'll work more as he continues to grow. I looked at Lincoln, not Washington. Oh, it's Washington, not Lincoln. Okay, fair point. Sorry about that. My bad. Getting the two of them confused. Okay, so Napoleon just attacked Chicago and all his units died, not surprisingly, because he has no catapults to deal with the city walls. And Lincoln and Washington got a great general as a result. Yeah, so Napoleon does seem to be slowly losing this war, this like 1v1 war. I'm just surprised that it has remained a 1v1 war. I thought someone else would be going after Washington. And here comes Monty's next stack. These two right next to each other. So the question is who would attack who? And Surrey picks up a nice wonder for himself. Oh, hello. Well, that's not what we were expecting. Vicky declares on Pakal. Okay, so wow. Okay, that could be pretty bad for a lot of us if Pakal is the first one to go down in this game. Interesting. So Vicky, remember, Vicky is very strong right now. Yeah, her power is here and Pakal's is here. This is not a good sign for Pakal. What Pakal will need to do is get someone else to join this war on his side, like Kublai Khan would probably be the big one. Surprising that Vicky. All right, so here's Vicky's main stack. Yeah, that's pretty scary. That's a lot of catapults. Let's see. So like this initial, these initial chariots likely won't do much, but this big stack coming up behind is not likely to be pretty for Pakal. All right, so here's where we're gonna get the angry face from him. He's like, I don't understand. Why won't you come to our aid? And then he's like, oh man. And then he's happy again. He's like, okay, it's fine. We're still friends. Kublai getting the mausoleum. Nice for him. And so, ooh, over here, look at this. This city, Lyon, is quite low. It's fairly vulnerable, although Napoleon does move before Washington, so he'll probably just reinforce it. Yeah, so he was able to reinforce in time. But, yeah, Napoleon's struggling in that 1v1 war. Alright, and so I think that's the last Barb city on the map. Yeah, looks like the Barbs are just about gone. How many military units they both have? That's a great question. It'll be more for Victoria. So she has 65 units, and Pakal has 35. It's a pretty big edge, and Victoria does have catapults as well. So she will be able to... Yeah, this city, in my opinion, is dead. There's no chance of it holding out. Does Vicky have horseback riding? I don't think she does. No, so she can't build elephants because she lacks horseback riding. Yeah, this is not looking good for Pakal. Pakal first to die. Also, I don't know what happened to that Montezuma stack, but I suspect it attacked Washington. Yeah, it looks like it attacked Washington and just died. And Napoleon attacked, or not Napoleon, Washington attacked over here with no success yet again. So 3 ongoing wars at the moment. Here comes Pakal's stack. Now, Pakal does have construction as well, but this is just too much force. There's no way he can hold this city, not against all those catapults. Good thing, smart of him to move a galley into the city right before it's likely to get captured. Yeah, he just has chariots defending this city. That's not going to work. So Pakal, yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here. For all his wonders, he's in deep trouble right now. He's like, can't somebody come help me out? Anyway, I'm just checking right now to see if looks like anyone over here is building up for war. It doesn't look like it at the moment. How about you, Kublai? I don't think so. So Mayapan should get captured here. Yeah, as expected. And now Pakal has like this little stack right here next to Vicky's main army. Alright, so there's the message as expected. Let's see what happens next. Is Pakal going to attack Warwick? He did. It didn't go very well. And then his units get cleaned up. So yeah, that went pretty horribly for Pakal, our favorite to win this match. But that was what he needed. So Kublai has now entered the war. So that's, like I said, that's exactly what Pakal needed here, was for his friend to the north to come join him. I don't know if that'll be enough, but it certainly will help. And so, and this looks like it was, I suspect that this was Pakal pulling Kublai into the war, because it doesn't look like Kublai was planning to start this right now. Also, Kublai has a very exposed city right here. Alright, so let's see what happens. Oh, and we should also just check in. Is anything going on over here? Napoleon has yet another stack moving forward, but without construction, neither one of these two can really make any progress. And Brennus still seems content just to hang out and not fight, as well as Surrey. I wonder if they're going after this Barb City. Perhaps that's what's occupying Surrey of Armin, going after the Barb City. And J-Man is just like hanging out in the middle of the map. Monty, note this though, Monty on construction. He needs construction to defeat Lincoln. Once he gets that, he'll have a chance, but he won't be able to defeat Lincoln without construction. I think we just revealed the map like 2 or 3 turns ago. Alright, so Vicky is continuing her push. Used up some of her stack, but not all of it. Kublay's going to have to gather his forces. Alright, here they come. Longbows, swords, etc. Where's Kublai? Is he putting a stack together? Alright, here comes Kublai with his little force. He has catapults as well. Looks like his target's going to be Newcastle, which is not especially well defended. Monty has not put another stack together yet. This endless war in the east continues. Still waiting on construction. So Napoleon is finally on construction. Washington researched mathematics, but he went for currency. So when Napoleon finishes that, he will potentially be able to start making some progress. Out of the game leaders, Surrey of Armin and Brennus, the only, and Joe and J-Man are the 3 that are like we're kind of waiting to see what they do, if anything. It looks like he might be going for this Barb City. J-Man, who knows? Oh, and Silly Man is not in a war either, but come on, he's like a non-entity at this point. I do continue to wonder why Brennus, who is a very aggressive leader, has not taken any action to date. Yeah, Kublai is putting together a pretty decent stack over here. I don't know if that's going to be enough to help Pakal, but we'll see. Because like this stack here is, probably strong enough to take Chichen Itza. Although it is on a hill, so it will get that defensive benefit. And look at this, Pakal's on feudalism. If he can upgrade some of these archer, well, he only has 1 archer in the city. If he can get a couple longbows in there, it might be enough to hold this. Because there aren't that many great attacking units here. There's the swords and the catapults. I don't know. That could be a tight struggle to see for that city. No, but of course he's going to go for a Jewish missionary, you know. There goes all the defenses. That didn't take very long. Alright, Kublai. We will sign open borders. No. We will not join you in your war. With what's in that city right now, I do not think they have enough to hold. Especially not with this other stack coming up. So I think Chichen Itza is going to be captured too. And then we'll see if what Kublai decides to do. Over here, oh, here comes Monty. I was like, what is Monty doing? And then I finally found his stack is over here. Kind of a random place to attack from. Going after Los Angeles. This war continues to be stalemated in the east, so we'll just ignore that. Silly Man looks like he's going after something, though. What's this? Who does Silly Man dislike? Let me see if I can find worst enemy of the Silly Man. Because it looks like he's starting to head after someone. Up, it's Lincoln. It's Lincoln. Looks like he's going after Lincoln. I would assume, based on the fact that that's his worst enemy. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. But right now, Chichen Itza is our main focus. I think the city's going to get captured. Ooh, close. Close. It's held for this turn. Yeah, it's going to get captured, though. Look, most of the attackers survived, whereas almost all the defenders died. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. So Pakal's going to lose that city. And then over here we still see that war going on, and here comes the Silly Man with his stack. Or Vicky. He could attack Vicky, that's true. But since... yeah, we'll see. But he does look like, if we look on the map, it's like he's walking like this way. It does seem like he's beelining for Los Angeles, as far as like if we look at the direction at which he's moving. Could be wrong. Alright, so Chichen Itza is likely going to fall here. Yeah, so Vicky captures that. Cancel your deals with the English. So this is not looking great for Pakal. He needs his protector, Kublai, to do something for him. Kublai is currently bombarding down the defenses. Where's the rest of his units? He's got to have more. I guess he's still grouping them into stacks because here it is. Here's his other big stack because he was caught unaware of this war. I think he was just caught off guard. All right. Is anything happening over here? Doesn't look like it. Still looks like they're stalemated. No. That attack did not succeed. No, not Hernan Cortez. I have no idea whose great general that was, but it did not survive. And Monty is, of course, still fighting as well. Here's Monty at Los Angeles. Again, he doesn't... Does he have any catapults? No, not yet. He was researching... Alright, so he's researching them. Again, he won't be able to take this city with its 50% defenses until he gets catapults. But it does seem like it's only a matter of time until he's able to finish running over Lincoln. And here comes the silly man, still slowly incoming. We'll see if he's going for Victoria, but I don't think so. And meanwhile, Vicky is in the process of healing her stack. Most of it survived that attack on Chichen Itza. That successful attack. Yeah. So it's pretty close right now between Vicky and Kublai Khan for the game lead. And then, actually, Surya Varman's quite close too. Pakal is... He might be out of the running at this point to win the game. Because he's taken a lot of damage in this war. It'd be kind of funny if these two axes recaptured Chichen Itza. Yeah, we can look at the Jaguar again. Oh, he actually took it back. Wow. That's surprising. Wow, I can't believe he got that city back so easily. So I suspect what happened is Kublai pulled some of Vicky's units to the south, and then that allowed Pakal to get that city back. That helps him a lot. So Newcastle looks like it held for the time being, but there's a big Kublai stack right there. And here comes Suleiman, who I suspect does not have open borders with Victoria. It looks like he might be trying to walk through here to get down to Lincoln. Anyway, so the Jaguars, yes, we had a request for them. Let me see if I can get one of them from the front. Front view instead of a back view. All right, here we go. The Mesoamerican units, there's some really cool artwork for them. There they are. Yeah, so they do have a face inside that Jaguar helmet. And then there's their spearmen over here. Again, a lot of this is ahistorical because they didn't have iron in the Americas prior to... Well, they had iron, but they weren't familiar with making weapons out of metals. Iron was apparently pretty rare in Central America, so a lot of these units that have like metal weapons, it's not terribly realistic, but it's fun to see these units as they were like imagined. Brennus, you gonna do anything? Still waiting. There's no Eagle Warriors in this game. They're in Civ 6, but not in Civ 4. Alright, so Vicky has pulled her units away from attacking Pakal and brought them down here to defend Newcastle, which has a pretty sizable stack outside it. The spearmen are essentially Eagle Warriors? Okay. And we'll see if Pakal now tries to slip in and recapture Mayapan. Vicky is on guilds though, so that's, a key tech. Knights would be very nice for her. And here comes Monty with another stack. Geez, that's a lot of units. Not going to be any more successful than the last one, though, because he needs construction. Napoleon's about to finish construction. Washington's about to finish construction, though. I think that Washington is much more likely to conquer Napoleon at this point than vice versa, though. Washington just seems to be stronger. Napoleon really needs someone to join him. Like, Brennus? Where are you, buddy? Come on, man. You going to join this war ever? Is it even possible for Brennus to join this war? It is. He's cautious, not annoyed. And it looks like all the AIs have finally met each other at this point. What happens if units... Okay, so here's a good question. What happens if units are sharing a tile, one civ declares war on the other? The units that are... one of the units gets teleported. The units declaring war tend to get teleported. We've had a long discussions about this at Realms Beyond. Speaker and I actually did manage to use that to some advantage when we were playing in the Pit Boss 2 game. We actually got an enemy stack to teleport in a way that favored us at the end of that game. So yeah, they get teleported, and we've never quite been able to figure out the rules for where they get teleported to. Also, Pakal now has elephants, so that will help him. So he's got an 8 strength unit to push back against the maces that Vicky's now fielding. Also, so what happened to these units? Did they sign peace? Did they just move out of the way? Okay, so they signed peace. That's very bad news for Pakal. And Washington also converted to, oh boy. So Washington has gone over to the Western religion, which means that everyone over there in the East is now going to hate him. Yeah, see now Brennus is right back to annoyed instead of cautious. But that was really good news for Vicky. She was able to get peace with Kublai, who was about to capture Newcastle. So good news for her. Bad news for Pakal, who's now left alone to fight Vicky again. Oh, thanks for nothing, KK. Well, Pakal would not have been able to recapture Chichen Itza without that peace deal. And here comes Suleiman slowly walking his stack down. Also, hey, look at this. Surrey's about to join the war too. I noticed all these red dots in the minimap, so it looks like Lincoln's going to be first to die, you guys. Between the Silly Man, Suryavarman, and Montezuma, I don't see any way he can survive. And yeah, Suryavarman is... yeah, he's looking pretty good. So he will declare war this turn or next turn or whatever, but he's about to attack too. There it is. Okay, so here comes the war declaration. Pakal's still building wonders. Alright, there it is. Don't forget, the Silly Man's heading down here. He's going to declare war on Lincoln as well. So let's update the war counter. Already up to 5. Did Lincoln build any wonders? I don't think so. Do not think so. So anyway, it's just a matter of time till Vicky marshals her armies and heads for Uxmal, or back to Chichen Itza again, one of the two. Oh, and there are some Barb cities still hanging out down here. And, oh, in this war in the east, there is still fighting over here. There was yet another unsuccessful attack on Lyon. A lot of unhappiness on both sides. So, Napoleon has 6 cities. Washington has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities. And Lyon has been so heavily fought over that it's practically useless as a city. So that's why Washington's winning. He just has more cities, more overall productive power. Monty's still attacking. And where did Silly Man go? I know he had units down here. Oh, they're in Phrygian this turn, that's why. So, there's actually no catapults in this initial force that Suryavarman's bringing down here, which is interesting. Like, he does have catapults following behind the main stack, but none in the initial force. And of course, Monty is still up here. He still does not have any catapults with his forces either. He's building them, but there's none in this initial stack. And yeah, so Vicky's still rebuilding her force, but I don't think it's too long before she heads up there. And this music's like do 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 do. Yeah, Lincoln only has 4 cities. Lincoln is going to be first to die, you guys. He's going to be attacked by 3 people at once here. I really thought we'd see... oh, and that's key. Who just built the AP? Victoria. Okay, so that's pretty important. And Napoleon and Washington did sign peace. Okay, so that endless war came to an end. Endless war came to an end. And it looks like, look, Napoleon gave over his city over to Washington in the peace deal. There we go. No, I don't think that that was the Apostolic Palace. I think that they had just, both sides were ready to sign peace. So America is going to be the first one to be defeated in this game. It's just going to be a different America than I thought. I thought it would be Washington. Really thought that Brennus would join Napoleon in attacking, but it just has not happened. Brennus has sat there doing nothing the whole game. Oh, wow. So Surrey did not have catapults. Apparently he didn't think that mattered. He just plowed right through the defenses and took... yeah, and there's the... Yeah, and there's the other war messages. We've been watching Silly Man for a while as he walked across the map. Alright. So... yeah, Lincoln is not long for this world. And that's bad news for Victoria, because even though she's in a really strong position, like she's number 2 in the game, she's going to be surrounded by all very low piece weight civs, and she's a very high piece weight leader, so this is not good news for her. Like, I do not like her chances long term in this game if Lincoln goes down so quickly, which it certainly looks like is about to happen. Oh, well, that's a signal that Brennus is probably getting ready to fight someone. Otherwise, I can't think why he would go police state. And Bakal finished the Statue of Zeus. That's a key wonder. So here's where Vicky's in the process of attacking, but it looks like Bakal's going to hold this attack off. This particular little probe that Vicky's using. Because there's just not that many units there. Oh, never mind. Here comes the rest of her force. Or some more units, at least. And Bakal got a great artist. Did he just get the music great artist? Yes, he just got the music great artist. So even though Bakal is struggling in this game, I still don't think it's impossible for him to win this. He's very good at teching, and he has an outside shot at a cultural victory with all the wonders he's picked up. Anyway, so Lincoln has most of his forces in Los Angeles, which means that Suryavarman's just going to clean up Houston down here. Yeah, Kublai bailed him out long enough to get longbows set up in pretty good numbers. Also, it looks like Kublai is getting ready to attack someone. I don't know who it is, because he's got these Kashyyyks running through. Who does he dislike? Kublai. Oh, I have to look at the other leaders to see who his worst enemy is. Poor Lincoln. So Napoleon's the worst enemy of Pakal, Victoria, and Washington. I wonder why Pakal. Probably religion. Vicky's the worst enemy of Brennus. Okay, I don't see anyone who's the worst enemy of Kublai at this point. How are the leaders for culture? It's too early in the game to focus much on culture. I can say Pakal's put himself in pretty good position to go for culture. The other leaders, it's hard to say. Also, Uxmal is going to be captured here. We haven't been focusing on this one as much, but those City Raider maces have been enough. So yeah, Pakal... I mean, he's starting to run out of territory, right? He doesn't have that many more cities. He's going to lose this one. He did manage, well, he managed to hold out one more turn than I thought. But yeah, he's still going to lose this city. Look at all those heavily injured maces. Also, Houston's about to fall. And up here, this city, LA, has been getting attacked. Looks like Silly Man threw his whole stack at it and didn't achieve very much. So Suryavarman and Kublai are tops in power. And then we've got another group, Brennus, who's been increasing in power and is clearly about to fight someone. Brennus, Victoria, and Monty. And then you see the losers down here. Napoleon and Washington have... or not Washington, Lincoln have taken it on the chin pretty hard. And Lincoln's in the process of dying. Where's that Kublai force going? Anyway, they might be going for the Barbs. No, never mind. Oh, Barb City's over here. Who knows? We'll find out sooner or later where they're going. Yeah, Brennus is definitely building up to attack someone. J-Man is in this game, believe it or not. Yeah, he is building he's building some wonders. He's just kind of sitting there, not doing much. It's pretty surprising how little he's done in this game. Also, wanted to see if Uxmal gets captured. Alright, so it did get captured. That's not a surprise. Heavy fighting, but it was enough to take the city. As Vicky builds a wonder. Alright, so she'll need a couple turns to reset her forces. Houston, I expect to go down in a turn or two. So all the defenses are gone now. And yeah, there's very little in that city that can stand up to what Surrey brought. Okay, so there it is. The eternal war has continued. Kublai, maybe this was just his destiny, right? To go back to war with J-Man again. Also, for some reason, he's attacking from this side, which makes no sense. The eternal war, it's back again. These two, long history between these two. This is probably a pretty good target for him to pick, except I don't know why he started his attack from down here. If he had just attacked from this direction, it would have made a heck of a lot more sense. Mongolia versus Portugal, round 2, but probably more like round 20, something like that. And we're still waiting on Brennus now to pick his opponent too. That soft underbelly. I guess that's what he's thinking. Weird way to go about fighting, but we'll see. Coimbra is very poorly defended, so give him credit for that. But the next city to fall should be Houston, over here. Alright, so as expected, it's captured. Lincoln's still getting rolled. And Vicky is still reloading from her last conquest attack. Actually has very few units in this city. She should be able to build knights, though, because she was on guilds before. Hold on, does she have, she has iron. Is she missing horse? No, she has iron and horses. She can build knights. She really should be building some. I guess she's going for the stables first. And Brennus, what are you thinking about, man? Who are you thinking about fighting? Because you're still building up to attack somebody. Look at these cities down here. You might say this looks like an awful city, and you're right, it is pretty bad, but it's still worth founding for the day. The AIs, they can work the water tiles and then work the copper tile. You can get the city up to like size 6, and it's worth doing. She doesn't have, oh, she doesn't have horseback riding. Is that it? No, she has to, because she has the stables. She has to have horseback riding. Attack by enveloping. Yeah, all right, so here we go. This is the big force on the march right now. So it took out about half the defenses that turn. It's pretty tight for first place in this game right now, too. Yeah. 11 catapults? Oh, and he's triggering a golden age, too. Smart, he paired that with a revolt. A double revolt. That would explain it. Because he finished the wonder. And so Vicky does have some knights, see? She does have some. Over here, the vultures are circling on the remaining 2 American cities. But for the time being, let's put the focus on Kublai's attack. I don't know if he'll attack this turn. This turn or next turn, he should take this city. He just got rid of all the defenses. Nope, I guess he's waiting one more turn. But that city is definitely doomed. And from there, he has a pretty clean path onto the capital at Lisbon. Just go one more turn here. Oh, Victoria signed peace with Pakal. Okay, well that's pretty significant. Guess I should have let those messages play. So Pakal manages to stabilize and stay in the game. There we go. Okay, a lot of messages. And Surrey went into a golden age too, jeez. Alright, so Monty going after this city, and this city has almost nothing left. He didn't bother to take out the defenses, he just attacked. He might be able to take that over. So we're starting to see some consolidation in this game. And Brennus looks like he's out of war-making mode now. Well, maybe he's still building units. Napoleon, you are probably not going to make it to the end of this game, but we'll see. So Vicky made peace with Pakal. Pakal did not give up any more cities in the peace treaty, but he did lose Uxmal and Mayapan long-term from this conflict. Alright, let's see if Monty can take out Seattle. As I said, there's very few units left in that. Oh, no, never mind. He brought catapults up, so now he'll stop to bombard the defenses. It'll be interesting to see who gets these last remaining cities. Okay, great. Yeah, we know you're at war. Whether Surrey takes more, it's like if Surrey Varman gets all 4 of them, Monty would have only gotten St. Louis and Boston. Also, what the heck? Why is this Barb City like in the middle of Aztec territory? Could Vicky jump on Monty now? She could. She's not in a war. She could declare on someone else. She doesn't like Monty very much. Where is it? Yeah, she's annoyed towards him. She doesn't like much of anyone except Lincoln. She loves Lincoln. That's about it. Does Pakov enough culture to get Uxmal back? Well, I mean, he can't culture flip it, right? Because cities captured in war, it can't be culture flipped. Oh, and we should check in on the Mongols. Where are they going? So they're in the process of bringing up another stack. Unless they have something coming. Oh, they've got a little siege going on up north here, too. But Lagos seems to be pretty well defended. Anyway, so continue to watch down here at Seattle. Yeah, cities won't flip back to someone who conquered them. It's a rule in Civ4. You can turn that off as an option, but I think it's a pretty good one. Just annoying when that happens. All right, and yeah, there's more stacks incoming. The silly man is bringing a force down here, but unlikely to do that much. Also, Kashyyyks are just running around everywhere. Surrey, okay, so Surrey gets Chichen Itza. He's not being attacked, so that's not terribly significant. Where are his catapults? He had a big stack of catapults. I guess he used up some of them attacking. I think Lisbon's not going to last for too long, and once that falls, it's that's probably the beginning of the end for J-Man. All right, but the next city capture is likely to be Seattle because the defenses are just about gone. I think Surrey Varman's going to get this. Yep, Monty did a lot of the work in removing the defenses, but it was Surrey who took advantage of it. All right, so that's nice. Probably not what you should be building while you're being attacked, but I guess that's nice and all. Have slightly better priest specialists. Hooray. And Lincoln's down to one city left. Still pretty well defended, though, in that one city. So it'll probably take a couple turns. Or, yeah, Surrey Varman's looking pretty strong right now. Surrey and Kublai both looking pretty strong. Where's Lincoln's last city? Here we go. We're also getting a fiendish tangle of different orders down here in the southwest. Alright, so Silly Man has been throwing units at Lincoln without much success. Yeah, yeah, look at him grabbing his forehead. That's pretty much how I would feel in this situation, too. So, Silly Man didn't achieve anything, and Lincoln converts to Christianity. That seems like a good move, changing religions here. I think Surrey Varman's going to get this last city, too. He's bringing in 2 more large stacks. Oh, and Brennus is apparently thinking about declaring war, too, because I see Celtic units moving in. Might be too late for Brennus, though. Yeah, so Brennus is about to join this war, too. Lincoln is just like the continent's whipping boy right now. Oh, okay. Or Washington could declare on Brennus. Okay. Boy, Washington's been pretty aggressive this game. His aggression rating's not that high, but he's been starting multiple wars. So now Brennus probably won't declare war on what's left of Lincoln. He'll probably turn this big stack around and go after Washington. It's a long way out of the way, long way out of position, though. By the way, how long do you think before Napoleon rejoins this war and goes back to fighting Washington again? Like WTF Washington? Yeah, see, Brennus was 1 turn away from attacking, and he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The vultures are circling at LA. Poor Lincoln. He has a combat 4 shock axe in there. And Kublai picked up the Sistine Chapel, which is kind of nice. Could Seattle flip to Victoria? Where's Seattle? No. There's actually no English culture on this tile. Coventry would have to expand borders again, and Surrey's a very strong cultural civ, so unlikely. Probably should be fine. Alright. Keep an eye on this. This could be our first elimination. Well, the defenses are just about gone, so now it's just who decides to attack. Monty, actually, since Monty moves before Surya Varman, he's probably going to get this and claim the kill. Kublai Khan building Notre Dame too? Yeah, you're right. Alright, so just to check in with this invasion force from America, here it is up here. Doesn't look like it's succeeding. Looks like Brennus actually attacked and killed most of that force. Yeah, Brennus is here and Washington's here, so I don't know what... I'm not sure that that was the best decision. Oh, and here's the... Wow, okay, so these are the ballista elephants from Surya Varman. They look really cool with the red trim, and normally they have blue, but yeah, they look pretty fearsome in that red. Nice. Okay. Anyway, so I think Monty's actually going to claim this kill because he moves first. We'll see, though. But this should be it for the Americans. Yeah, so Monty gets it. Monty, and he, he deserves it because he was the one who started this whole shebang. Needless to say, the silly man ended up getting nothing from all that. More great generals popping up. But that's it. So Lincoln, first to die. Those of you who picked it, well done. It was not my choice. Alright, so let me fill that in our picking contest. First eliminated Lincoln. A fair number of you had that. I wouldn't say it was that. Actually, no. We had 19 people pick it. Actually, that's pretty good. So maybe like around 20% of the entrants had it. A little less than that. So well done, those of you who picked that. I was incorrect. I had the wrong America. I just thought that Brennus would join Napoleon in carving up America. It just didn't happen. Brennus sat around doing nothing. And let me write it in the spreadsheet. So Lincoln was last place. Okay. All right, Lincoln first to die. So Monty gets the kill. Let me mark that. Wow, yeah, believe that's the first time Montezuma has actually gotten a kill in the three seasons we've done this. And Lincoln is turn 149. Okay. Not the greatest showing from Lincoln. He really struggled with the Barbarians. I had the wrong America. Alright, so at the moment I believe the only war that's ongoing is the one, yeah, over there in the east. That said, if we go back to the diplomacy screen for a second, so this is how Victoria feels about the other civs, and then this is how other civs feel about Victoria. So annoyed with Brennus, cautious with Kublai, annoyed with Monty, annoyed with Napoleon, annoyed with Surya Varman. Vicky's long-term diplomatic situation is not very good here, so I would be concerned for her long-term. And Kublai and Surya Varman look to be in the best shape going forward. But there's still a long way to go. Kublai in particular, is, if he can pull off this attack successfully, in fact, he's going to take Lisbon on the next turn because there's almost nothing left in there. He lost a lot of units in his stack, but I think he's got this. Nope, never mind. Got reinforced by J-Man. He just pumped a lot more units in there. So Lisbon did hold. Yeah, and he attacked and lost that particular stack. Okay, so Kublai has been shut down for the moment, and they even signed peace. Okay, so for the time being, those two have stopped, and J-Man will survive. But again, long-term, his position's not great either, with his high peace weight and with the enmity of Kublai. All right, so the other, like I said, the only war ongoing now is between Brennus and Washington. So let's put the camera focus over here. Again, I do expect Napoleon to join this war sooner rather than later, since he does not like Washington very much. Worst enemy of Pakal and Victoria. It's pretty random. All right, and good timing. It's turn 151, so let's refresh the map first, as we like to do. Yeah, Kublai continues to struggle to take out J-Man. He does. So someday he's going to get a chance to do this, though. Blah. Okay, bar graphs. Okay, GMP. Somewhat surprising that well, never mind. I was going to say somewhat surprising Kublay's up there, but he was in a golden age, and I think that this was his golden age spike. Victoria and Kublai first, Bakal, Suryavarman, Napoleon is really struggling in that category of production. All right, so there's their golden ages. Looks like they're about the same. Napoleon really struggling on production. Food, Kublai, Surrey, Victoria, they seem to be the top three pretty clearly at this point. And then Monty is somewhat surprising fourth. Bakal next to last at this point. His food, because he's lost those cities, and then Napoleon is looking pretty weak. Yeah, Bakal, Napoleon still weak down there. Seems to be pretty consistent that Suryavarman and Kublai Khan are among the two leaders right now. And then culture. All right, so there Bakal looks like he used a culture bomb. He used his music great artist. Where did he use it? I guess he did in, hold on. We'll be able to know right away. So he used it in Okswita. He culture bombed this city for some reason. I don't quite see that. Diplomatically, there's your screen. That, again, with this many leaders, it's kind of hard to tell. There's quite a few of the greens for friendly, which is a little bit surprising, but I guess it's because there's so much shared faith and mutual military struggle. A lot of the Buddhist brothers seem to like each other a lot. Kublai Khan has religious casus belli with just about everyone. That's true. A Mayan city. This one's a Mayan city. All right. So let's keep going. I expect the next thing we'll see is that Washington will be defeated. That would be my guess for what will happen next, but we'll see. Brennus is certainly in the position to benefit the most from this conflict, as you continue to see a gazillion elephants running through Aztec territory. So remember, Brennus was going to go attack Lincoln, so he's had to walk his stack all the way back across the middle of the continent, and it's taking a little while to do that. So I suspect when those units finally make it back, and it looks like some of them... No, I don't... Oh, it's like a Barb city. Okay. So that Barb city has finally disappeared, and then there's one more in the deep tundra, which will also be captured and not auto-raised. And then we have the Barb Armada down here. But it is reachable by enemy, by AI ships. It's not like trapped in the ice. The Barbarian Armada. Surrey and Brennus love each other. They have the same religion, and they're both organized religion favorite civic. Yeah, that makes sense. And a lot of these leaders have hereditary rule as their favorite civic too. Yeah, so right now, note the enormous armies congregating on this last Barb city. We probably won't see another war declaration from these guys until the Barbs are removed, because they're like at war with the Barbarians already, and they're focused on that. Meanwhile, Victoria is our tech leader. She's doing fine in that regard. It's just her long-term diplomatic situation is not very good. Yeah, Bakal sniped Notre Dame. It's true. I don't think Monty will stay at peace for very long either. I suspect Victoria would be his next target, but who really knows? I think he has some very large cities. Look at that, size 18? Jeez. All right. Here's Brennus's first real stack, like legit force. Which he's moving against Miami, the logical border city to pursue. Has 4 catapults there. Yeah, so here's Suryavarman's going to take this Barb city, which has grown to size 2, so it will not be auto-raised. So he'll take that one. All right. Meanwhile, I'll keep the other focus here at the siege of Miami. One thing that Vicky could do, which would be really disastrous, would be if she converted to Christianity, which is her own self-founded religion, or Confucianism, which I believe is also a self-founded religion of hers. If she were to swap to one of those religions, it would torpedo her relations with Pakal and Kublai even further, and Washington, whatever that's worth. I don't know why Washington is Jewish in this game. He, for some reason, has the religion that's present on the other side of the continent. Yeah, the Barbarians did manage to outlast Lincoln, it's true. Barbarians lasted longer than one of our civs. Sorry, we just can't afford a war right now. Yeah, I don't... Even though there's a lot of longbows here, I don't think they'll fare very well once the walls are down and these catapults hit them. We shall see, though. Pakal may be doomed long-term due to religion. I agree that having Judaism could be troublesome. A lot depends on what Kublai Khan does. Pakal needs Kublai Khan to be strong. Okay, so there was... yeah, there was some fighting there. But not too much. Would Vicky change from the AP religion? Good question. The AI does have a... they always have like a default tendency to go for a religion they've self-founded. I don't know if she would swap away from the AP religion. Maybe. I don't know quite how that calculation works, just that they prefer to use their own self-founded religions, all other things being equal. Alright, so there was a pretty big attack on Miami that turn. And it looks like Brennus got the better of that exchange, as far as I can tell. Ooh, hello. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, so that's Monty just being a troll and throwing chaos into the game. So he's decided he wants to go after Kublai, who he probably should have been friends with, but different religion may have been a factor there. Alright, so I don't know how that's going to shake out. Other than the fact that Monty is a wild card. He does crazy stuff. I guess it was religious tensions there. It's like, Monty! Yeah, and maybe he just wanted this city, which it looks like he's going to capture. There are castle walls in here, though, so if he stops to bombard down the defenses, he might be there for a long time. Then again, he does have 6 catapults. Oh, and just as we go over to look over there, we do see the that border city go. No, what the? Napoleon has declared on... Oh. What the heck is this? Okay, I don't know what the heck that means. So let's unpack this. Suleiman declares war on Napoleon. And what was the other one? Napoleon declares on Pakal? What the heck? Okay. That's random. I did see that they were worst enemies with one another, but that's really bizarre. Okay. So here comes Napoleon's stack. Napoleon's very far behind in tech, so I don't know. I don't see that. Well, that was a thing that happened. Yeah, he does have a stack. And then Suleiman is declaring on Napoleon? What's up with that? Suleiman has declared war on Napoleon. What the heck? I was wondering if that was like an AP declaration or something. It's just very random. Okay, well... we'll see. Napoleon is pretty clearly the weakest AI in this game. I think Pakal, even though Pakal is not that strong, I think Pakal can fend this off without too much trouble. These two are just so far away from each other, though. And Pakal just founded the Divine Right religion. It looks like Monty is indeed sitting here to bombard the defenses, so that will probably give some time for the Mongols to potentially get down there and reinforce. And Kublai is on gunpowder tech. Does Suleiman have open borders with Brennus? Let's see. Alright, Suleiman. He does. Okay, so he can get down there. Only when he lacks open borders with his Victoria. By the way, Victoria is still in this. Like, if all these other low piece weight AIs want to fight each other, she'll probably just be content to sit back and continue teching. Also, I don't know what what Napoleon is doing with this little force here. It's truly confusing what that was all about. So here's Kublai as like a force that's counterattacking Montezuma. And meanwhile, Phrygian is still hanging out over here. If Monty took this, it would probably just culture flip to Victoria, frankly. Any idea where Silly Man's army is? That's a good question. I don't see any over here, so I'm really curious. And Brennis should be just about done healing up his army and be ready to move out again. He'll probably go for Chicago next. No, I have no idea what that Silly Man thing was. I'm like trying to see his units, but I don't... Yeah, your guess is as good as mine right now. I don't really see any Ottoman units. No, Suleiman's the yellow, so I have no clue what he's doing by declaring war on Napoleon. It's all very confusing. No, it's too early in the game. They don't have the text that unlock defensive packs, although that is a good thought, but it can't be a defensive pact. Sorry is on guilds, just keep that in mind. So if he starts pumping out knights, could be dangerous. Oh, hey. So the Mongols captured it and then it was recaptured back again. We're not able to hold it. Still, it wipes out all of the, even if a city's captured and recaptured like that, it wipes out all the cultural buildings inside. Looks like Napoleon's stack is in the process of retreating right now. No, now it was indeed taken back. So far I wouldn't say this is working out for Montezuma. But who knows, maybe he'll be able to take this. That city is looking very vulnerable. So yet again, that city was captured and recaptured. Or no, that time it was just captured, not captured and recaptured. Yeah, Suleiman was probably brought into the war because the Ottomans looked totally unprepared for this war. They were probably bought into it by the Mayans. That's usually what happens when you see an AI who's just like completely caught off guard. And Brennis, I think, is just about ready to move out with this stack again. I'm still wondering what Suryavarman's going to do, because he looks like he's building more military. He would certainly be a powerful ally. No, he would be a decisive force if he intervened in one of these wars, along with Victoria, who is just going to pick up liberalism on this turn. She's still the tech leader. And this map's big enough that like she doesn't have to take over that much territory. She can, she can launch the spaceship without having to like conquer any other civs. She probably needs a little bit more territory than she has right now, but like you don't have to be first in score to launch the spaceship in this game, basically. So, what tech did she pick? That's a good question. Let's see. She has gone for, it looks like she went for economics and grabbed the free great merchant. Or maybe not. Well, she already has economics. I didn't see a great merchant popping up though, so maybe not. If she didn't take that, then what else did she take? Either that or nationalism. She may have taken nationalism. Nationalism, yeah. Thank you, Philly. Okay, and then we had another request for open borders. So there you go. It's a confusing mess, as you might expect. Most open borders most AIs have open borders with most other AIs, but Victoria has them with very few people. Just Pakal and Yoao, J-Man. Okay, and indeed now I was gonna say the Celtic army was on the march, but it looks like that's only a small part of it. A whole bunch of them are still healing here. If you're curious about the power bar graphs, which would be useful to look at, Suryavarman is the clear leader. Oh yeah, and Washington's war is not going well. He's getting beaten down pretty heavily right now. Treaty of Windsor. She is the worst enemy of Ooh, that could be dangerous, being the worst enemy of Suryavarman. Could be very dangerous for Vicky. We'll see. I know I say that a lot in these games, because Surya has a lot of territory. Surya, I need you to finish second, not first. Do you think it could somehow come in second? And it looks like Brennus is going straight for the capital over here. Yep, going straight for the capital. Doesn't make a ton of sense, tactically speaking, but, well, you could argue it does. Punch right straight to the enemy's heart. It's the worst enemy of Victoria, that's so random. Alright, so Monty is finally getting ready to attack this city with his huge force that's just been standing in place all that time. And here's Kublai Khan's big army. I have no idea what Napoleon's doing. So we'll see if Monty finally attacks here at Phrygian this turn. Probably needs... Oh, he did, and he did capture the city. So it's a successful pickup for him. And up here, they're likely to be at attacking New York for some time. Suleiman's golden age has begun. Woo! Suleiman, who is still in this game. Note that Pakal is still building wonders over there. Could J-Man jump on Kublai? He certainly could. He doesn't like him since he got attacked earlier in the game. Look at Kublai. He's got a city there and a city there, but these captures are basically useless. They're not doing him any good. Ugh. Strange game. Very chaotic game so far. I'm still wondering if Suryavarman's going to jump on someone here. He certainly has the highest power of anyone in the game. Oh, well, there we go. You guys asked if Vicky could jump into the war, and she did. There you go. So Vicky has decided to join this. Oh, and Monty's made peace with Kublai. Yeah, that's probably smart from his perspective. But he didn't give back Phrygian, and Kublai didn't give back Texcoco. So now Vicky's at war with Montezuma. And I don't think she has a tech edge. She's ahead in tech, but I don't think she has a military unit edge. So I think they both have knights. I believe Monty has knights. No, maybe he doesn't have guilds yet. Okay, Monty does not have guilds, so Vicky does have a slight edge. She has knights, and Montezuma does not. Yeah, Monty is not... Well, I mean, he could have been dogpiled, but it's not happening now. This city, Phrygian, is going to get captured with ease, though. Monty can't hold that when it's completely surrounded by English culture. Yeah, oh boy, he's got a lot of units in there, too. A lot of injured units from the last war. Not a good sign for him. Anyway, New York is slowly getting bombarded down, the capital of East America. And meanwhile, Suryavarman's just like, do. I'll just keep researching, do. I'll let you guys fight for the time being. I do expect this city to be captured sooner rather than later. Or maybe not. Looks like Vicky threw some units at it, but didn't actually capture it. Power... Oh, actually, Vicky is... She kind of lost a lot of power there. Whatever Monty did, it worked. That seemed to be going pretty well. Also, remember, keep an eye on Suryavarman right up here. Vicky is the worst enemy of Suryavarman, so if he decides to drop the hammer and come after her, could get ugly. And New York is slowly dying, so I think it'll get captured in another turn or two. You would think that Napoleon would be joining in this, but no, Napoleon's fighting Pakal, and Pakal is actually brought forces over here. Wouldn't it be hilarious if Pakal then took over Napoleon's territory? Like all these cities down here. Oh, so Vicky does get a golden age. That's nice for her. And Monty is still somehow holding this city. I don't understand how he's holding it, but he is. Vicky, oh look, Vicky is taking corporation and not gunpowder. Can Pakal take France? Maybe. Alright, so New York was captured there by the Celts. Likely the beginning of the end for Washington, if that wasn't something that was underway already. So Brennus could emerge, if he takes over all of Washington's territory, he could emerge from this in pretty good shape. You know, he'd pick up, how many cities does Washington have? One, two, he's already gotten 2, and then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If he gets 8 cities from that, he's going to be one of the game leaders in terms of territory and score. Meanwhile, similarly, if Pakal can absorb like 4 or 5 cities here from Napoleon, that would get him back into game again. He would need to get into state property because his maintenance costs will be ridiculous with half his army on one side of the world, or half his empire on one side of the world and half his empire on the other side of the world. But I mean, if he were able to capture some and take over French territory, that would be that would put him in much better shape than he is right now. Like, there's not too many okay, so Surrey has decided to go snack on another treat. He decided he wanted to go after J-Man instead, which means that J-Man is likely going out of this game if that war continues. And Vicky took another city, her first city from Monty over here in the form of Los Angeles. She's still been stymied here, though, for what that's worth. So a lot going on right now. A lot going on. What does Suryavarman have up here? That's a pretty good force. Pretty good. Against a city that's building Versailles. Silly Man has just been completely silly the whole game. And don't forget, Silly Man is at war with... Silly Man's technically at war with Napoleon as well. He's got some units trickling down here to fight Napoleon. I'm curious to see if Pakal can take this. He's got a tech edge because Napoleon is quite backwards right now. That might be enough to capture Paris. And it is. So one of the game's most random wars is coming back to bite Napoleon. His horse archers in particular do really poorly against the elephants that Pakal is fielding. We did, I believe. I thought I updated it. Should be 13. Okay, you guys are saying it should be 13. I trust you. Alright, so there was a lot going on. So Paris was captured. What else was captured? Oh, that was the previous turn. Alright, so this force will likely be here for a little while. Alright, as you guys requested, want the classical music. Alright, what's the most basic classical tech I can pick that's probably not researched by anyone yet? Or medieval, excuse me. I think everyone has feudalism by this point. Go with that. Monty took back LA, did he? He may have taken it and then it was traded back again. Patent is Mayan. Yeah, Napoleon and Washington did start these wars. I know, right? So Brennus should be on the move again soon, too. His stack should be just about healed, and if he's smart, he'll go for San Francisco. If he's less smart, he might go in some random direction. Yeah, here comes the silly man. He's coming in. He's like, I'm coming to help. He's going after Tor over here. And Pakal has units like trickling in as well. Just crazy. Vicky still has not captured this city, Phrygian, but she's pressuring another city over here. I think the fact that she has knights and Monty does not is helping her, although Monty is about to finish guilds. So he'll have that as well. And another little English stack just got wiped out over there. Vicky, look how close Vicky and Surrey are right now for first place in score. If Suryavarman's able to roll over J-Man, though, he will take over the lead in score pretty clearly. And Brennus might get up close to the score lead too if he's able to finish this conquest of East America. For that matter, Pakal could get back in it too. All right, so he lost Paris between turns, unfortunately for him. Needs to bring more units over here. The supply lines are pretty ridiculous for him. So, was not able to hold that city, unfortunately. Does have knights, though. Knights will just trash anything that Napoleon has. Although Napoleon is going to get pikes, which are the only unit that can somewhat fight knights effectively in the same era. I guess maces do okay. Not great. And now Monty's going for gunpowder. Yep. So Monty has a heavy preference on researching techs that have military flavor, like gunpowder. So we've got some quite a few wars going on right now. This city, yeah, it just takes so long to bombard down the defenses. Even with 3 trebs, it's taking a long, long time to get those castle defenses down. Although there's another force over here that's, wow, okay, 7 cats and 4 trebs. That city's not going to last that long. And this is territory that actually makes logical sense for Suryavarman to go after, since it's right on his borders, as opposed to like these weird wars that are going on with opponents that are not next to each other. All right, so Brennus moved his force. He's going for Atlanta next. The city has almost no one defending it, but there's 1 trebuchet, so he'll probably stop to bombard. Yeah, probably going to stop to bombard down the defenses with that 1 trebuchet. So he'll be there for a little while. Elsewhere, we have sieges in place for Tours here. The Silly Man seems to be going after this one. And it looks like he's going to get it, too. Brennus, Golden Age. Monty has a city that's being assaulted by the English, and it looks like they're going to capture that city, too, as Vicky goes for democracy. Where were we? Yes, over here, Tours. Probably be captured by the Silly Man right here. By now, the turns are starting to take a little bit longer to process. Yeah, it was captured. Turns taking a little bit longer to process because there's so many units on the map right now that has to be moved by the AI. So Silly Man actually did something in this game. He took a city. I don't think Napoleon is too long for this world, not with 2 people fighting him, and him being so weak technologically. Like, if we look at his teching, he's getting 94 beakers per turn, whereas Suryavarman's at 377, so, you know, that's not very sustainable in the long run. Atlanta's got about half the defenses gone now, so that's in progress. Over here, I think Surrey's getting ready to attack these 2 cities, so let's watch this assault right here. And with his knights, he shouldn't have too much trouble capturing these. His enormous armies. Nope, still working on the defenses. 16% and 6%. How about Vicky? She's getting ready to attack over here too. I wouldn't be surprised if she captured that city. Let's see, so Brennus on gunpowder, Kublai on the rifling line, J-Man on guilds. A lot of people on gunpowder right now. That seems to be pretty common. Yeah, Napoleon doesn't have much left. Alright, back to the front right here. The American civs have done very poorly in this game. America as a civ often struggles because all their stuff comes so late on the tech tree. It just makes it difficult for them. Alright, so Braga captured. This city also looks like it's going to be captured, judging by how many attackers there are. Monty's city was captured. So yeah, Monty is struggling here against Vicky. This is probably her opportunity to gain more territory while all of her other rivals are tied up in wars, except Kublai. I don't think he's in a war with anyone right now. No, he's still kind of like a free agent. I think everyone else, though, is fighting someone right now. So he could be, he could potentially join one of these wars. No, going to Immortal would not cause there to be late game wars with nukes. It would just cause the game to take longer. We've seen plenty of late game wars with nukes on Deity. Like, we've had many, many nuclear exchanges in these games before. All that going to Immortal difficulty would do is mean that games would take more total turns, not that they would actually be more likely to reach nuclear weapons. Monty's still holding to Phrygian. Yeah, I know, right? Somehow. He's actually counterattacking with a pretty large force here at Newcastle. And Atlanta is probably the next city to fall because it's only at 8% defenses. Yeah, there it goes. So Brennus quietly making out like a bandit in this war. He's gaining quite a bit of territory for himself here. And it's all stuff that's like right on his border. Really should go after San Francisco though. And Pakal has another stack back here going after Marseille. It'll be a race between Sillyman and Pakal to see who can get this particular location. So I think Phrygian is finally going to fall to Vicky, although Monty might be able to take Newcastle. Vicky is slowly winning this war. And meanwhile up here, geez, look at all these units. I want to mass knights everywhere. Up here, this city's Surrey of Armin's about to capture another city. Why? I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this Portuguese city's name, but it's going to get captured here. So he's like chomping his way north into Portuguese territory. Wow, that held out another turn? Huh. Interesting. I'm surprised it wasn't taken that turn. Okay, I have a call. 1 second. Hello? I'm fine. Is this about tomorrow morning's appointment? Yes, that's correct. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Calling about to confirm that I did want to get my car serviced tomorrow as I had scheduled, which I did. I did not want to cancel that. I guess it's nice of them to call to confirm that appointment. Okay, so yes. Monty is in the process of potentially losing this city to Vicky. J-Man appears to be dying to Surrey of Armin, and then the two easternmost civs seem to be slowly collapsing. Alright, so there it goes. Lasted one more turn than I was expecting. Vicky is on replaceable parts, so she's probably going for rifling, which would give her red coats if she... yeah, okay, so Vicky, this is big. She could be the first one in the game to red coats. Not just rifles, but her unique unit version of rifles. And that would be... Well, let's just say that Monty won't have much of a chance once Vicky starts showing up with those units. So she's putting herself in a good position, too. Lincoln has finished 8th, 48th, and 27th. Yeah, well, so Lincoln is one of those leaders who has very binary results. Because, like, if he's in a game with a lot of peaceful leaders, then he's going to just do his peaceful teching thing, and he's going to look great. But if he's in a game with more aggressive leaders, he's going to be targeted, and he's probably going to die really fast. So, like I said, it's one of those, it's a very binary result. Anyway, Marseille is under attack from two different leaders here. Vicky, diplomatically, is not going to have a lot of friends, but if she gets strong enough, it might not matter. Like, if she takes out all of Aztec territory, she might be strong enough that she can just survive. Alright, and Sillyman gets another city. No, Pakal was supposed to get that. Pakal did a lot of the work, but Suleiman takes it. He's slowly getting a little bit more room for himself here, as Napoleon is in the process of dying. So Napoleon only has 4 cities left. And J-Man has now gone to a religion no one else practices, so that's likely to end really well for him. That was the city we just saw getting captured. Yeah, so how many cities does J-Man have? Only 5 left? This would be a good opportunity for Kublai Khan to jump into this war and take some territory for himself, but he doesn't seem too keen to do that right now. And Vicky actually being smart and going for a key military tech while she's at war. So she was being attacked here, and Monty still has quite a large stack up there. That's like 30, oh wow, 59 units, okay. Yeah, that's a lot. So yeah, so Monty and Vicky are very even right now. J-Man is getting crushed in his war. It's not looking good for him. But if Vicky can get to rifles, and because like she'll be able to upgrade pretty much every unit to rifles, all of her non-elephant, non-knight units will all upgrade to not just rifles, redcoats, and Monty will not be able to do much of anything against them. Not with his knights and medieval swarm; they won't fare very well at all. Yeah, Kublai Khan is like the one person right now who could intervene in one of these wars and have a major effect. Suleiman is up to Janissaries, so that's nice. Those Janissaries do great against Napoleon, because that's their specific role, was they just trash units that are outdated. And Napoleon's back, or Pakal's back against Napoleon's capital again. I don't think he's going to take this, though. Not unless his main stack gets over there. And what's going on in Portugal? So this city is now the next one being targeted, but it looks like Surya Varman still needs a little bit more time to bring up his units, unless he just pushes his way through that Leiria. We'll see. Yeah, he still needs a little bit more time with these units here. I was wondering where Brennus was going next. Oh, here it is. Okay, so he's headed for Philadelphia as his next target. And Napoleon, yeah, so here Pakal's little stack is still headed east, but it hasn't quite gotten there yet. I love how Montezuma and Surya Varman are they have units running through each other's territory constantly on the minimap. And let's see, Newcastle still holding out for the time being. Vicky is again stalling for time. Only 3 turns to rifling for her now, so she's getting close. Phrygian still somehow has not been captured. But I do think that if redcoats are on the scene, they'll be able to take that spot. I didn't even know Pakal was in a golden age. He's building Versailles. That seems like a good use of his production, building Versailles. Alright, so Pakal's joining his stacks together. And then he'll go after that city. Brennus only has 1 treb. He'll be there a while. Gonna be there a while. And Surya Varman continues to march forward, but he's not quite ready to take another city yet. So I'll keep the focus over here on Monty between these turns, because he's got an assault coming. Yeah, redcoats in 3. Napoleon doesn't have alphabet. That doesn't surprise me, given how bad his teching has been in this game. Alright, so that didn't work. Victoria held off that attack. Did they sign peace, just out of curiosity? She really should have kept fighting Monty. She was about to get a huge edge in unit technology. Yep. That's a mistake from her. She should have kept that war going. I mean, she did acquire some territory. She picked up Los Angeles. She picked up this Kalix city. But she was about to get a huge edge in technology. 1 turn away from rifling and you sign peace. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, Surrey just has his unit swarm running around in the green territory of Surya Varman, of J-Man. And anyway, Pakal and the Silly Man are on the march again. I think Paris will be captured in a turn or 2. Pyrrhic win for Monty. Maybe, in a way. So one of these 2 leaders is going to capture Paris. I don't know which one. Pakal moves first, but that might be good for Suleiman, to let Pakal throw some units at the city and then him come in and take it. That could be to his advantage. Let's see. I would guess that the silly man's going to get this, if I had to bet on it. No, it is Pakal. Yay! Pakal fans rejoice. Yeah, we know you're at war with Brennus and losing. Oh, so there was... Okay, so I didn't know... Oh, okay, I missed this. So I was watching Brennus' stack up here. Brennus had another stack down here that came up from the south and took Chicago. So there's very little... Wow, what a... Just think about the path of conquest he's taken in this game, in attacking Washington, right? So he attacked Miami, then New York, then Atlanta, then Chicago, and then Philadelphia. Like, this makes no sense whatsoever. San Francisco's still holding out up there. Really, really weird, but whatever. Brennus is still slowly climbing. He's on military science. That'll unlock grenadiers. Not that he needs them for this war, but maybe for the next war. So yeah, he will take these last 4 cities, I think, without too much trouble. Pac-Man finally gets a fruit. And look, Pakal's got another force coming in here against Orleans, or Orléans, if you want to do the French pronunciation. In the meantime, though, there's more fighting still in Portugal. I'm surprised it's taken Suryavarman this long to cut through Portugal, considering how huge his edge is in technology and army size. Although I guess he's not that far ahead technologically. It's just he has a huge edge in numbers. Still, it won't be too much longer now. Also, Kublai Khan, what are you doing? Why have you not joined one of these wars? Really would have benefited him to jump into one of these conflicts. Alright, the vultures continue to circle here. The smart thing for Pakal to do is just to attack, but he has 1 catapult, so perhaps he'll waste time bombarding. He should just attack and he would take this city without any trouble. It looks like they've decided to stop and bombard, so it'll just be 50-50 as to whether Pakal or Suleiman gets Orléans. And meanwhile up here, this city looks like it's getting ready to be attacked. There's not really a mystery about who gets this one, so I'm more curious about watching the action over here, because we know that city's going to fall. Down here, it's a mystery about who actually captures this city. Whether it's Pakal or the Silly Man or whoever. Alright, well there goes the defenses. Oh wow, okay. So the defenses were gone, but the city itself wasn't attacked. So that means Pakal, because he moves before Suleiman, will likely get... Or did Pakal sign peace? Where's the Mayan units? Did they all die? I don't know, maybe the Mayan units moved out. So I guess Silly Man's going to get this, because I don't see any Pakal units down here. Interesting. Well, over here, the city's down to 12% defenses, so that's going to be captured. You picked Lincoln to win, Napoleon second, and Vicky first to die, so yeah. Alright. I guess Pakal may have just moved his stack back to regroup. So Silly Man gets that one too. He's gotten 3 of the 4 cities taken so far. And up here, this city still survived 1 more turn with Pakal's huge army outside it. Or not Pakal, Suryavarman's huge army outside it. Vicky's back to teching again. If you're curious about the redcoats, here's a quick view. I mean, they look pretty much like what you'd expect. But, yeah, redcoat, sure enough. So their specific benefit, I'm trying to remember what theirs is. So let me just highlight that. So here's rifles. 25% versus mounted. Oh, that's right. They get the bonus for other gunpowder units. Very, very nice. Very nice ability to have. One of the better unique units in this game. Not absolute top tier like cataphracts or fast workers, but a really nice unit nonetheless. Yeah, J-Man's a tough out. Like, he's been holding off this attack pretty well. Like, I mean, he's not going to succeed long term. I think Suryavarman will finish him off as long as he stays at war and doesn't sign peace, but he's been a tough out. He's certainly held off Kublai Khan. Like, he could have died easily to Kublai, but he stopped that attack cold, and he's forcing the game leader to be the one to stop him, which is impressive. That said, he is down to just 4 cities left, excuse me. So He probably doesn't have too much time left in this game. We're slowly running out of AIs, right? Because Washington's dying, Napoleon's dying, J-Man's dying. That'll cut us down to just 7 AIs. Get back down to like the size of a normal game. And it looks like Pakal wants to go for Chartres down there, I think. He can move along these roads in neutral territory. Yeah, I expect he'll be the one to get this. Although we'll see, Suryavarman or Silly Man has some units out here too. Kublai sending a stack somewhere? Okay. Oh, and a Barb City apparently popped up down here too. Okay, that's pretty random. I'm surprised that it was able to spawn, because Barb Cities can only spawn in territory where no units have vision. So what did we think about Kublai? That he's preparing an attack on someone? Let's just see who he's unfriendly with at a quick glance. So Kublai. I don't see him with a worst enemy at the moment, just FYI. Barbs will outlast America and France. Brennus has been bombarding this city down like forever, but he will finally take it sooner or later. Has not been a fast conquest for Brennus, but it's been pretty decisive. Alright, who's going to get Chartres? It's Silly Man again. Boy, Pakal really sucks at taking these cities, doesn't he? He's only gotten 1 out of the 5 cities that have been captured. Pretty crazy. So there's only 1 French city left, Reims. Silly Man's forming a little Ottoman colony down here. And over here, it looks like the next target... Well, never mind. I was going to say the next target is the Portuguese capital, but there's 2 cities being targeted here at once. And if we're curious about the bar graphs, Vicky and, interestingly, Kublai is really high on the bar graphs too, as far as GMP goes. Food, it's about what you'd expect. Boy, what happened to Pakal? What did he do? Did he just whip something? And then power, it's about what we'd expect too. Alright, well, let's see who is going to win the race to get over here. Poor Pakal, he's done a lot of work and not gotten too many of the rewards. He could have easily gotten 2 or 3 more cities out of this. Oh, and I think this city will finally be attacked soon. What the? Why is there an American swordsman running around? Is Washington building swords? No, he has maces. Why has he never upgraded his sword to a mace? It seems so weird. That's just weird. Alright, and it's turn 201. So I should have just waited until that... Oh, hello. Hi, Kublai Caravel out there. Is Monty gearing up for another war? Of course he is. He's always gearing up for another war. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's building colosseums and temples. He's definitely getting ready for another war. No, to be more serious, he's not actually planning another war at the moment. Does not appear to be plotting war. So let's you know what, let's look at the everybody's tech situation for this, because we did look at the bar graphs recently. Okay, so Brennus, that's a pretty determined beeline to get grenadiers. Look at that. He doesn't he has paper, guilds, and then he beelined all the way to military science. I guess he really wanted them, and now he's going printing press scientific method. Okay, J-Man went for astronomy on a similar beeline. Does have gunpowder, so he does have muskets. Not really that close to rifling. He needs 3 more techs. Alright, Kublai is all the way up to democracy. Excuse me, I'm scrolling the wrong way. All the way up to democracy on there. Has the corporation. Has not gone for rifling, though. Still, his tech situation's pretty good. Monty, not the best techer, Monty. Wants military tradition. Already has gunpowder, so that'll unlock Cuirassier when he gets there, although he still's got a way to go. Napoleon is still in the medieval era. He doesn't even have code of laws or calendar. What the heck? His best unit he can build is maces. Does not have guilds for knights. Pakal, not quite as good as some of the other leaders, but is not in terrible shape for tech. On corporation, has economics, has constitution. Suleiman is also in pretty lousy shape as far as techs go, though he is on education. Suryavarman, not as good of a tech situation as you might think. He's basically equal with Pakal, who is pretty far behind him, and Victoria is certainly ahead. Vicky's already on communism, so she got the Great Spy. I'm sure she's building Kremlin. She already has democracy, and she has rifling tech as well. So she is definitely the tech leader right now. Has skipped Divine Right, which is kind of interesting. And Washington is dying, so he does have knights, but that's about it. So interesting, yeah. We're in another one of those situations where Suryavarman is first in score, but he's not first in tech. All right, and the vultures continue to circle against Brems here. And we should finally see an attack on Philadelphia on this turn or next turn. Suryavarman is very slowly attacking his way through this territory. I'll watch the battle at Philadelphia, because I think that city's going to fall this turn. Yeah, Kublai and Vicky are winning in tech. Vicky makes sense because of her financial trait. Kublai being one of the tech leaders is kind of weird, though. Just surprising more than anything else. So that city's captured. San Francisco is now the American capital. Kind of interesting. Silicon Valley or something. And then there's these two other cities left here. Meanwhile, J-Man's still holding out, still slowly dying, but not in any kind of fast way. And then we've got the dice roll for who gets this last city. Will Silly Man claim this one too? I think part of it's going to come down to who just attacks instead of stopping and bombarding defenses, because there's not very many units in here. I think there's like 6 or so defenders. Certainly enough to be taken out by these attackers. Suleiman has more units here, so he's more likely to get this. Kublai and Pakal are bros, it's true. They're on really good terms with each other. Like almost identical piece weight. I think they're 1 off. I think it's really close on piece weight, and then they have the same religion and have shared it the whole game. They've been in a shared war together. So they're just bros in this game. Yep, so it still mostly just comes down to who actually attacks between these two. And then this city is slowly getting whittled down. And where's Brennus going next? He still just hasn't seemed to have made up his mind yet on which city he's targeting yet. But there's the first grenadier he's got out on the map. Who's going to get the kill? Pakal or Suleiman? And the city, of course, but the kill is more prestigious, obviously. They really deserve credit equally. You could give them a shared kill here, but we don't do that. It's whoever gets the last blow. Yeah, Washington outliving Napoleon. I am surprised. Definitely surprised by that. Okay, I'm also surprised by that. Monty going after Kublai again. Random. Okay. Monty just can't stay out of a war, can he? Where is Monty's stack? He must have one, right? You would think he would have a force if he was planning on declaring... Oh, here it is. Okay. He wants to go after this city. Okay, well, Kublai is pretty strong. I don't know about that decision. Kublai's also about to hit rifling, and Monty's not even remotely close, so I don't know about this decision, Monty. We'll see, though. We'll see. Rifles in 3 turns. Yep, you guys called it in chat. Will Pakal just attack? Nope, he stopped the bombards. That means Suleiman's going to get this city, I think. Nope, it hung out. And wow, this city's lasting a lot longer than I thought. Worst enemy of Victoria, again. So that city was captured here. Evora is taken between turns. This long-running war between Suryavarman and J-Man still slowly grinding on, taking one city at a time. Although note that the initial two cities taken were these two. This one's already up to size 15, and that's size 12. So they've been integrated pretty well into the Khmer territory. All right. Oh, okay, I see. So Suleiman did attack, but he wasn't able to take out the defender. So Pakal's going to get this city and claim the kill, unless I am very seriously wrong. There it goes. Yay, Pakal gets the kill. I like Pakal more than Suleiman. I'm biased in that regard. All right, so our second elimination. I am surprised that Washington outlived Napoleon. That's really unexpected. Napoleon, I don't know. He just doesn't seem to be that great of an AI. By the way, this one other thing to mention. This is Napoleon's first game that he did not get a kill in. He's gotten one kill in every one of his previous games, which is kind of interesting. All right, so Pakal gets the kill. Napoleon's the next one eliminated, bizarrely. All right. Yes? What's wrong? Oh, we're still gonna need a while longer. Just FYI. Okay, and it's turn 208. All right, so Napoleon, not the best showing here. Not the best showing. All right, so let me make sure the broadcast looks good. Okay. So there we go. Vicky gets physics in 2.5. Yeah, she's down to 1 beaker. It's true. Vicky moved to free religion. Yeah, that's interesting. So that will hurt her relations with the other Jewish civs, but it will improve them with the Buddhist civs. Yeah, her diplomatic situation is pretty awful. The only one who likes her is Washington, who's about to die. She better hope that she can stay out of wars, because she is not well liked by just about anyone, except Washington, who, as we know, is not going to be around much longer. Okay, so Brennus is still figuring out which city he wants to attack next. And then we've got this Kublai Khan versus Montezuma thing going on. Yeah, Vicky's problem is her peace weight, right, which she can't do anything about. That's just innate to her as a leader. So yeah, and over here, Suryavarman continues his march. I wonder why Victoria's tech rate is so low. She's probably still upgrading units, would be my guess, and running a lower percentage on the cultural slider, or on the research slider. That would be my guess. Yeah, those Diplo numbers for her are not good. Okay, yeah, so she went all the way. Okay. What? Brennus made peace? What the? Why in the world would you sign peace, Brennus? You had 2 cities left. Why would you leave him alive with 2 cities? I wonder if that was the Apostolic Palace or something. That's just... what? Well, again, I don't think Washington is not liked by anyone, so he probably will not be in this much longer either. Bizarre. Just bizarre. It could be Apostolic Palace trolled. It is possible. Nah, those cities are not going to go back to Washington. Washington doesn't even have that much culture in his surviving cities. Alright, so there goes another Portuguese city. Only 2 left now. And note that Kublai does have rifles now. So Monty is not likely to be very successful. So that means he can also build cavalry now. Big civic swap for Brennus. So yeah, once Kublai has a chance to get his forces upgraded and move down there, this is probably not going to go very well for Monty. Monty does still have a decent number of cities, but man, he has managed to annoy almost all of his neighbors with his constant warring. Just to give you a sense of Washington, where's So this is how he feels about other civs. This is how other civs feel about him. So Kublai loves him, which is kind of interesting. And so does Pakal. Love each other. Suleiman likes him. Suleiman won't declare war at pleased, if I remember. Vicky likes him, but she could declare war. Brennis detests him. Monty hates him. Suryavarman hates him. So one of these leaders will probably finish him off. I still cannot understand why Brennis signed peace. Maybe it's apostolic peace. I don't know. But in the meantime, we still have the march on the remaining Portuguese cities to watch. It's like my first to die pick is determined to cling to life. Somehow. Vicky is on steam power. She's starting to get closer to the end of the tech tree. Like, she still needs about another 100 turns, but if she were somehow able to stay out of war, and look, Frisian's potential culture flip, which can flip to her because Monty didn't capture it from her. So people have asked this to add the AP religion to the Observer Civ, but if we add the AP religion to the Observer Civ, then it's possible for someone to win the game via the AP diplomatic condition, which we don't want. We don't want someone to win an AP cheese victory. As long as the Observer Civ doesn't have the religion, then you can't win the game via AP cheese. So that's the reason why. Yes, so I see it was suggested in the chat as well. Okay, so Monty just lost a city to where? Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even see this. Kublai has a huge stack pushing through over here. This is one of those things that's easy to miss because he moved his stack through Khmer territory via open borders. But yeah, Kublai just punched through with a huge stack and took one of Monty's core cities. Oh no, not Knight. Yeah, Knight has died, right? Knight has died in combat. So we're already at the point where the game's run out of names for the great generals, and so now it just creates great general, and it doesn't get a name if it gets attached to a unit, so it just says Knight has died. Obviously it was attached to a knight. People are press F to pay respects. That's pretty good. Washington doing the civic swap now. We still have the Night Swarm from Suryavarman running around. Again, for all his size, he's not actually doing that great in tech. Like, Pakal is actually out-teching Suryavarman. That said, if Suryavarman gets back into peace and starts like legitimately focusing on science builds instead of military builds, he will likely take over the tech lead eventually. Then again, Vicky is still in this. Like, she's doing quite well for herself. She could use the chance to get a little bit more territory. The smart play here would be to declare on Monty and take over like 2 or 3 more of his cities, because Monty looks like he's in the process of collapsing right now. He stupidly picked a fight with someone who was ahead in tech and had just gotten rifles and calves, or was just about to get rifles and calves. And yeah, now he's getting torn apart pretty badly. Well, Vicky is doing something right. She's racing up the tech tree. Like, she's ahead in tech. If she gets far enough ahead, she can, all she has to do is launch the spaceship. She's got a chance to do it. I know someone mentioned in the chat that it was like we might see a repeat of what happened to Elizabeth in this game, where Elizabeth was ahead in tech, and she almost won a cultural victory, but like time ran out, and Julius Caesar managed to kill her off like 5 turns before she was going to win by culture. And Caesar was way behind in tech. He was like 15 techs behind, but he was just able to attack and take her cities before she could win by culture. Look, Vicky, this could have been your territory. Kublai's getting it now. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Although this might flip to the Khmer. It's a big civics revolt. It went to theocracy too. And Pakal's not that far behind in tech either. I don't think he can catch up and launch a spaceship first. I think he's too far behind for that, but he's not that far behind either, as far as teching goes. So J-Man is just about gone now, down to his last 2 cities. This has been a pretty clean kill from Suryavarman. No one has helped him in this war. He's just slowly been taking out each city one at a time in pretty methodical fashion. Anytime it's calves against longbows, that's not a good sign for for you. Yep, just keeping an eye on what's going on over here. She's getting cannons. Yeah, so she just finished steel and now has cannons. That's a very helpful tech to have as well from a military perspective. Sillyman is still in this too, by the way. I mean, he doesn't really have a chance to win, but he hasn't died, which is more than I was expecting. All right, so yeah, okay. Monty has been getting absolutely destroyed. I'm gonna screenshot this for the report, for possible use in the report. So like Vicky's hanging in there. She would be able to fight off probably anyone except Surya Varman in a war. Brennus though is pretty high in power too. Yeah, you can see these two are just about dead. Monty went from middle of the pack to just blasted in the course of this fighting. It's not going well for him. Not going well. Yeah, Brennus is right. So like, it's not like Surya Varman is just so far ahead no one else has a chance. Like he's only 150 points ahead in score. Now granted, his score will go up as these cities come out of revolt, but he's clearly ahead, but not like heads and shoulders above everyone else. So in other words, we got a game here. Like we still have a legit struggle for who's going to come in first. Anyway, and that was the capital of the Portuguese finally falling. So they're down to just one city. And it looks like Monty, yeah, he threw some units against this cav stack and it didn't go that well. Kublai is regrouping and preparing for another attack, or for his next city. Monty fight bravely? I don't know about that. I guess he fought bravely. He certainly never stops fighting. Oh, now Kublai looks like he's headed for the Aztec capital. Bakal's doing what he should have done in the last game, going for military tradition and rifling. If he had done that in the previous game, he wouldn't be in the wildcard game. He would have survived and advanced in second place. So not the best decision on his part in the last game. Now Surrey is finally going for rifling. See, he doesn't even have rifling tech yet. Victoria's like about to get assembly line. She's significantly ahead of him in tech. That financial trait plus extended period of peace makes a difference. Of course, the next and that's a key wonder as well. The fact that Kublai got that and not Victoria is pretty big. I don't know if she was building it though. Christian Cathedral under construction. Wall Street will help her though. That'll allow her to get the tech rate up. Is that in her shrine city? Is she smart enough to do that? No, not in a city with a shrine, so not the smartest call by the AI there. Should have built it in one of those cities, in a holy city. Anyway, so this stack has no catapults in it, so he'll just throw it at the defenders. I don't think that's the best decision, but that's what Kublai is likely to do since there's no siege in that stack. Peace weight is destiny. It really does affect so much of what goes on in these games. It's not deterministic. Like, we saw Washington survive somehow against all civs with low peace weight surrounding him. But it does affect a lot of what goes on. Anyway, this city is going to be captured, I think, because all the defenders that are left are catapults and trebuchets, and they get no defensive bonuses. Plus, all these cavs are just going to promote and attack again. Look how many of them are at 10 XP or 11 XP. They'll just promote, heal, and attack again, and then that'll do it for Monty's capital. Yeah, see? Wow. Sometimes I look stupid with these predictions, but that time I was right. Remember Season 1 Championship when Surrey kept fighting and fighting and fighting and Zara caught him with tanks? Yep, it can happen. So remember, Monty is the worst enemy of Vicky. She really should go to war and look to snipe off more of these cities. As it is, it looks like Kublai is going to get a lot of them. Kublai's ahead in tech. So, and the other thing is, it's not just Vicky. Kublai's ahead in tech too, as compared to Surya Varman. And he just got Statue of Liberty, which is really nice for the AI. Especially for someone with a big empire like he does. So, I mean, if Kublai absorbs all of the Aztec cities, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 7 more cities to take. That would probably put him equal to, if not above, Suryavarman in territory. So we could have Kublai in serious contention for first place too here. Just a really interesting game. We've got 3 clear civs contending for first right now, with like maybe some small chance that Pakal could do something with a culture victory. And then there's always this, right? Someone signs a defensive pact and causes the diplomacy to go crazy. Because like Monty seems to be dying right now. He's getting smoked around left and right. Now Brennus won't declare war for 50 turns. Who knows? Oh, what's this? Brennus gave this city back? What are you doing, Brennus? Why would you give that city back? It won't flip back, so he must have given it back to America. I literally can't even. Whatever, Washington is still hanging in there in this game somehow. Yeah, well, he must have, it must have been liberated back by Brennus, because it would not have culture flipped back. Ugh, Brennus, what the heck. Anyway, Brennus is throwing the game so hard. All right, let's watch and see the end of Portugal. J-Man really has fought well and valiantly in this game, but it's just not enough. One other thing I'll point out is there have not been quite as many wars as war declarations as I thought we'd get in this game. Like, obviously we're higher than we would be in a normal game, but it's not like enormously higher. What are we at? We're at 14. Yeah, 14. So we're looking to be maybe around 20 roughly, which I think a lot of people were higher than that. Could be Apostolic Palace. That's true. It could have been an AP peace resolution. Or a city exchange resolution. Okay, that city's down to 10%, so it should probably fall next turn. Just see what Kublai is doing. Okay, and Vicky did finish Kremlin, which is not that useful for the AI because they don't know how to use it, but it's not nothing. Kublai does not seem to be advancing. All right, he's gathering another stack here, but he has not actually attacked with it yet. This city will just be an English city regardless of who captures it, because Kublai won't be able to hold that. It's completely surrounded by English culture. Okay, so yes, we wanted to go back to see final stand for Portugal. Again, a valiant game, but ultimately not enough. So Surrey should claim this. Yep, there it goes. GG. So Suryavarman picks up the kill credit. Let me get the screenshot of the Great General. J-Man actually got a Great General on that last turn there, but he never got a chance to use it. Alright, so Suryavarman gets the kill. It's his second in this year's competition. J-Man is the next one to go. Somehow Washington is still alive. I do not understand that. But he's outlived 3 opponents already, and he might be on pace to outlive Montezuma at this rate. All right, and J-Man turned 227 of the wildcard game. That's when he fells. Not to Kublai Khan though. So he once again managed to stymie Kublai Khan from taking him out. All right, so down to 8 AIs, and then there were 8. Did that Barb city? Well, it got auto-raised because it was size 1, and so the conditions for auto-raising is a city has to have reached size 2, and if it ever reaches size 2, it won't auto-raise, but it had never reached size 2, so that's why it got auto-raised. All right, so if you're curious about the diplomacy, now we're starting to get down to fewer people. Note that Victoria is still extremely unpopular. Let's look at Suryavarman because he's the big mover here, right? How does he feel about people? So this is how he feels. He's friendly towards Brennus. They won't fight. Doesn't like Kublai Khan that much, only cautious. Friendly towards Monty. Pleased towards Pakal. He will declare war at pleased, by the way. Friendly towards Suleiman. He does not like Victoria or Washington. So I wouldn't be surprised if he went and cleaned up Washington at some point. All right. So we'll see. I mean, there's always the chance for like an Apostolic Palace war declaration that, you know, causes 4 people to declare war at once. That's always a possibility. And Vicky is on assembly line now, as Kublai takes another city. And Monty converts back to Judaism again. So that will endear him to Pakal and Kublai and Washington. Not so much to Surrey, though. Loses his big shared faith bonus with Surrey. All right, so Monty still has a lot of cities left, but his position is deteriorating. Is that the only war ongoing right now? Yeah, so Kublai against Monty is the only war. Okay, it has not been nearly an hour of medieval music. It's been like a half hour. But we can switch that over if you guys would like. Let's get to turn 250 and then we'll swap. How about that? I guess it has been... It's been a half hour for sure. I don't know about nearly an hour. I actually just revealed the map, or I thought I did. I thought I just revealed it right after that elimination. But can do it again. Pretty sure I just did it. But all right. So for the moment, the main thing we want to watch is the continued movement of Kublai as he continues assaulting the Aztecs. The kill on Napoleon was taken by Pakal, as was listed in the chat. All right. So this looks like some somewhat quiet turns. You know, Surya Varman is still building a lot of military. I'm thinking he's planning to attack someone else. It doesn't look like he's planning to just sit back peacefully. Brennus is building a lot of military as well. Pakal over here is one of the ones who's still... Pakal is still going for more peaceful stuff, and Vicky does not appear to be interested in fighting at the moment. She's on research too. Despite all the shenanigans with the Barbarians, I think we're still going to have a fairly normal ending date, just based on where people are on the tech tree. Vicky, even though she's not well liked, I think Vicky can hold off anyone else 1v1. The problem for her is if she gets gang piled by the other civs. And it's like 2 or 3 people fighting her at once. With her now finishing assembly line, she's not easy meat at all. You know, she'll have factories for, you know, the huge production bonuses. Yeah, and then she'll have the infantry. She also has railroads running through her territory now. She's got a fairly small territory, so that's not that important for her. But she's, you know, she's in a pretty good position to defend herself. It's just if like Kublai and Surya Varman and Pakal all come knocking after her at once, then she's in trouble. We can look at Pakal's culture. He's probably the only one who has a realistic chance of... And look at this, Kublai going for an early assembly line too. Pakal's probably the only one who has a realistic chance of going for culture, but he's not too close right now. He still has a long way to go. That's funny that Paris is one of his... Yeah, so he must have used a culture bomb in Paris. Yeah, he used a great artist to bomb that city. So he's not really close at all if Paris is one of his top 3 cities. I think losing this city, Uxmal, probably doomed his culture victory attempt. He probably needed to hold that city if he was going to win by culture. But you never know. I mean, it's possible. He could turn on the slider and just... Maybe he can have enough. All right, Kublai, here's his... Underneath the spinny globe icon, that's his main stack. He's got it pushing for the next Aztec city. Not as large as I would have thought in terms of size, though. And apparently free market's popular. This like confusing area down here, which is like now southern Mongolia. Alright, Suryavarman did go back over to building some more peaceful stuff, so it looks like he's out of war-making mode. Yeah, Vicky's not that far off. Again, Suryavarman's score should continue to go up as he integrates these cities he conquered. But no, she's not that far behind. Also, note that Monty is researching Constitution as he gets attacked by cavalry and grenadiers. That seems like a wise choice on the research there. His cavs can probably just run over this city. Like, he doesn't have any siege in this stack, but I don't think that matters. I mean, cavs against longbows is just... It's a massacre. I don't know how else to put this. Yeah, see? So, like, that's the power of cavalry right there. He doesn't even need siege units. He just runs right over the city regardless. Yeah, and the Aztecs are just in the process of dying right now. Still a long ways to go. Someone could intervene, things could change, but at the moment, it's not looking good for the Aztecs. They may be the next ones to go. I know some of you really wanted to see Montezuma in the playoffs, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen at this point. I don't see any realistic way he gets top 2 at this point. So it's just whether he gets eliminated. He only has 5 cities left at this point. So he seems to be on the way out too. This is a much better performance from Monty than any other year, it's true. In both of his other years that we've done this, he just died in the opening rounds, like right away, without achieving anything. This season he made it into this game. He actually did he got the kill on Lincoln, so he claimed his first kill ever in the competition. So a better showing for him for sure. Now granted, he probably should have died in his opening round game. Probably should have been eliminated. So Brennus is on all research right now. Pakal's building his Forbidden Palace right next to his capital. Yeah, that's smart. Don't build the Forbidden Palace over here. Build it right next to your capital. Like, Vicky, you need to do something. Well, all Vicky has to do is defend until she can launch a spaceship. So just going whole hog on research long term might not be the worst way to go. It just really depends on whether the AIs for some of these other leaders decide to come after her. Because, like, she's probably... she's halfway through the industrial age. She has not gotten into the modern age yet, but she's halfway through the industrial age. Or, yeah, getting close to the end of the industrial age. I mean, look, she still has a long way to go. Like, see all these techs? It's a long path to go yet, but, yeah, she's getting there. Maybe 20 techs left to go, 25, something like that. Yeah, her chance is just rushing the spaceship, I think. Because she certainly can't win diplomatically. And Suryavarman and state property. That's smart for him, though. That could be... that could increase his research rate by a lot. We'll check more closely at turn 250, where they are in terms of like beakers per turn and that sort of thing. But, I mean, this could also swing other ways, too, right? Like, let's say Suryavarman and Kublai get into a war with each other. That would be Vicky's path to go to space, to win by space, I think. So I think St. Louis is going to get captured here. Yeah. And Kublai is getting close to passing Suri in score. It's pretty close between the two of them, or it will be when this war's over and Monty's dead, which he will be. Who's most likely to win if only Diplo were allowed? Well, if only Diplo were allowed, I think the game would just end in a time victory, because I don't think anyone would win by diplomacy. But if only diplomatic victory were allowed... Oh, by the way, someone is declaring war on someone, because this globe thingy is spinning for a really long time. So I suspect there's a war declaration, and a whole bunch of units are moving. Could be wrong, but I think that's what's going on. Let's see. So St. Louis was captured. Was there another war declaration, or did I just miss something? There we go. Oh, okay, and there we go. Remember how I said that could totally happen? All right. So maybe Monty doesn't die. Maybe we get a big swing here in the game. Wow, okay. So Suryavarman has decided to jump into this war. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's what Vicky really needs. Like, she'll just keep researching as these two fight it out, I think. I think she's very happy. So, yeah, well-timed prediction, right? So Monty was about to die. He has 4 cities left. I wonder, the smart thing for Vicky to do, again, would be to finish off Montezuma and get herself some more land in a really easy fashion. Top 2 fight, absolutely. Great time to check the power bar graphs. All right. So Suri's ahead. Oh, look at this. Vicky her power's been going up. Interesting. So Suri's ahead, but not by that much. And Monty is almost irrelevant at this point. Interesting. Does Pakal get dragged in? Yeah, I know, right? Let's see what Pakal thinks about these other people. He's cautious towards Brennus. Oh, he doesn't like Suryavarman. Doesn't like him. We're upset you've fallen on sway under a heathen religion. You declared war on our friend. Yep, so he could get pulled in. How about Brennus? He doesn't. Okay, well, he doesn't like Washington. That's who he's most likely to go at. He's furious with Washington. So yeah, I really don't think. I would be surprised if he got to the end of the game without declaring war. Anyone's game. Yeah, anyone's game at this point. All right. What would be interesting for Season 4 if the time limit were pushed back enough? I'm not sure what you mean by that, by if the time limit were pushed back. Like, do you mean a shorter game time or something? I don't know. Time victory at 350? I don't know. I feel like we want to see actual victory conditions, not just time is over and someone who has the most score wins. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the time victory condition. I'd rather see someone actually win the game, but that's just me. All right. Oh, in terms of tech, like we should just check real quickly where these two big, are not Suleiman, our two leaders, Suryavarman, where they are on the tech tree. So Suryavarman has, he's researching steel, so he's about to get cannons. So mostly his army is made up of rifles and cavs. He does not have grenadiers. Meanwhile, Kublai, so Kublai does have assembly line, so he does have infantry. He does have grenadiers, and he does have railroads, which could be key because he's got a lot of territory. So Kublai does have the tech lead, but Suri, I think, has more territory at the moment. I don't know. Kublai, I wouldn't say this is done for Kublai. We'll see. I don't know. This one's more up in the... this one's could go either way, I think. Especially if Kublai can get someone to help him in this conflict. Like, remember, Montezuma is almost irrelevant at this point. It's mostly just these two. But I could be totally wrong. I just don't see an obvious winner between these two. Maybe Suri just runs over him because he's got enough units. Oh, machine guns too, right? So he researched railroad and has the machine guns. It's going to be tough to punch through with, well, Cavs do okay against machine guns. Rifles don't, but Cavs do okay. We'll have to see who, we'll have to keep checking the bar graphs and see, because one of these sides will likely come out on top. Okay, that's random. Brennus declares on Victoria, okay. Oh, let me get the screenshot first. Brennus declares on Victoria. What the heck? All right. Don't know why he didn't just finish off Washington, but that does get us another war declaration. I'm like, yeah, of course. So this is a pretty huge stack here. 66 units. As far as the power graph goes between the two of them. Well, Brennus is actually a lot weaker than Vicky. Look at this. She's much stronger than he is. Interesting. Huh. So she is the stronger one. And he's also attacking over here. So I don't know, man. And Washington is out of trouble yet again. Washington's like, and I will continue to sit here and do nothing. So there's the Brennus stack. Brennus is attacking with grenadiers, which get a bonus against rifles, but not against infantry. That is... So this is... I can't point with the mouse, because if I move the mouse, it stops highlighting this. This is her problem. Worst enemy of Brennus, worst enemy of Montezuma, worst enemy of Suleiman. That's her big issue, is the diplomacy. Okay, so yeah, look at that. That's not... So maybe this isn't as straightforward as you guys might have thought. See, Suri just lost a city to Kublai. There you go, there's reveal tiles. So far, we've had one city traded on each side. It's hard to attack into that big of a tech disadvantage that Suri has. And over here, Vicky... Vicky just shredded that force that was coming in from Brennus. I mean, she just destroyed it. Ooh, she just killed that whole force from Brennus. 66 units dead like that. Ouch. No, Suryavarman's not lacking calves. He's got a ton of calves running around. That was the main unit he used to attack and defeat. That was the main unit he used to attack and defeat. Whatchamacallit. Oh, and apparently, even though Kublai's at war, he's still taking cities held by Montezuma as well. Monte's got the 3 cities left. Oh no, you're right. He didn't. He does only have knights. What the heck? Wait. Why does he have knights running around? He has rifles. He must be able to build calves. Yeah, why in the world is he running around with knights? I know he can build calves. Because he wouldn't... Is he... Oh wait, does he have rifling but no gunpowder? No, he has to have gunpowder tech to build these. What the heck is he doing? Yeah, he has rifling. He has gunpowder, so... Oh, he's missing military tradition. Oh, you guys are right. No military tradition. Huh. Weird. Okay. That explains it. No military tradition. Okay. Huh. Anyway, so let's advance one more turn here. Does Vicky have open borders to Brennus? That's a good question as well. Can she get over there? And it's still pretty close. Look at that in terms of score. It's quite close between these guys. All right, Vicky, open borders with Brennus. Let's see. No, she can't get over there because she only has open borders with Bacall and Washington, so she can't reach Brennus's territory. This is probably going to be a nothing burger war where no cities change hands. I expect that they'll sign peace. Yeah, okay, so that was Brennus losing his 66 units and killing nothing of Vicky's. Also, ooh, so it's pretty close between Suryavarman and Kublai. But I'd say Suryavarman's been taking the worst of it thus far. Also, look at Bacall. He's like, I'm going to build no units. Just the flat bar on the bar grass. Okay, so let me see if I can try to find the major stacks of these two sides. It's tricky because there's railroads in Kublai Khan's territory, so he can move his units around really fast. But there's got to be some main stacks somewhere. This is a pretty decent-sized one from Kublai. He's got more. He's still fighting against Montezuma. He's like, screw this. I'm going to keep killing the Aztecs. Or at least that's what it looks like. This city is pretty exposed as well. Is Bacall catching up with Vicky in tech? No, I think he's still a ways behind. But this is an opportunity for him to catch up. Nah, he's still missing a lot of techs. Like, here's Bacall, and then if I highlight Vicky, yeah, no, she's way ahead in tech still. And now is now on flight. So nah, Bacall still is a very big long shot. I think his only realistic chance is culture in this game. Unless he pulls off some kind of diplomatic miracle. Like maybe he builds the UN and everybody likes him or something. I'm not seeing that happen, but it theoretically could happen. Where's Bacall? Here's how other people feel about it. Nah, not right now. He'd draw a vote from Kublai, but that's it. And Washington. Maybe one from Monty. Seems unlikely he could have enough to win, though. Bacall might be headed for mass media. That's why I remarked on that. He's going for radio right now. He's not targeting mass media specifically. Also, there's a lot of Kublai Khan units over here. As these two continue to struggle. Brennus and Vicky should definitely just sign peace with each other. Yeah, Pac-Man is beginning industrial, Vicky is beginning modern, correct? Yeah, he probably needs to win, he just doesn't have enough cities, right? Bacall only has like 8 cities. So we said we'd do that when we hit turn 250. That is changing the music. Okay, buddy. Where is this? Lisbon, okay. Okay, so they continue to trade cities. Look at that. So Tlatelolco. So this city was taken by the Mongols, and then one of these Aztec cities down here was taken by... Oh, here, this city right here. Okay, so they're like trading territory. This continues to be odd. Well, the turns are going by slowly because we have so many civs in the game. There's a lot to watch. Yes, I know that this is turning into a long game, but that's going to happen for the wildcard game because there's so many civs on the map. There's a lot we have to watch. And it looks like the Khmer have now slipped into protect the Aztecs mode or something like that. Brennus, I don't know, he's still apparently running around. That's a combat 4 Grenadier. Look at this poor unit. Silly Man is just on research, but he's probably too far behind to do anything significant. This city looks very dead. Yep, I called that. Holy City too, which is nice. So most of the former Portuguese cities are now falling to Kublai. He's almost managed to link up his territory. Wow, okay. 2 more cities taken. Not a great turn for Suryavarman, who is on combustion and not assembly line. Okay. They are trading cities frantically back and forth. So that's 2 cities traded for 1. Weird. Yeah, Kublai finally taking out Portugal. I know, right? Kublai finally taking out Portugal. So I saw Kublai take a city back there. I don't know if he'll be able to hold it. It is tough, though, when it's constantly rifles attacking against infantry for Suryavarman. That city's probably going to fall, too, although Silly Man might end up getting that one long-term. Also, Victoria's just like, don't mind me, I'm doing rocketry. I'm on rocketry right now. Yep. Don't bother, don't mind me. Suryavarman's still building knights, I know, right? It's incredible sometimes that they'll skip over some of these techs. Yeah, it's also hard when your knights are fighting against cavs on the other side. And infantry. Kublai Khan the Glorious, most cultured. Alright, turn 250, or 251, but effectively turn 250. That city got captured as well. So, on the game goes, right? Let's take a look at everybody's tech rate real quick. Brennus 365, that's not very good for this stage of the game. Kublai 694. Monty 112. Okay, Monty, seriously. Pakal 748. He's actually ahead of all of them in tech. Suleiman 870. The Silly Man. Suryavarman 1000. Victoria 1700. Jeez, and Washington, yeah. So Victoria is out researching the other AIs by a lot. Now, granted, that's because she's building research in all her cities, but she's yeah, she's currently on pace to win this via space, as all these other ones keep fighting each other. And as you guys said, early Renaissance tech. Everybody has gunpowder is, I think, the one. Okay, there you go. Vicky is going for the win, yeah, as all these other civs like continue to smash each other in the face. And we should check the power bar graph in particular. Alright, so we already have a sense on the GMP. So yeah, Vicky continues to maintain her lead in GNP. She was tops in production, but now that some of the other leaders are getting factories, she's not as much anymore. Took a hit there. I don't know what Pakal did. He just randomly decided to run a bunch of specialists. And then in terms of power, it looks pretty clear that Kublai's winning this war. Like, look at the decline in Suryavarman's power here. He's just been taking a lot of body blows, and Vicky is number 1 in power now. That's pretty funny. Interesting. So yeah, we could still get a real chance of Vicky winning by spaceship here. I'd say that is the most likely outcome, tentatively at the moment. Oh, Suryavarman's finally going for military tradition. So all of those Aztec cities have pretty much now been taken away from... it's like these two are starting to get empires that make more sense logically, with Kublai taking the Portuguese cities and then Surrey taking the Aztec cities. It's kind of funny how that works, but that seems to be what they're doing, is like they're fighting and they're ending up with empires that actually make sense. Monty and logic don't really go together? No. Monty is still technically fighting the Mongols as well. Now Surrey... So Kublai has now dropped down to 3rd in score as he loses yet another city. Although yet another city gets traded up there. What the heck? This is so random. I don't know if I've ever seen AIs like literally trade their empire before. This is really weird. Yeah, if Suryavarman could get peace, he'd be able to resolve his tech situation, but he's just been warring so much that he's been locked into build unit mode. That said, he does have calves now. That's going to help him a lot. He's about to pick up grenadiers. Again, Vicky is still trapped in this stupid war with Brennus. Would be smart if she would stop that, get out of her war with Brennus, as these two continue to clash. Suryavarman does have a pretty big beaker edge. Given time, he could make it up. Okay, so here comes another new stack from Suri. Although that Kublai has a pretty good stack for defense. I love how this little colony... Oh, apparently Pakal got this city. It was gifted over to him or flipped over to him. This city that traded hands like a bunch of times. I was going to say Pakal is like these little random outposts in the middle of enemy territory as he continues building wonders. And Vicky is apparently not threatened because she's building research in most of her cities. And it looks like they did finally wipe out the all the Barbarian ships that were down there. Hello. Yeah, Suryavarman finally picked up some of those key military techs. Hey, Sydney. Sydney was on a walk. Went to the dog park. Oh my goodness, buddy.
If I stand over here, then Mommy can't do
it. He does not want to be picked up again. Good boy. Did you have fun? You look tired. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, buddy.
So we got to see Angry Pakal again. Yes, so Vicky's on industrialism. That is the tech that unlocks tanks. So again, if she could ever get over to Brennus, she might be able to start doing some damage to him. But she just doesn't have open borders with anyone except Pakal and Washington, so she can't reach Brennus. Would love to see those two sign peace and get out of that stupid war. Then maybe Brennus would go back and finish off Washington again with his random cities, 3 random cities. Sydney wins by diplomacy. Yeah. Anyway, so this war is pretty chaotic and hard to follow, but it does seem as though it's been mostly a stalemate between these two leaders, which is really good for Vicky. She loves the fact that these two are just fighting each other, stalemated. Here comes the latest Brennus stack off to get slaughtered by Victoria. No, I think it's just 3 cities for America. I don't think a 4th one's been liberated. Have we ever seen an AI try a naval attack? Not really. They can't really do it. Like, they can land a unit, but never more than, like, the random odd unit. They'll never, like, attack in force by sea. So this city, I think, is about to get captured by Kublai, because the defenses are all gone. Yep, there it goes. They have traded this city back and forth a lot, this former Aztec city. Oh, there it goes, traded back again. A lot of units getting exchanged between the two of them. Down here in the former Aztec territory. And meanwhile, Victoria just continues to research towards the spaceship. She's almost taken over the top spot in score now, even though she has way less territory just because of her tech. Oh, what the heck? I guess it got gifted back to the Aztecs? I wasn't expecting that, as more great generals are born. I think Vicky just slaughtered another Brennis stack, or is in the process of slaughtering another Brennis stack. This must have been liberated to the Aztecs. Not that that's really going to save the city, because Kublai Khan's at war. Yeah, Kublai Khan's at war with the Aztecs too, so he can take it from them just as easily. Yeah, Kublai Khan is still at war with Monty, correct. They are still fighting each other. I can't believe that Victoria is still at war. Yeah, now she's got her tanks out. I can't believe she's still fighting Brennis. She definitely doesn't research as fast when she starts building units, as opposed to just building research in every city, like she's doing half the time. So we have 2 crippled civs that are still in this game. Washington is almost about to pass Montezuma in score. That's pretty sad. But this war, they'll both Monty and Washington will both continue to survive as long as these current crop of wars continue. Suleiman is declared. Okay, well, that I think will finally do in Washington. A mercy killing here from Suleiman. He has 18 calves and 4 cannons. All right. Seriously, this dude does not deserve to stay in the game. So much for the cultural defenses in that city. Oh, and the war declaration counter. We got to tick that up as well. It's been so long since we had a new war. Almost forgot about that. This confusing patchwork of units over here. I mean, this is, like I said, this is pretty irrelevant to the outcome of the game, but it's just amusing to watch Washington get eliminated here as the swarms of Ottoman calves come in. Suleiman's done a pretty good job of vulturing cities from the dead carcass of civs that are on their way out. Yeah, so now there's only two American cities left. Because over here, these guys continue to fight to a stalemate. Their cities have starved down pretty severely. Like, all along the front line, all the tiles get pillaged and the city's population declines. I suspect both of these sides have pretty serious war weariness, too. Yeah, you have to turn on permanent alliances to have it as a victory, as a thing, and they are not turned on for this competition. Alright, so Suleiman continues pushing onwards against Washington, who just has muskets for defense, unfortunately. He's actually got a little naval battle going on there with his frigates against American caravels. Still at war with Brennus, by the way. You would think that they would sign peace at some point. So Pakal starts a completes a corporation. Pakal is building some of the key late game wonders, but he's not gonna have enough culture. Not unless, yeah. See, his third cultural city only has 4,000, so that's not gonna happen. Kublai could maybe win by culture, but I doubt it. I mean, not with him fighting these wars. And Vicky's getting closer and closer to space all the time too. She's entering the modern era now, so she doesn't need that much more. Yeah, now you come asking for help. Thanks, bud. Yeah, so they will just run over that city next turn. The front lines, after all those initial cities got traded, now the front lines have been pretty stable for a while down here. Although Kublai looks like he's going to take this city, which has been defended pretty heavily. I'm actually curious about what the power bar graph looks like now. So Vicky is now clear number 1. That's interesting. And Silly Man Can you get this? Silly Man has more power now than Suryavarman. I don't know how that happened, but apparently it's true. Apparently he built an awful lot of cavalry. Yes, Suleiman is actually ahead of Suryavarman now in power. So there goes San Francisco. There's only one American city left over here. Probably won't take long to get over there. Yeah, that city has very little left. Wait, did Pakal just declare war on him too? Because Pakal just moved a stack forward here. I don't know, because this looks like an attack force. Nope. Guess they're just randomly wandering around. Okay. As the battle continues over here. We'll keep an watch on this final city over here in the corner. We've got caravels, frigates, and destroyers. 3 generations of naval tech. Alright, nothing coming there just yet. So Surrey did lose that city. And the Aztecs are still running around with just those 3 cities left. You wonder almost if these two would just sign peace. Yeah, we've had several corporations founded at this point. Sid Sushi, Creative Construction. I think, and maybe those are the only 2. And Victoria is number 1 in score, somewhat amazingly. I can't believe that Vicky is still at war with Brennus. That's just bizarre that those 2 have stayed at war. Pakal completes the Eiffel Tower. Pakal, if you want any chance to win, you really should turn on the culture slider. Alright, wait, Suleiman made peace with... Are you kidding me? He survives with 1 city left again? That's gotta be Apostolic Palace related. He survives with 1 city left again. Are you kidding me? How does it keep happening that this guy is alive? How is he still alive? I mean, Brennus is furious towards him. Suleiman is annoyed. Suryavarman is furious with him. How is he still alive? This stupid Apostolic Palace. Turn off that freaking AP. Oh, right, because he's Jewish and Pakal's Jewish, so Pakal wanted to preserve him. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's why, because of the shared Jewish faith. Note that Kublai is almost past Suryavarman in score here, and they did. All right, so they did sign peace finally. Oh, so we're back to an all peaceful game now. Oh no, because Brennus is still at war with Victoria for the time being. All right. Although Vicky's number 1 in power, so you know she's not exactly vulnerable here. This is really incredible that Monty and... oh wait, is Kublai still at war with Monty? Is that war still going on? Because yes, okay, so Monty is still at war with Kublai Khan. Okay, that's not good for Monty. Yes, so okay, so that means that once Kublai gets his forces together, he's probably going to finish this conquest. Excuse me. Suryavarman, this is the time to gather strength. Yeah, I know it is, right? He lost a lot of territory in this war, though. Like, I thought it was a good idea for him, but it didn't really work. He lost most of his Portuguese cities over to Kublai Khan. And there's yet another corporation. There's Brennus still attempting to attack. Oh, and Kublai has he's got artillery now. That's not good either. Boy, it is neck and neck between Suryavarman and Kublai for that 2nd place in score. That said, Kublai should pass him because he's continuing to take territory from the Aztecs. Yeah, Monty looks like he's the next one. Seriously, is Washington going to outsurvive Monty too? Is this guy just going to outsurvive half the field on one city? Any big civs without oil? That's a good question. Probably anyone large enough to have a lot of territory has oil, would be my guess. But it's not certain. So what's in this stack right here? Oh, there's one cannon. That means it'll stop to bombard the defenses, probably. Note that this is infantry against muskets and longbows. Yeah, Surrey and Kublai speak Karate, sure. Need to get some more siege units. Then again, he has artillery, so I know that they're probably on their way. I thought I saw some of them moving down. Artillery will just do horrible things to Montezuma. Yeah, Washington with the one city challenge. I know, right? Boy, she is still very disliked by everyone else. Alright, so there's like 6 artillery pieces coming over to Boston. Okay, so we wanted to look at beaker rates. So Brennus, 720, Kublai, 1000, Monty, wow, okay, Monty, whatever. Pakal, 894, Suleiman, 1400, okay, that's unexpected. Victoria, 1500, and Washington, 97. Okay. And Pakal is still in this game. Like, it's easy to forget he's in this game, but he is. Boston gets captured. So yeah, as soon as those artillery pieces got up there, that was that. So Monty is not likely to last much longer. Come on. I guess there's a lot of stuff to reveal. There we go. Slayman will be Spaceman. I don't think so. He's too far behind in tech, but hey, who knows? Maybe if Victoria gets roughed up enough. So Kublai does pass Suryavarman and score there, just FYI. And he should be able to absorb these last 2 Mongol city or Aztec cities as well. Yeah, his next stack with all the artillery pieces is already on the way. Okay, well, Vicky completed the Manhattan project, so yeah. So nukes are... Oh, hello. Would Vicky start nuking Brennus? Because she can't reach him, but she could build ICBMs. Oh, I skipped Suryavarman. I'm sorry. I must have hopped over him. He's at 1400. So he's at 1500. Vicky's at 1800, and Kublai is at 1200 right now. Yeah, she could potentially launch ICBMs at Brennus if they're not going to sign peace. It is possible. Washington. I swear to God, man. Washington the troll. Great Wall of Kublai Khan, yeah. Kublai Khan is like blocking Vicky from getting over there. She's on the laser, jeez. How many techs does she still need? If she's on spaceship tech, she can't be too far away. Alright, she does still have quite a few to go, but, you know, not that many. Oh, Pakal just... What? Pakal declares war on Brennus. Oh dear, that seems like a mistake. That does not seem like a good idea. I gotta put that in. That seems like a rather serious mistake, Pakal. But who knows? Maybe this is his way to get back in it. I guess he's going after this little city. Now, if he could somehow get Victoria over there to help him... well, the problem is... I don't know. I don't think this is going to work. I think Pakal's in more trouble than Brennus here. I guess Pakal's power is technically higher, so there is that. Yeah, Vicky nukes, Pakal captures the cities. True, that could be it. What text does she need to launch ICBMs? Because I don't think nukes would reach. I think she would need the ICBMs. Let's see. Nukes, nukes, nukes. I see. Vision, fusion. I'm just gonna look it up in the Civilopedia. You guys probably spotted it, but I missed it. Let's see, so she needs fission. Fission is the tech. She already has fission, so she can build them. Right? So she can absolutely build them if she wants. Yeah, she can. She already has fission. Yep. So she has fission and rocketry. She can build nukes and launch them if she wants. Let's see if she has any in production. I don't see any. I don't know if she's an AI who is particularly prone to building nukes, but she can build them. Alright, so Vandal just lost all its cultural defenses. And Pakal actually did, well, look at this, Pakal, he took his first city. I mean, I think part of the issue for Pakal is he's got like 2 cities over here and the rest of his territory is so far away. But who knows? He's building Sid Sushi executives though, so I don't know if that's the way to go here. Sid Sushi executives. Monty, why are you building trebuchets? Yep, and the Mongols almost have tanks. So they won't need that to finish off Montezuma. The question is, where do the Mongols go next? Because, you know, they'll have enough power to hit someone next. Could be, I mean, what if the Mongols decide to go after Victoria? And he's got his Apollo program done as well. Oh, cool, pacifism. That sounds like something Monty would adopt. Rolling up more cannons to the next. Oh, you know what? If Pakal starts liberating these cities back to Washington, I'm just gonna throw something across the room. It's like, look, Pakal has captured cities. He's gonna liberate them back to Washington. Oh yeah, and Kubla's in first in score. That's true. He's taken over the pole position in score. Boy, we've had a really close race for first in score, haven't we? Yeah, so this will be it for Montezuma in another turn or two. Is she building any nuclear weapons? She's building bomb shelters and SDIs. Nope, not yet. She's locked into like wartime mode with Brennes, even though she can't reach Brennes, which is silly. Kublai's like, well, he won't declare until he's got this war done with, so let's wait and see. Alright, so he finishes off Montezuma, and now we're down to 7 AIs, with Washington still doing whatever over there. Boy, it is still pretty close for that first place spot. Alright. So, Kublai gets the kill. His first kill this year. That was Montezuma. 4th one eliminated from this game. Alright. And Monty went out on turn 284. Montezuma. Turn 284. Alright. He did pick up a kill on this game, though, so Monty, we will miss you. Your insanity was entertaining to watch. Alright. So, now we're actually getting down to a more reasonable number of opponents. So, we wanted to see Kublai. So, he's friendly with Brennes. Friendly with Pakal. Those two have been buds the whole game. Cautious with Suleiman. He hates Suryavarman, so they could go back for another run. He's cautious with Victoria. He's pleased with Washington. He can declare war at pleased, though, so he could attack anyone other than Brennes and Kublai and Pakal. So he can attack the other ones. Yeah, R.I.P. Monty. One day your time will come. 2 wildcard games and Washington wins the next. Alright, so we're down to just the 2 wars against Brennes right now. That's it. Vicky also just finished mass media, so she's going to build the UN. That'll be interesting to see what she does with that. Pakal has some stacks just running around in northern Celtic territory. These don't seem to be that large, but I think they're just being annoying more than anything else. It's like, watch out, American crossbows. Yeah, so that's probably the big question, is what Kublai Khan and Suryavarman will do next. That and if Vicky builds any nukes. She must not be an AI that's very prone to building them, because she certainly could launch them if she wanted. Kublai Khan does have tanks now, so that's in play if he wants to attack someone with that. Alright, he's going to get angry with us. Yep, sorry, we're not joining your war. It's really too bad Vicky can't reach Brennus, because I think she would be just running over his cities right now if she could reach him. She has such a huge tech edge over Brennus. Finish the SDI. Suryavarman might be eligible for nukes. I don't think so. I think Kublai Khan might be soon, though. You need fission is the tech you need, and uranium and rocketry. Does not appear to be building any. Yeah, I don't see any nukes under production right now. So there's the UN under construction. And Pakal's still going at it over here. Look at this. He's targeting another city. Okay, I don't think he's going to capture that one. But hey, he's holding his own in this war. Brennus really is trash. Don't forget that some of these leaders could go after Washington now too. Where are the Celtic units? Well, they're probably mostly over here fighting with Pakal now. Remember, Washington's not exactly super popular either. This is how people feel about him. Brennus hates him. Silly Man hates him. Suryavarman hates him. Okay, so yeah, the Celtic units look like they're swarming the mine units. They took Lyon back. And they'll probably focus on Paris next. Worst enemy of Washington. Yeah, well, you know, you could always come back here and finish off Washington. I don't think any of us would be shedding too many tears at that. Vicky is, so like, Vicky, her spaceship is being slowed down because of the fact that she's in a war, she keeps building units, even though she can't use those units because she can't reach Brennus. That said, it would serve her quite well if one of the other leaders nearby decided to attack her. Still, it's kind of weird. Alright, so Brennus made peace with Pakal. Did not make peace with Victoria, though. He's trolling her pretty hard, or her AI at least. She continues relentlessly to crank out units that she can't use. Brennus is blowing your victory date, yeah. Just slowing down the victory date, because Vicky would be building research in all her cities otherwise. Instead, she's cranking out tanks and artillery that she can't do anything with. Oh, yeah, but no, Pakal did get Lyon back, that's true. I saw that. Gave it back. Or Pakal just recaptured it, one of the two. Alright, so now the only war is between two opponents who can't reach each other, so yeah, not the most interesting. So maybe we... Oh, and Suleiman did go to free religion. That can shake up the diplomacy a little bit. He doesn't seem to be... He seems to be pretty well liked with the other leaders in this game, probably because he has middling peace weight, so nobody hates him too much. Except Washington, because they fought each other so many times. How long would it be till Kublai or Suryavarman do something? Yeah, that is the question. They're free to do something right now, it's just whether they would. Alright, so Kublai and Victoria nominated in the Secretary General vote. Man, she is just cranking out that military. Yeah, seriously, look at her military. It's like off the charts. Although Kublai's got a lot of military power too. Interesting. Yeah, Washington's still way behind in tech. I mean, he's been on one city for a long time now. Kublai versus Vicky, that would be, I mean, that would be pretty fascinating. Alright, wow, okay. Apparently Kublai is a lot more popular than Victoria. Interesting. Could Kublai win via UN vote? Is he popular enough for that to happen? Let's see, here's how other people feel about him. Well, he'd draw a vote from Pakal and from Washington, but I don't think that would be enough to get him to a victory, because he wouldn't draw votes from anyone else. England is still not liked by pretty much anyone. Well, Washington likes her, and Pakal does. All the others really can't stand her. She's been diplomatically isolated the entire game. Alright, so you guys mentioned a beaker check. So Brennus, 760. Kublai, 2,000. Wow. Pakal, 1,100. Suleiman, 1,200. Suryavarman, 1,600. Victoria, 11. Ooh, what's she doing? 1,100? She must be upgrading units or something. Washington, 100. So, yeah, Kublai. Apparently, when he starts building research in every city, he gets a lot of beakers. Yeah, I don't think that we can see a Diplo victory here. Just too much hatred stirred up on each side between these leaders. Yeah, Kublai does seem to be in pretty good shape, at least to get second right now. Vicky is still very far ahead in tech. Oh, hello. Well, that could be interesting. Pakal and Kublai signing a defensive pact. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Like, if we look at the tech tree, sure, Kublai's researching a little bit faster, but, like, look, he still has the whole modern era to go, whereas Vicky has half of it completed already. Yeah, she already has half of it done, and she's pushing for fusion. She should have gone for superconductors earlier to get those labs in play, but she only needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She needs 8 more techs for the spaceship, whereas Kublai needs, like, 20. Suryavarman can still win. His path is not looking great right now. Maybe he might have a chance to get in second somehow. I don't know about first. Would be tricky. Boy, he's the worst enemy of Kublai, Pakal, and Washington. He is also not well liked, much like Victoria. Whoa, hello. Oh, there we go, you guys. Vicky has started launching the nukes. So she just, for some reason, decided to nuke Atlanta. 2 nukes launched at the same city will kill every single unit inside. So she launched 2 of them over here, and Atlanta just went kablooey. I don't know why she picked that city, but she did. Instead of, like, Babrak. Maybe it's all... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's the only thing she could reach. Oh, you know what? It's probably all the... Oh, here it is. That's why. Look, she launched it from this submarine, because the tactical nukes only have range of 4. So she doesn't have ICBMs. She has tactical nukes, and they have a shorter range. Okay. She's not building more of them, though. She still has another tactical nuke on this ship, though, so she's going to launch another one. And it's not like Brennus has any way of shooting these down. He doesn't have an SDI. He doesn't have a bomb shelter. He is completely vulnerable to these nukes because he's so far behind her in tech. The AIs actually don't get that mad if you use nukes in Civ4. Not as much as you would think. She just launched it at New York. He doesn't have assembly lines, so he doesn't even have factories. So anyway, this is what happens if you hit units with one... Oh, hello. Okay. Jeez, alright, so that's a big news. So Surrey's going after Victoria, and more nukes going off. Jeez, she just... Where is she getting all these nukes from? Oh my god. What the hell? Okay. So yeah, this just happened. This may not have been the best decision on Surya Varman's part. The end times are upon us. All right, so tick up the war declaration counter to 19. So where was she launching them? I know she nuked. She launched some of them over there in Brennus's territory. But I think the others, I think she nuked this city, Washington, down here. I think she just took out most of that. Oh, hello, here's her stack. That stack has 152 units in it. Okay. Let's advance one turn so we can get the bar graphs after that nuclear exchange went off. You get a nuke. You get a nuke. Everyone gets a nuke. Jeez. That was pretty brutal from Victoria. And now she finally gets to use all these units she's been saving the whole game. So she just took Seattle. Yeah. So my and she just took Washington. So my prediction of Surya Varman coming in second is not going to happen. Not with the way he's poised to start losing cities left and right. Of course, there is one problem here. Victoria doesn't have open borders with Kublai Khan, so I don't think she can get over to reach. Yeah, she doesn't have open borders with Kublai Khan, so she's not going to be able to get through. Oh, you know what? There's just enough space down here. She can walk through this. She can ride the rails into. There's one tile she can use to get over there. Oh boy. Okay. So. Yeah, that exchange didn't go well for Surya Varman, and it's railroaded. Yes. No, Pakal and Victoria are good friends. They won't attack each other. That's not going to happen. She'll be focusing on Houston next, so if she launches more nukes, it'll hit that city, and then she can ride the rails down through the tundra. Here they come. Here they come. That was not a good decision. Stop the war against Victoria. Well, we will abstain from that. That would get her out of her war with Brennus, for what that's worth. I don't know if the workers can even scrub the fallout over here. I guess they can. I guess he's far enough along to have that ability. We'll see if this, if all of Victoria's units pop back into our culture, that'll be a stop the war resolution succeeding. Oh, geez, she just nuked the living daylights out of Houston. Every single unit there just died, well, because she nuked the whole area. Jeez. I don't even know how many units she just used. Oh, you need ecology to scrub fallout? Oh, look at this. Never. She defied the resolution. Peacekeeping fails. Had enough votes, but she defied it. And Brennus defied it too. How many? So let's see how many nukes she just launched, because she launched several. This is getting pretty brutal. 1, 2. It was at least 2. 3. Alright, she launched 3 nukes. Like I said, pretty rough. Well, Surya Varman does have tanks too, so this is not as one-sided as you might think, but with Victoria apparently just going full-on fallout against Surya Varman, could be rough. The ice will melt. I don't think it works like that in this game, but that would be amusing. So Surya Varman reinforced on his turn because he moves first. And then Vicky landed some paratroopers. Did not launch more nukes on this turn. Yeah, Pakal is potentially going to get in third. Unfortunately for him, that won't get him into the playoffs, though. And I don't really think I see him passing Victoria or Kublai in score. Still, it's been an odd game. And Washington's still like, hey, I'm still hanging out with my crossbows over here. as the two of them continue to fight this war along like this one-tile choke point in the south. Although I guess Suryavarman can move. Does he have open? Does Suryavarman have open borders with Kublai Khan? Oh, it's turn 301. Kublai is like dividing everybody here. No. So neither one of them have open borders with Kublai. That's really funny. So their whole war is being fought in like this one-tile choke point down here. Very amusing. Yeah, so Kublai is like still trying to catch up on the tech tree, but I think he's just too far behind now, even though his beaker return rate's quite good. He still has the whole modern era to go, whereas Vicky's getting close to closing this out, although she's been slowed down a lot by these wars. Her war with Brent, like, she's researching much slower. Ooh, excuse me. So that's good for those of you who have later victory dates, not as good for those of you who have early victory dates. And Washington is still chilling over there. Oh wait, hold on. This is where the whole struggle is being fought over this Iceball Houston city. Looks like Vicky used her gunships pretty successfully to take out the Khmer tanks right there. And she finishes a very late shrine. Okay, that's a pretty good stack. And now she just went into police state. That's going to slow her research down even further. Houston is bathed in warm fallout. I think it's going to get captured this turn. Victoria's got a lot of units on that tile. That'll then open up the culture here. Yeah, so then she'll be able to ride on the rails. Yeah. Notice how all of the Khmer units just died instantly as soon as she took that city. She was finally able to get access to these rails. That said, she can't go through the Mongol borders. And once the borders pop from Boston, she might not be able to move through here. She might be stuck once again with Sid that she can't reach. Not entirely sure. What a weird situation. How about Kublai? What is he thinking about doing right now? So he can declare war at pleased. He really hates Suryavarman, so that's a possibility. Doesn't like Victoria either. Wow, he's annoyed with both of them. Huh. Gotta wonder. Oh, and Washington. Brennus still hates him, but Brennus is still at war with Vicky, so he won't start another war. Suryavarman hates... So the people who really hate him won't... Oh, Bakal is down to just cautious as well, and Suleiman's cautious, so I wouldn't be shocked if one of them went after him. Bakal's not in a war right now, is he? No, so Bakal and Kublai still have that defensive pact, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, Suleiman now despises Vicky as well. Well, he probably has disliked her for a long time. So right now, the whole war continues to be fought in this one-tile range down here, with railroads on both sides. But the English are continuing on for the moment. Environmentalism. It's just a weird place to be fighting a war. That said, Vicky is slowly progressing towards finishing the spaceship. She was on the super expensive fusion tech. That's the most expensive tech in the game. And she did finish that one, so he'll get her whatever the part is that is associated with that. She'll have that done soonish. And it looks more and more like Washington's going to survive to the end of this game. Alright, so Washington decides to be a troll. He defied the resolution, even though everyone else voted for it. I don't know why this is when they get down to one city, just start like defying every resolution in the UN. It's like they all decide to become North Korea when they get down to like the last one city left. It's very weird. Okay. So the English war effort continues. Yeah, okay, so this path is not choked off. England can get through here to get down to the Khmer cities. Going for computers so she can build the internet and read Fallout fanfic. It's kind of the point that we're at now. Yeah, the English are cleaning up these Khmer stacks without much trouble. Oh wait, Kublai just declared war. Look at that. That's what that message means. Yep. Alright, so we get another war. Keep ticking up that counter, up to 20. But I still feel like that's a little bit low for how many civs we had in this game. Because we've had... Alright, so where's his main stack? Alright, this means Suryavarman is in really bad shape. Where's the main stack for... Okay, I don't see a big Kublai Khan stack. Maybe he got pulled into this by Vicky before he had a chance to assemble one. So it does look like Kublai and Vicky are more and more likely to be the top two. Suryavarman really did have a shot in this game, but it's kind of fallen apart for him here. He definitely needed Kublai to attack Victoria, not to attack him. Alright, so here's his big stack. This stack has about 100 units on it, right around that. So let's reveal the map so we make sure that we get any and all city captures. I still don't know if he's signed open borders with Vicky though. Oh, alright, they did sign open borders. So now Victoria can move through Kublai Khan's territory. Okay. Alright, and her big stack is right here. Yeah, so I can already pretty much tell you the power graphs. It's going to be the two who are fighting together are going to be up at the top. Yeah, and then Suryavarman's way down here. And there's Washington. Washington. Still alive somehow. Oh, and you know what? Victoria's still at war with Brennus, too. So if she's able to get through Suryavarman, she can start taking a swing at Brennus as well. Pakal, will you save us, Pakal, and take out Washington before the end of the game? Because we would enjoy seeing that. Alright, now apparently Sure Pathfinding has decided she doesn't want to attack this city because she's turned around and headed in another direction. What a weird game. Surrey, he might be able to survive until the end of this game. He might be able to get peace, you never know, but this is not looking good for him. Pakal's going to pass him and score shortly. And it does seem like Kublai is finally becoming the dominant AI. Although Vicky is still ahead of him in tech, I still feel like Vicky probably wins this via space. But Kublai will take the... looks like Kublai is going to take the top scoring spot at least. Alright, so now Vicky moved her army over here for some reason. She's not going to be able to do much with these city captures, though, because they're going to be surrounded by Mongol culture. At least unless she can get deeper into Khmer territory. Indian burial ground. So this takes longer for my computer to process because there are a lot of units moving around on this map right now. Fortunately, it doesn't take too long. Oh, stop the war against Brennus. Will we get more abstentions from this? Pakal's like, I'm still in this game too, you guys. I might be behind, but I'm still in it. Along with Sillyman and whatever Brennus is doing. How many techs does Vicky need for space? Not many more. 4 or 5 would be my guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and she's like half done with robotics. Robotics is the other really expensive tech. See, fusion's 14.5, and this one's also 14.5. So she's basically done the most expensive parts, like ecology, superconductors, genetics are a lot cheaper. And so and she'll also have the engines knocked out, so we won't have any of that foolishness that Wang Khan was busy with. So she's pretty close. Does she still not have refrigeration? I'd have to go back and check on that. I'm not 100% sure. So, and Vicky's about to get robotics to open up mechs. That'll speed up the pace at which our army can conquer too. Alright, so there goes another city. It succeeded. Okay, interesting. So what does that mean? Stop the war against Victoria. So does that mean Victoria now gets out of her war against Brennus and Surrey, leaving just Kublai Khan to fight? Is that what that means? I'm waiting for the announcement to pop up. Okay, so she made peace. Oh, so she just ended her war with Brennus. That's okay. Oh, so it just ended the war with Brennus. Okay, maybe that frees up Brennus to go take out Washington now. So she's still fighting Surrey of Armin. All right. Surrey of Armin still has a lot of cities left, though. Pakal, your ship is... Yeah, everyone, there's so many of us who pick Pakal. We're like, come on, you can still do it, man. You could somehow launch spaceship first. I believe in you. Getting a little too real for Brennus. He's like, wait, Victoria can actually reach me now? No. Let's peace out, man. Although, Kublai's the Secretary General, so I think he's the one who actually picked that resolution. And Kublai's finishing some of his spaceship parts. So again, the AI is not fast. By the way, there's Speaker. Shout out to one of my good friends in Civ, from Civ Taze, getting the Great Spy named after him for his work with Beyond the Sword expansion. This city seems like it's being attacked. So in this game, the AI generally doesn't conquer that fast, but there's kind of a certain momentum to their conquest, where it's like they are very relentless in their attacking. Like they don't stop. And so Vicky continuing to launch more nukes. So notice how she just killed all of the defenders in these two cities? 2 nukes will kill every unit that's hit. And that's what happened. So all the... Jeez, girl. Are you kidding me? That's one of the reasons why our nukes are always banned for our multiplayer games. Oh my god. Jeez. Just launched 6 more nukes. So we had one multiplayer game at Realms Beyond. It was one of the early play-by-email games. I can't remember the exact number. That actually lasted long enough for someone to get up to nukes. And it had been like this really close game for most of the game. Up until the point where one person got nukes like maybe 10 turns before the other one, and the game just instantly ended because they just nuked the city where the other person's forces were mostly located, and just everything dies instantly. You can't really fight against someone with nukes if they get there first, so that's why we would turn them off in multiplayer, because otherwise it's just whoever gets to nukes first wins the game, and then it's instantly over, which doesn't make for very good gameplay. Now, I'm pretty sure that 2 nukes kills every unit instantly, because the first nuke takes out half their health and the other nuke takes out the other half of their health. I'm pretty sure it works that way in Civ4. So like now these cities are just... the tanks just have to walk in and capture them. And she completed the internet. I put up a gif of the nukes flying. Yeah, Pakal slipped into 3rd, you're right. Suleiman's gonna... the silly man is gonna pass him soon too, because... some of these cities are about ready to fall. England and Mongolia are just cutting their way across the plains of Khmer, or whatever we want to call it. Yeah, look at all these paratroopers dropping in. They can't attack the turn they land, but they can attack the turn after they land. Then there's still this city down here for some reason. How many cities are still standing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there's still quite a few cities left. Is Washington going to outlive yet another AI? Oh, man. Yeah, they seem to be mostly attacking down here for some reason. Alright, so that one was picked up by... Kublai Khan. I saw an American caravel back there. We won't take this lightly. Oh, Diplo victory between Kublai and Victoria. Interesting. Would someone have enough votes to win this? I don't think so. Victoria certainly doesn't. Look at how everyone feels about Victoria. Minus 26, minus 44. There's a minus 44 from minus 28 of you nuked us. Are you kidding me? So no, she's not going to win, and I don't think Kublai is popular enough either. No, the only one who will vote for Kublai is Washington. Minus 44. Seriously, those nukes are, yeah. They do spoil it does spoil the relationship when you get hit with 20 nukes in a row, something like that. Yeah, I know, right? Can you see, like, Pakala's done this well considering how little territory he has. It is really surprising. I thought that he would gain some territory from. I thought that Victoria and Lincoln would both be eliminated, and I thought he'd gain some territory via that path. But Victoria has just been a lot stronger than I was expecting, and so Pakal never really had an opportunity to gain any territory because the two people he borders, Kublai and Victoria. All right, so as expected, nowhere near close enough. Yeah, so Washington voted for Victoria and Kublai voted for himself, and that was it. They're just people don't like each other enough to win this way. But anyways, I was saying, okay, well, there goes more tactical nukes. Where is she shooting them off? This, okay. All right, so okay, so maybe you're right. Maybe you need 3 nukes to kill every unit on a tile, because it looks like those machine guns and infantry are low, but they weren't actually killed. So maybe that is the case. Jeez, that's gonna drag the relationship even lower. It's like minus 44. Why not minus 57? Why not minus 78? Let's see how low we can get this. Vicky did have to backtrack for refrigeration, so I missed that before. Okay, so another. I didn't even see that city was under attack. Yeah, Surrey is just slowly collapsing here. One city after another. Although it makes sense, he's being attacked by the 2 strongest AIs in the game. And they're punching through down here too. Just on the offensive everywhere right now. Vicky is at the point of, I don't want your land, I just want you not to exist anymore. So yeah, she did get that one. Yeah, they're just rolling east, basically, over time, one city at a time. So Vicky should be almost done with her spaceship techs now. So she still needs composites, superconductor, and genetics. So she still needs 3 more techs. And that's assuming she doesn't waste time going for stealth, which is useless. So all these wars have slowed her down. Otherwise, I think she would have launched by now. But these wars have slowed her victory progress. That said, she is beating the living daylights out of Suryavarman, along with Kublai Khan, of course. Don't want to overlook him. He is also quite close to the end of the tech tree, but Vicky is far enough ahead that I don't think he can catch her. Look at this, they're competing to see who can grab the capital. Just for comparison's sake, here's Kublai on the tech tree. Yeah, see, he still needs 1, 2, 3, 4. He still needs 5 techs, and Victoria only needs 3. Oh, what? What? Hello. She's researching stealth, though. That opens a slight window, and that's going to delay her spaceship further. If she continues to go for stealth, maybe Kublai's got a shot here to launch the spaceship first. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much because they're both likely to win. Also note that they killed all the units in here. So, not totally over yet. That's the stop the war against Brennus. Alright, all that has to happen is this tank has to walk into the empty city, so that should be happening. Did she launch yet another nuke at that city? I don't think there was even anyone in there. Except a worker. Boy, she's just in, like, punishment mode now. Okay, I don't know why she didn't just walk into an empty city. Apparently she moved up one tile next to it for some reason. So I don't quite understand that. Oh, now Kublai Khan's breaking out the nukes too. Everybody's getting in the nuclear party. Okay, so we're just gonna toss these things around like candy, apparently. That was... So just FYI, that was the capital of the Khmer territory. Didn't last that long, though. And Pakal's going back to war with Brennus again. Okay. Even as more nukes are flying. What a crazy game. Okay. Just gonna put in that war. Get up to 21 now. This is such a crazy game. Also, Suryavarman appears to be... Or Silly Man looks like he's getting ready for a war, too. What happened to this Always War series? I know, right? So how many cities does Suryavarman have left now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... He still has 8 cities left, but he is losing them pretty quickly at this point, with all the nukes going off. That means, well, Washington, maybe not. I mean, he might be getting targeted by Silly Man. Always a possibility that Silly Man could attack him, but yeah. Bakal's just got like... Oh, Bakal does have tanks. I don't know. Brennus does not yet. What's their power bar graph relationship? Bakal is higher, somewhat surprisingly. Oh, Fallout makes a tile cost 1 movement to cross. Thank you, I didn't know that. I'm not used to this much nuking going on in a Civ4 game. Alright, so that city goes down. Do you like this light-hearted music in the background as these nuclear exchanges keep going off? Yeah, there's certainly not much left of the Khmer at this point. I was feeling pretty good about Suryavarman to get second in some fashion, right up until all this decided to happen. Did Kublai? Yes, Kublai did snipe this city. They both had units next to it, and Kublai moves before Victoria, so he was the one who ended up getting that. Alright, so we'll reveal the tiles again. I'm not used to this much nuking, I know, right? I think that will end up in the right... don't trust me, the nuking will end up in the write-up. This many tactical nukes going off is pretty crazy. Alright, so there goes another city. Angkor Wat just fell. Not the wonder Angkor Wat, the city Angkor Wat. And that city Hari whatever just fell. And then this city is probably going to fall too. Yep. It's just... It's a free run on Khmer cities. So Kublai won the Secretary General, not the victory vote though. So that's 3 more cities that fell. 4 more cities. I think that one fell too. And there's just not much left of Suryavarman at this point. Jeez. It's too bad Pakal can't find a way to get into the playoffs from his situation. He's definitely going to finish well, Suleiman's not that far away. Okay, that's a lot of cities that just got captured. Alright, let's keep this going. It's been a long game. Getting closer to the finish now. Yeah, we had a game where Gandhi launched some nukes like 3 turns before he reached Alpha Centauri. That was actually what knocked Lincoln out of the playoffs and into this game. The fact that he decided to attack Lincoln. This hasn't been a boring game, though. It's certainly seen plenty of action. But the future refused to change. Indeed. Yeah, you need help, but we cannot provide that help. You're on your own, buddy. It's like, also, there is this other war going on between Pakal and Brennus, which is like a whatever kind of deal. And then there's Washington, who's still over here. Silly man, you're the only one who can save us from Washington surviving in this game. Yeah, we can check the spaceship parts in a turn or so. Washington's on rifling tech. Is the nukes rain down? So much for the defenses of Anchor Tom. Oh my god, more nukes flying in. Victoria, you're... Oh, geez. And then her gunships came in and killed all the defenders. But that just means that that it's going to get taken by the Mongols next turn. Still, pretty brutal. She nuked all the defenders, then killed them with gunships. I just can't get over how many nukes she keeps launching. What is their relationship down to, by the way? Minus 58 at this point. It's minus 33 with Prentice. This is some serious hatred. All right. So yeah, as far as where they are on the spaceship, Vicky she finished composites. Now she's on stealth for some inexplicable reason, but she can't launch without the thrusters and without the stasis chamber. Meanwhile, Kublai still needs quite a bit. And if we look at the actual victory condition, so Vicky, she has the 2 engine, she has the cockpit life support, she needs the stasis chamber and casings and thrusters. She needs the thrusting. I'm just gonna leave this at that and not follow up on that. Yeah, so it's like if you nuke people in this game, they will hate you, but the other AIs don't seem to care that much. It's just like, well, yeah, I guess you had it coming. Something like that. So that city up there was taken by the Mongols, as expected. Looks like Vicky just launched more nukes at the last remaining city up there, and she took that one down at the bottom of the screen. It's pretty amazing to watch one of the civs that was dominant for most of the game get taken out like this and just completely torn apart. Yeah, as she continues launching more nukes. Alright, so either this turn or next turn it'll be it for Surya Varman. And yes, freaking Washington has out-survived another AI in this game. Suleiman, the silly man, is in 3rd place right now. I literally can't even at this point, as Victoria researches stealth. Yeah, I don't understand. So I guess Surya Varman, is he going to get one more turn to survive? Looks like Kublai is going to get the kill. Also, Pakal is not doing that well in this war. Should have gone after Washington instead. Revolting to representation and free market. It might be a little late for that, buddy. Yeah, it looks like Vicky's going to win by space. It sure looks like that. But she hasn't quite gotten over the finish line yet. Gonna mess up my prediction on the victory date. I thought it would be an early finish on space, but then again I thought Pakal would be the one pushing for it. Alright, so Kublai does get the kill. And now we're down to just 6 AIs. And yes, Washington has out-survived another AI again. How is he still alive? Here comes another Diplo victory. Well, we already saw how that went the last time. Alright, so that's it for Surya Varman. So let me write that in. So he finishes below Washington. I mean, it's like, this is why sometimes the ranking systems are kind of silly. Because, like, clearly he played a much better game than freaking Washington, who did nothing the whole game. Surya Varman, what's the turn? It is 328. 328. Alright. Surya Varman ended up with 2 kills this year, even though he got eliminated here. It's not a bad showing, all things considered. Yeah, he played great. He just made one big mistake. Alright, so now we're down to 6 civs. As far as Washington goes, again, Brennis hates him. But Brennis is in a war. Suleiman's cautious. For some reason, Pakal and Kublai love this guy. I guess it's because of the religious thing. They can declare war at, both of them can declare war at Pleased, though. And Vicky just absolutely loves him. It's amazing how much everyone still hates Victoria. Next up, Kublai turns on Victoria. Pakal slips into the game, slips into the playoffs by finishing 2nd. Maybe? Yeah, will Kublai declare on Victoria next? Well, he doesn't like her very much. Yeah, Suleiman has had a really awful starting position. I agree with that. Now let's see if Vicky goes into more serious research mode instead of fighting mode. All right. So not really that close. Kublai would need someone to vote for him. All right, so yeah, she's gone back over to peaceful builds for the time being. Oh, hello, look at this. Look at all these nukes being constructed by Kublai. So for the time being, the only war seems to be between Brennus and Pakal, which is another one of these just random wars. And both of them have tanks, so they're using them pretty liberally against each other. Vicky needs... she needs 2 more attacks to launch the spaceship. She's on stealth, which is not required, so she's wasting her time on that. And Pakal just took a city from Brennus. It's pretty close between Pakal and Suleiman for third, not that that has too much meaning, but it is pretty close between them. Jeez. These nuclear wastelands, it's like much of the Khmer territory is now just covered in fallout everywhere. I guess the workers will clean it up and fix it, but still, geez, man. It's pretty brutal. Pakal has just like little colonies everywhere all across the map. I think I picked 25 for the war declarations, if any of you guys care. So now we're... Oh, by the way, note that Kublai also went for stealth, so much for him getting a chance to make up some turns on the spaceship that way. Vicky is probably not likely to die anytime soon. She's pretty strong. She's got modern armor now. Strongest unit in the game. 40 strength. What turn was Monty eliminated on? On 284. 284. Can we get a WineCon finish? I don't think so. That was truly unprecedented. Pretty sure Victoria has got this by space. Unless she gets... I mean, maybe she gets attacked. Maybe she gets delayed. Somebody captures her capital. It would stop her spaceship from being built. At least I think that's how it worked. That's how it worked in Civ3. I can't remember if that's in Civ4 as well. Just want more nukes. Worst enemy of Victoria. Alright, so Vicky... Oh! Suleiman has declared war on Washington! Yay! Let's see if we can finish him off. Finish him! I don't know why he isn't... Oh, here it is. I was going to say, where's his units? But there they are. Finish him! Don't worry, guys. Buffalo's got this. He's got longbows. And there's no AP to save him this time because the AP's been obsoleted by the United Nations. You're like, thank God, finally. So the silly man comes to the rescue. Yes, this is a little bit one-sided. He's got 100 units, and he's up against a musket and a bunch of caravels. Alright, we bid farewell to Washington. Somehow he out-survived all these other AIs, but he still ultimately got defeated. I don't understand that. No, I mean, I guess the UN could stop the war, but come on, this is donezo. There's like a gazillion units here. I hear machine guns firing anyway. I don't know how the city is still standing at even for one more turn, but it is going to be done now. Also, Vicky, what are you doing with the 84? Are you upgrading a ton of units or something? You didn't stop to suddenly go for a cultural victory or something insane, right? We'll have to check on that too. Alright, so Suleiman claims the easiest kill you'll ever get in your life and finishes off Washington. Alright, turn 335. What is she doing? Oh my god. She just went 100% culture. Needs 2 more techs for the spaceship. Suddenly goes 100% culture. What are you doing? What is this game? What is going on? What is she doing? Oh my god. Okay, well... people are like, what? Alright, well, hold on. Let's write in Washington eliminated. Silly man gets the kill. His first kill of the season, by the way. And it's turn 335. This is a much bloodier wildcard game than the game we did last year. So we started with 11 and we're down to just 5 at this point. So yeah, we're really starting to cut into the number of people left. All right, so if Vicky's going to go for culture, let's see how much she has. She's not very close either. That's the really sad thing. She's not even close to a cultural victory. So I have no clue what she's thinking right now. I mean, Pakal is closer, and he hasn't been going for culture at all. He's still off fighting Brennus for some God knows what reason. Unbelievable. No, she's not close to culture. Her third city is only at like 12,000 culture. I guess we should check how fast she's accumulating culture in that city, though. Alright. So I guess I should have checked. So, yeah. Pakal's got one legendary city. He doesn't have close to that many. Alright, so she's... Let's grab her cities. Canterbury's third. It's got 11,000. 11,053. Let's see where it ends up after another turn. Yeah, if someone attacked her, she'd get out of culture mode. It's true. Ghost of Wine Khan. Okay, she's at 11,053 coming into this turn. Alright. Well, oh, no, it's not her. 1,053. Alright, so she got about 700 culture, a little over 700 culture. Like, that's nice and all, but she still needs 30, she still needs like 38,000 culture, and it's 750 per turn. That's still going to take a long time. Karakoram has reached legendary culture too. At her current pace, she's still like 50 turns away at her current pace. Like, that's not close. Yeah, she's roughly 50 turns away. For that matter, Kublai Khan is probably Kublai Khan is probably close. He's closer to a culture victory than she is. So is Pakal. But none of them really have 3 cities. Like, none of them are that close. And this is totally insane that she would choose to do this. She literally just needs superkinetics and genetics. Superconductors and genetics. And she has the space elevator, too. So now Kublai, he's 5 techs away. Ecology, how about... Alright, Silly Man's too far away. Pakal's too far away. They're not in it. Brennus is too far away. Okay. Sure, power graph. Yeah, you're right. Kublai's never stopped building military, so he's still thinking about it. Still thinking about fighting someone. It's true. Kublai's still building more military. Maybe he does want to go after Victoria. Maybe he wants to win by domination. Who knows? This game refuses to be simple and easy. Maybe we still have more war declarations in this game. Don't forget, Pakal is still at war with Brennus. It's largely an indecisive and non-conclusive war. Yeah, we can switch up the music as you guys requested, since Washington's gone and it's easy to do a tech that, do like an industrial tech that everybody has. Yeah, Vicky seems determined to go for that culture victory. Alright, tech, let's give ourselves steam power. Where is it? Here we go. Boy, this has turned into a long game, isn't it? I'm going to try to get through some of these turns a little bit faster. As long as it's just Pakal and Brennus at war, there's not too much to watch. As they continue to send tanks against each other. because we're already at the 5-hour mark, and it's been a very long game. These two just continue to throw tanks at each other. Stop the war against Kublai. Wait, what? Kublai's in a war? Uh-oh. He must have just declared war on somebody. Oh, who did he declare war on? Was it England? Was it Victoria? Because he wasn't in a war before this turn started. No, Victoria declared on him. Alright, well, that's what we were looking for. Alright, here we go. 23 wars now. But Vicky is still full-bore culture on superconductors. Alright, this is going to get ugly in a hurry. I have no idea where their main stacks are. She's gone mental. She's like, no, I don't want to win this game. Let's just go insane. Yeah, this is, and you can see it already hasn't gone well for her. Look at that, she's already lost some power. What are you doing, Vicky? Let's just see before this war starts how many units they each have. So Kublai Khan has 563 units, and Vicky has 420. Wow, 420. Haha. So he's got about 100 more units than she does. All right. Well, both of them should have the SDI finished. They both can build. They both have access to every unit. They both have modern armors. They both have stealth bombers. They both have mech infantry. So there's really no way to watch this war because there's just too many units on the map. All we can do is just kind of like track where cities are getting captured. I see nukes raining down everywhere over here. Holy crap, that's a lot of nukes. I just see fallout everywhere over here. I think Kublai is winning this. Prepare for silly man-in playoffs. Wow, this turn is taking a very long time to process because there's a lot of units to move. Stop the war. It succeeded. Oh, but stop the war succeeded. Kublai Khan, for some reason, voted yes. So I guess that's it for the war. Let's just check the... Yep. There it is. You guys? Oh my god. Did you see this? Alright, I gotta take some screenshots of this. I told you that there were a lot of nukes. Okay. That was like 2 full screens worth of nukes on there. Did you enjoy that, Vicky? Oh my god. I mean, the SDI shot down a lot of them, but still. Yeah. Unfortunately, the war is over now. They signed peace. That's pretty incredible how quickly it stopped. Alright, one request at a time. Here we go. Minus 41 for the nukes. That is some serious hatred. Alright. Oh, and we should check. Yeah, that's a good suggestion too. Okay, so you guys said you wanted power and then the unit count. Oh, jeez, look at that. They both lost a lot of units in that exchange. Alright, so Vicky was at 420, and she's down to 322. Alright, so she lost 100 units on that turn. Kublai was at 560. He's at 470. Alright, so they both lost roughly 100 units on that turn. Okay. You nuked us. Alright, I'm just going to hit next turn, because otherwise it's... If I don't hit next turn, otherwise it's never going to stop printing out those nuclear messages. Jeez, okay. Apparently that's where all the nukes were. That entire corner of the map just got turned into a sea of radioactive fallout. Note that Victoria is still going for the cultural victory, though. Still going for the cultural victory. She was probably wise to stop that war. She's just imploded at this point. I don't know what she's doing. And also notice how long these turns are taking to process. So Pakal picked up another city. He seems to be slowly winning this war with Brennus, I think. Alright, so how many more techs does Kublai need? So that was incredible, and I wish that had gone on, but it still ultimately stopped. So he still needs 3 more techs for the spaceship, or 4 more techs. She didn't pull a Lizzie, she topped her. Most dramatic impression of Brexit. But their war did stop. Right? Didn't they stop the war or something? Oh, I actually missed this. So there was like this big patch, or no, never mind. This is where the big patch of nuclear waste was, in like former Mayan territory. So they're forced into peace for a little while. I guess we should continue to, hold on. Continue to look at checking on Vicky's cultural attempt. No, she's not close at all. She's not even remotely close. Why is she doing this? Vicky, why? You're not close to a cultural win. Why are you doing this? Really hard to believe. Again, they hate each other so much, I wouldn't be shocked if they went to war again, but they must stay at peace for 10 turns, thanks to that UN-enforced peace resolution. I'm surprised that someone didn't defy the resolution, considering how brutal that war was. Reduce your nuclear weapon stock. Suleiman's like, I better get the SDI up just in case, just to be sure. Boy, there's a lot of hatred on this screen. No one is friendly with each other. I just can't get over this. How every single Civ in the game is furious with Victoria. It's just like everyone hates her so much. Has she nuked everyone in the game? So she nuked Brennus, she nuked Kublai, she nuked she didn't nuke Pakal or Suleiman. Okay, she didn't nuke Pakal or Suleiman. They're both furious with her for nuking their friends though. Alright, come on, someone launch a spaceship already. Or something. Someone's got to reach the end of the tech tree, right? Everyone in chat is basically minus 30. Only minus 15 with Pakal, so that's her best friend. This game has been full of surprises. And these turns are taking a very long time to process because there's so many units on the map now. Kublai is actually researching the spaceship tax and building the spaceship, though. As he continues to load up on more nukes, too. But he is, yeah, he's loading up on his nuclear arsenal again, just in case. But he is actually researching the text, whereas Vicky is, who knows what the heck she's doing. This is the stupidest endgame. I don't know. Charlemagne's endgame in that one match with Wang Khan is one of the worst I've ever seen. But this is truly awful by Vicky, though. Just truly atrocious. Alright, in this world, someone winning a Diplo victory? I don't think so. It would be hard to believe anyone could win a diplomatic victory, considering what we've seen in this match. Alright, so Kublai's just about got his spaceship done. He still needs... he's got the casings and thrusters just about done. He needs the engines, and then he needs the stasis chamber and the cockpit. So he's getting there. And by the way, Pakal... Wait, oh, now Pakal's launching nukes. I guess he finally got up to fission. So more nukes. Nukes for everybody. He needed to use 2 or 3 of them there if he wanted to kill the units in Chicago, though. I guess Pakal has finally reached fission tech as well. Brennus still doesn't have anything to defend against nukes. Man, everyone, this is like the just such a terrible world full of nuclear warfare everywhere. Wait, did Kublai? Please tell me he didn't also go to 100% culture. Wait, what? Why is Kublai showing 0%? Why can't I see his... Oh, so Pakal and Brennus did finally sign peace. What is up with... Alright, hold on. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. All right. Wait, no, that should be the right one. This advisor should show me what Kublay's running. I don't understand why it's not showing. Oh, maybe. Oh, he's just in anarchy this turn. Never mind. He's just in anarchy. He's not. He's not going for culture. He just decided to change civics for some unknown reason. Yeah, we actually are at peace at this point. Yeah, this has turned into an extremely long game. Again, it would have been over some time ago if Vicky had just continued researching. Instead, she decided to turn off research and go for culture. Totally inexplicable decision. Especially given that she was not even remotely close to a cultural win. So I'm just trying to advance the turns. The whole world's at peace for the moment. Although Vicky is detested by everyone, so who knows how long that'll last. Even Suleiman and Pakal hate her now. And it's, you know, it does matter if, yeah, she's the worst enemy of everyone, right? All 4 other leaders in the game, she's their worst enemy. And this does matter because if she, you know, starts losing cities, then she will not go through to the playoffs. Like, Suleiman could potentially surpass her in score, or Pakal, if he gets some cities. I guess it's even theoretically possible for Brennus. Well, I don't think we need a normal map size for this game. This is a one-off game. If we do a normal map size, everyone's going to be out of room to expand with like 3 cities, and that's silly. I think it's fine to have a bigger map for a game like this. This game's been awesome. Like, this game's been really cool. Like, yeah, it's been a long game, but that's fine. There's a reason why this is just a one-off game that we do and not the others. The Wildcard game has, you know, different unusual features to it. I believe this is Kublay's last tech that he needs to launch the spaceship, though. No, he needs fusion. Okay, so these are literally the only techs left on the tree. He has researched every single other tech in the game. He needs fiber optics fusion, then he needs to build the engine, and then the spaceship has to get there. Okay, so the enforced peace treaty is up now. That means people can attack Victoria if they want. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. We'll know if it happens, so if you want to watch the minimap, if you see a whole bunch of colored dots that are not white going into Victoria's territory, that'll mean that someone's declared war. And we have reached turn 351. Pakal's like, yep, just gonna get the SDI up. Just gonna have this just for safety's sake. Yeah, about 9 turns of research. Definitely the longest game so far. We had some in Season 2 that were quite long, but I think this has been the longest game. Just because so much has happened in this game. You think Pakal's preparing? Yeah, he is building some units in some of his cities. And we're up for another UN vote, Secretary General vote. Oh, you know, I think Vicky's spaceship, part of it must have been destroyed because she's been rebuilding it. Did Suleiman, is he just running around with units here, or did he declare war on Pakal? I can't tell. Probably not. No, it doesn't look like it, because there would have been nukes flying around if that had happened. So Kublai has continued to hold the Secretary Generalship. Alright, so he's finishing up some of the last parts. He's going to research fusion next, and that'll be the final one he needs for the spaceship. Boy, this is going to have to be a lengthy write-up. I'm going to have to be judicious in condensing what happened in this game, because it's been so long. Yeah, so SDI, for those who are unfamiliar with it, SDI shoots down 75% of the nukes that are incoming. It's just like a flat 75% chance that they get shot down. Alright, so Kublai is on fusion, the last tech he needs. Vicky goes free religion. She is still not close. Where is she on her spaceship, actually? She just needs the thrusters and the stasis chamber. But she can't build the stasis chamber because she doesn't have the tech. She's still missing that one tech. She did finish superconductors, so she just needs, all she needs to do is research genetics and she can launch, but That's all she needs to do, but doesn't look like she wants to research that last tech. Use the tactical nuke log as a screenshot summary of the game. So will we see any more action? Just 120 turns. Well, she could get it much faster if she turned on research. It's just because she's going 100% culture. Still wondering if we're going to see any last actions. I have 25 wars, so I would love to see 2 more war declarations somehow. I don't think that's going to happen, but would be fun to see. SDI does not come with Civ4 military advisor. Did she bulb I don't know how she got superconductors. That's a really good question. I don't know. Maybe she got a great person and bulbed it. It is the only tech she's missing, so it's what all great people would light bulb. That's a good point. That's probably what happened. She's slowly been rebuilding this area that got nuked so heavily. Even Pakal's getting close to finishing the spaceship. I mean, he's not going to finish it, but he's getting close. All right. Okay. So apparently we're going to see some more action here. Vicky declares war on Brennus. That's one more. All right, can we get one more war? One more war declaration? Are we going to see a nuclear barrage launched against poor Brennus, who does not have the SDI to defend himself? Let's find out. Here's her all right, here's her stack. She has 152 units in that stack. Sure, Vicky, whatever. Vicky's on the warpath again. But Kublay's about to finish fusion, and then he just needs to build engines. Of course, he'll probably be stupid and launch with one engine and get a slow spaceship. Vicky is the new Monty. Maybe we can see Brennus get eliminated before this game ends, too. Alright. So where's the big nuclear barrage? We know Vicky is not shy about using nukes. Cereal mills. Did she launch any? I'm not seeing any nukes. I thought she had like a huge nuclear arsenal. Wait, did she have her uranium disconnected? Is that what happened? And has she like not reconnected her uranium? Okay, so she has one source. No, 2 sources. Never mind. She has uranium. Yeah, okay, never mind. I guess maybe she's just getting them into position or something. I don't know. Oh, geez. 6 turns to build the engine? Are you kidding me? That's pretty slow. Okay. So 4 turns there, 6 turns there. Alright, so I'm not ready to launch just yet. Boy, this is pretty tedious. I'm not sure what causes the AI to... They obviously have some kind of coding logic about picking which condition. I'm not sure what that is. What like causes them to pick one victory condition as opposed to another. It is pretty insane that she has not gone for... chose to go for that. Stop the war against... Okay, well, this was probably going to stop this war too, probably. Interesting that Kublai Khan decided to call that. To stop the war resolution. So this will probably go through and end this war prematurely as well. But for whatever reason, Vicky wasn't launching more nukes this time. She might defy it, that's possible. She could just say, no, screw it. Staying at war. But more likely she will, yeah, see, no surprise. For whatever reason, everyone else is like, we're sick of your trolling, Vicky. So that stops the war. So that probably ends this. Yeah. That's disappointing. And I believe no one can declare war against her for 10 turns, which means that we're probably going to see that spaceship complete before anything else happens. So Nusarai's building one part, Turfin's building the other part. We'll see. Hopefully he won't be stupid and launch with only one engine. Oh yeah, that's true. We were saying Vicky was a long way away from cultural victory, but there's been so long, maybe she's actually starting to get close. Because we do still have to wait for the spaceship to arrive. I still don't think Vicky's that close, though. Yeah, one more war. I have 25 war declarations. One more would be nice. I will show the Diplo situation for Vicky, but I can pretty much summarize it this way. It is awful. Everyone hates her. Everyone hates her with the passion of 1,000 suns. And man, what a long inner turn this is. I wonder what's going on. Come on, computer. There we go. Alright, yeah, minus 34, minus 17, minus 15, minus 27. She really hates Kublai. As far as where she is, no, she's not even close. She's not even at 20,000 culture in her third city. She's not even remotely close. Even Suleiman's building spaceship parts now. That was just a long, long inner turn. No one declaring war. So 23 is not bad either, though, because you get a lot. You get more point. There's quite a few points for being only one off. I think it's 3 points for being only one off, and that's not nothing. It's 5 if you hit it exactly. Alright, so Kublai, oh, he launched the spaceship with only one part. That's going to take him longer to get there. Apparently, he didn't want to wait the one extra turn. Alright, so let's see when his arrival date is. Alright, 1952, so that's 11 more turns. 11 more, so turn 372 is what we're looking at. 372. Yep, so, alright, well, it gives us time for that one more war declaration, I guess. The AI normally won't launch unless they have all the parts, but we've seen it twice now, them launching with only one engine, so who knows. I thought they waited until they had all the parts complete, too. He's so hurry to leave this blasted wasteland. This is like the plot from that really bad Civ4, what is it, Civ... What's the Civ in space? I can't remember the exact name of it. That's like the Alpha Centauri remake that's a really bad game. It's like the plot for that game is everyone's just fleeing Earth. That's kind of what we're seeing here. Civ Space, or whatever it's called. That's not the actual title. For whatever reason, it's escaping me. Beyond Earth. Yes, thank you, Faded Outline. Beyond Earth. I couldn't think of it for whatever reason. Yeah, it's not a very good game. It was basically Civ 5, and they tried to put it in space, but they didn't do a very good job, and it's just kind of like a space mod of Civ 5. Oh, okay. By the way, Kublai just appears to have declared war on Victoria because the entire minimap is lighting up with brown dots. Yep, and it doesn't look like there's a UN that's going to be able to save Vicky. Holy cow, that's a lot of units everywhere. Wow, okay. So, one more war, old friends? And here comes the nukes. Here comes the nukes. Alright, that's 25 wars. Alright, here we go again. How many nukes were launched? Alright, yep. Here we go. More nukes. At least most of them were shot down that time by Victoria. Remember, it's 75% odds to get shot down, so most of them were shot down. Jeez, that's a lot of units. Okay. Some of them did get through. I don't know how much damage they really did, though. Alright, let's check their power. Let's see how many units these guys have. Power. Alright, so, ooh. It's not going to go well for Victoria. Let's just leave it at that. It's not going to go well for her. Look at the unit count, just because that's interesting. So, Kublai Khan has 808 units right now. 808 units. Vicky has 220. Yeah, this is not going to end well for England, is it? 880 to 220. Well, Vicky, I really think you probably shouldn't have gone for that cultural victory attempt. Just going to say that may have been a mistake. Might have been a mistake to do that. She looks like she's going to get knocked out of the playoffs here entirely. Also, all right, I was going to say, how close is Kublai to a domination win? He might be close to domination if he takes all of Vicky's territory. All right, let's see how many cities get taken out here. Let's see, Vicky, I expect her score to start dropping pretty quickly as cities fall. I do not expect her, yeah, so she's losing some of them. That said, if there's enough fallout on the ground, it's actually going to be hard to capture cities because it slows down the offensive. All right, her score dropped. Still got a pretty good bump. Oh, look at this. Pakal has just passed Suleiman. Hello. Wow, holy crap. If Victoria gets passed by these guys, then we have an insanely close race for second. Yeah, no stop the war resolution that time. Did we have more nukes launched that turn? Yep. More nukes this turn. Another... Got more nukes through. That said, it hasn't actually captured that many cities yet from Victoria. We'll see. Maybe she'll be able to hold on to second. She only needs to hold out about, what, 7 or 8 more turns? She just has to keep her score above Pakal for like 7 or 8 more turns. This could be very close. Geez, these games, we've gotten some really awesome end games in this. Yeah, would Pakal be able to pass her and score before? All right, so it took how many cities? 2 cities fell, Angkor Wat and Liverpool. Where are they? Angkor Wat's there, Liverpool over there. Okay. Well, all right, let's see what gets grabbed this turn. That city looks pretty vulnerable over there, Mayapan. And at size 16, it's worth a lot of points and score. All right, so yep, so that took a pretty big chunk out of Vicky's score when that city got captured. The other thing is she's getting a lot of score points for land. As Kublai starts punching deeper into her core, she's going to lose more and more land tiles. All right, so universal free religion. And just more nukes coming down all the time. How many did he launch this turn? All right, he launched another 5 or 6. Looks like 5 of them got through again. Oh, and how many cities got taken? 3 more. Wow, 3 more cities. Pre-Rup, Lingapura, and Mayapan. There's Pre-Rup and Lingapura. So 3 more cities taken. Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job of carving up Victoria here. Suleiman is 1 point ahead. Yeah, geez, that is such a tight race there. Wow. Yeah, I have no idea who's going to come out on top between those two. Assuming that Victoria gets passed in score. All right, let's see. But Vicky's still 600 points ahead. I don't know. Could be, if you forced me to guess, I would say I think that Vicky will fall below Suleiman and Pakal in score, but I'm not 100% certain. It's just, I think, because she's really taking a beating right now. It's true, but well, so Pakal's borders will pop, but remember, he doesn't get score points for them until he has them in his territory for 20 turns. It could come down to what they're researching. Like, his borders will pop, but he won't get score points for those borders popping, is the thing. Wow, okay. So York just got destroyed. Alright, so yes, it does look like Victoria's going to get passed in score because, like, Vicky is just getting ripped to shreds by all these nukes. She might not even survive until the spaceship lands, much less be there and score. Jeez. So, and like these nukes just raining down constantly. Like the whole northern section of English territory just got taken out by nukes. This city's gonna fall next turn. Once that happens, she's gonna lose a lot of score points because this city is holding all these tiles. Once that disappears, her score's gonna collapse. Pakal is 1 point ahead of Suleiman in score points right now. Oh look, Vicky isn't going for culture anymore. She might be. So Canterbury, Warwick were captured this turn. I can't even keep track of how many cities are captured until looking at the notifications between turns. Yeah, Vicky did turn off culture, but it's too late now. Too freaking late, Vicky. Too late. All right. Hari Halaralaya should get captured this turn, I would think. There it goes. All right, so yeah, her score is dropping really fast now. York should get taken too. Geez, London just got the living daylights nuked out of it. There goes York. So like nuked all the defenders and then killed whatever was left with a gunship. Then it's just a matter of walking up there. I wonder if Kublai would like paradrop units in to capture next turn. He is ripping through her. Now Suleiman slipped ahead of Pakal there. What a close match. It's a very sturdy aqueduct. It is a very sturdy aqueduct, true. So next city to fall will probably drop Victoria below Suleiman in score. And like London has no units left in it. I guess it had one. And Los Angeles is about to get attacked too. Granted, there's only 5 turns left in this game, but it's not going to be enough. Check war, Pakal, Suleiman. Nah, I don't think they're at war. Pretty sure they're not. Oh, you're right. Suleiman did declare war on Kublai. Holy crap. Well, this is a last-second potential fly in the ointment. Okay, so that takes us to 26. Oh, man. But Kublai's probably strong enough to fight both of these guys at once. Okay, jeez. He declared war on Kublai. Why would you do that? Why, oh why would you do that? I can't see why you do that. Kublai's up here, Suleiman's here, but is that enough to keep Victoria ahead? Like, will this force pull back? I have no idea. You suicidal squirrel. The throws in this game are real, yeah. I don't see this ending well for Suleiman, but who knows? Kublai's capital, yeah. If he were to capture the capital, the spaceship would have to restart again. Alright, Victoria continues to lose points. I think her cities are starving pretty badly. Alright. A huge group of paratroopers just dropped. I saw them all landing on the mini-map. So they should be able to capture Nottingham and London next turn. Meanwhile, up here, it looks like a lot of Suleiman's force is getting wiped out, I think. There's just so many units everywhere on the map right now, it's hard to keep track. Alright, so Suleiman has passed Victoria in score for the time being. So her score is only going to keep dropping. So Vicky is not going to be in the playoffs. That's just a done deal at this point as we get the nuclear exchange for this turn. But oh man, it's so close right now for second place between Suleiman, Victoria, and Pakal. I think Pakal can do this. He's going to finish composites, and then if oh wow, look at that. So one city was taken though by Suleiman. If Kublai can just take one city, boy, this is it's going to be really close between Suleiman and Pakal for who gets second place here. It's going to be very, very close. As we continue to get yet another nuclear barrage. So many nukes have been used in this game. Again, the diplomacy... Oh my god. 133. Minus 133. I've never seen anything like that before in Civ4. Minus 133. Okay, so how many units? All right, so Kublai did have 2 units get captured. I did just screenshot that. All right, so that enforced the peace from the UN has come to an end. I'm going to watch the campaign here while it's Kublai's turn, and then I'll switch the focus over to the other front when it goes over to Suleiman's turn. Because I think London. All right, so London's captured. Yeah, Vicky continues to drop. Nottingham's captured. Let's get the camera over here to see this. What's Suleiman going to do on his part of the turn? So many units moving around. All right. It looks like Kublai's starting to push back over here. And now Pakal, note that Pakal is 1 point ahead of Suleiman right now. So Victoria and London were both captured. More nukes going off. Let's look at the power bar graphs just to update them. Yeah, it's, ooh, so Vicky's gotten hit pretty hard. Suleiman too. Bakal's in second, so, but he's in second by 1 point. By 1 point. Insane. It's just insane. So where are these nukes going off? All right, over here. And we've got, what, 3 turns left in the game? Because it ends on 1952? Ugh, so close. At least Vicky looks like she's going to survive. I don't think she's going to be eliminated entirely. Not that that makes a huge difference right now. So I'm going to watch this front right now because this is more important. Pakal's like, just going to twiddle my thumbs here. Don't mind me. As you guys just continue nuking each other. The other thing to keep in mind is the war weariness is causing serious. Like, look at all. Can you see the little frowny faces in Suleiman's cities? So his cities are going to start starving down as a result of all this war weariness, and that's going to hurt his score too. Normally that wouldn't matter, but the game is just so freaking close in score that even losing population in some of these cities. Yeah, notice how his cities are starting to starve. That alone can be enough to make the difference when the score is so tight between both of them. And yes, the game will finish before either one of them can finish stealth, so the points from from researching attack won't matter. A whole bunch of paratroopers just dropped over here. Then again, I mean, if Suleiman can capture this city, that might be enough to bump his score up, because he just nuked this city and then dropped a whole bunch of paratroopers next to it. Like, a lot of paratroopers. Also, Pakal just... I don't know what he's doing either. He's still exactly 1 point ahead somehow. So close between these two. I can't believe that we're 2 turns from the end of the game and they're separated by 1 point. 3,139 to 3,138. Pakal, how is he second in score with so little land? It's insane. Alright, let's see if Suleiman can capture this city. Like, at this point, I don't really even care which one of these leaders takes second. I'm just fascinated by how close it is. Suleiman's score went down very slightly. I don't know why. Whether that was the city starving and losing population, or what the reason was. Or more nukes going off. And because, you know, when a city gets hit by a nuke, the population drops of the city. So he can be losing, you know, he can just, by repeatedly getting nuked, that could be enough too. Pakal is 14 points ahead as we go into presumably the last turn here. And it looks like this city was able to hold against the swarm of paratroopers. At least it looks like it. As we get even more... Boy, this is just a miserable, miserable world. I can't get over how much everyone seems to hate each other in this world. Wildcard game 2, indeed. What an awesome game it's been. Alright. Yeah. This is just... Look at this. Everyone detests one another. We have one pleased relationship, Suleiman and Pakal, which would be appropriate... Wait, what? Oh, I guess because they've never fought. I was going to say Kublai and Pakal, but they don't like each other either at this point. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Last inner turn, you guys. This should be it. Let's see if this ends it. Yeah, in 50 more turns, the entire continent might be desert, indeed. No. Suleiman, he just had that city recaptured up there, Hun. It was just taken back by Kublai. That's got to be it. Pakal's going to do it. He's going to have enough score to pass through because Suleiman just lost a city. One of the one he had taken away. Poor silly man. I mean, he did it to himself, but still. That's it. Wow. What a game. What a game. What a game. What a game. Kublai first. Bakal second. Suleiman just misses by 50 points. That third place spot. Vicky in fourth. Brennis in fifth. Vicky almost fell below Brennis in this game. Wow.